Chapter 3786. After a full half an hour, the commotion on the high platform slowly subsided. Under everyone's gaze, the sea of blood retreated with a loud crash, and the scene inside was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Although they were mentally prepared, when they saw the scene on the high platform, the expressions of many fake emperors on the star boundaries side couldn't help but dim. At this moment, Lin Rusong was lying in a corner of the high platform. His old body was emaciated, and his shriveled body was covered with wounds of different sizes. He was also dripping with blood from head to toe. It was a tragic sight. His ruler-shaped artifact had also fallen to the side. The ruler, which was originally overflowing with brilliance, was now dim, just like Lin Rusong's turbid eyes. There were many traces of corrosion on its surface. The shriveled body and the artifact that had lost most of its spirituality clearly showed the intensity of the previous battle. As for his opponent, the blood demon half-saint, he was half-kneeling not far away, gasping for breath. His scarlet eyes were full of murderous intent as he coldly stared at Lin Rusong, who was less than 300 meters away from him. Judging from the blood demon's condition, although he had won this battle, it was definitely not easy. Under normal circumstances, a fight between a fake emperor and a half-saint would result in both sides suffering, unless one side had an obvious advantage in strength. Staggering, the blood demon stood up, let out a strange laugh, and walked towards Lin Rusong step by step. "Elder Lin," someone shouted. Although Lin Rusong's appearance at this moment was extremely miserable, his chest was still rising and falling slightly. Obviously, he was still alive. Now, both sides were arrows at the end of their flight. Even though the blood demon seemed to be in a better condition, as long as Lin Rusong still had a fatal blow, he might be able to turn the tables. But even when the blood demon arrived in front of Lin Rusong, he still didn't react. The blood demon raised his hand, and a dark red blood mist appeared on the surface of his body. He pointed at Lin Rusong, and the thick blood mist turned into blood snakes that drilled into Lin Rusong's 7 apertures. Lin Rusong suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an extremely painful expression. He looked towards the fake emperors of the star boundary and reached out to grab at them, as if he was trying to grasp at a life-saving straw. When they met that pair of turbid yet still yearning eyes, a deep sense of powerlessness welled up in the numerous fake emperors of the star world. They felt as if there was a volcano brewing in their chests that could erupt at any moment. Watching a veteran fake emperor walk step by step towards his demise, no matter who it was, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness. Apart from the heartache, they were also secretly worried that the next one to go up the high platform to participate in the battle of life and death would be themselves. Would they follow in Lin Rusong's footsteps? What made the fake emperors even more furious was that the blood demon half-saint actually turned his head at this moment and grinned maliciously at them with a complacent expression on his face. Yang Kai stared at him, the coldness in his eyes like ice that would never melt. Meeting Yang Kai's eyes, Blood Devil grinned fiendishly. His mouth moved a few times. From the shape of his mouth, he seemed to be saying, "If you have the ability, come and kill me." In the end, Lin Rusong was unable to turn the tables. The injuries he had suffered before were not light to begin with. Under the control of the blood demon's secret technique, he had no power to resist at all. After 10 breaths, the last bit of vitality he had left dissipated. His shriveled corpse turned into a dried corpse at a visible rate. The source heavenly fruit in the heaven void cauldron was indeed fuller, and its alluring fragrance was even richer. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Jialong was right. Indeed, only 3 more people needed to die here for the source heavenly fruit to fully mature. At that time, the final battle of the Great Tao would begin. With a swoosh, the victorious blood demon disappeared from the high platform and instantly returned to the demon race's camp. He didn't return on his own accord, but just like before, he had suddenly entered the battle of life and death and involuntarily returned. Jialong glanced back at him and nodded slightly. "Well done." Blood Demon smiled proudly and sat down cross-legged to meditate. He closed his eyes and began to heal his injuries. In the battle with Lin Rusong, he had also suffered serious injuries. If he didn't quickly recover, he definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the battle of life and death. At this moment, whether it was the fake emperors in the star boundary or the half-saint in the demon territory, an uneasy thought emerged in everyone's mind. Who will be the next to enter the battle of life and death? If it's me, who will my opponent be? Before they could finish their thoughts, there was a slight movement beside them. With their previous experience, no one panicked this time and immediately looked towards the battle of life and death. What they saw made the star boundary people cry out in surprise. Yang Yenyun and Bing Yun's beautiful faces sank. Because the star boundary side's candidate for the second battle of life and death was Yang Kai. When they looked to their side, Yang Kai, who was standing at the side previously, was indeed nowhere to be seen. Yang Yenyun suddenly revealed an anxious expression. He couldn't understand why the will of heaven and earth would choose Yang Kai to enter the battle. Didn't Yang Kai carry a part of the will of heaven and earth? Logically speaking, heaven and earth should be biased towards him. At this time, he shouldn't be allowed to enter the battle no matter what. Regardless of winning or losing this battle, Yang Kai wouldn't benefit. If he won, he would only consume his own strength. If he lost, he would end up in a miserable state. At this moment, Yang Yen even had the urge to curse out loud. This damned heavens really don't have eyes. On the opposite side, Jia Long's eyes suddenly burst with light. He stared at Yang Kai with a restless expression. He was the strongest person under the demon saint in the demon territory. He was the most powerful half-saint. If Yang Kai didn't have the space divine technique, he was confident that he could kill Yang Kai. However, whether it was outside or inside the secret realm of heaven and earth, even if he could win against Yang Kai, he wouldn't be able to kill him. Once the situation went south, Yang Kai would immediately escape. No one under the demon saint could stop his instant movement technique. However, the life and death arena was different. It had a diameter of 300 meters and was surrounded by invisible restrictions. Yang Kai's space divine technique couldn't be used at all. As long as heaven and earth chose him to enter the battle, he would definitely be able to make Yang Kai bleed here. Jia Long's eyes, filled with expectation, quickly turned into disappointment. When he heard a sound beside him, a half-saint of demon race appeared in the corner of the life and death arena. When he looked over, Jia Long's face immediately became gloomy. Yang Inflammation and Bing Yun's originally worried expressions also became a bit strange. Bing Yun smiled and said, "As expected of someone blessed by heaven and earth, even at this time he can still take advantage of the situation." Yang Inflammation also let out a sigh of relief. "Then I'm relieved." On the high platform, Yang Kai was at a loss for a moment, but he quickly reacted. He was on the life and death arena. Just as Yang Inflammation thought, he was slightly surprised. He didn't know why the will of heaven and earth would choose him to enter the battle. However, he didn't think too much about it. Since he was chosen, then the only thing he could do was to kill his opponent with the smallest price. As for whether he had this ability, Yang Kai was full of confidence. When he arrived here, the fake emperors and half-saint had already experienced a chaotic battle. They were all injured and couldn't use their full strength. On the other hand, he entered a strange space and asked about his Tao heart. Not only was he unharmed, but his thoughts were also clear. There was no way he would lose when he was at his peak state against an injured opponent. In the first battle, Astral Realm was defeated and Lin Rusong died. He had to win the second battle no matter what. Before he finished thinking, a figure appeared in the opposite corner. Yang Kai immediately looked over. When he saw who his opponent was, he couldn't help but grin. 1,000 feet away, Blood Demon, who was covered in blood and had a pale face, looked around in panic. He couldn't understand how he came back up in the blink of an eye after leaving the life and death arena. There were 14 to 15 half-saint of the demon race, and it was him both times. This probability was simply unimaginable. Jia Long's face was gloomy. The will of heaven and earth. If the opponent wasn't Yang Kai, he might believe that this was a matter of probability, but since it was Yang Kai, it wasn't so simple. Previously, everyone was guessing what kind of help the will of heaven and earth could provide to Yang Kai in this battle, but no one could say for sure. After all, there was no such record in the past. It had always been those who seized the opportunity of the great path and became great emperors who received the will of heaven and earth. However, it was the opposite for Yang Kai. Such a situation was unprecedented, and there was no precedent. And now, whether it was on the side of the star boundary or on the side of the demon territory, they all deeply felt the benefits of the invisible and inexplicable will of heaven and earth. Blood Demon fought with Lin Rusong for half an hour before. Although he won in the end, he was an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, not to mention Yang Kai, a half-saint high-rank demon king, even an ordinary high-rank demon king would be able to take his life. In this battle, the star boundary would undoubtedly win. There was no need to doubt anything. It was precisely because of this that Yang Yun and Bing Yun, who saw Yang Kai enter the life and death arena, completely relaxed. In the crowd, Song Mo's face was gloomy, and the expectation in his eyes turned into disappointment. On the life and death arena, 1,000 feet away, Yang Kai looked at Blood Demon indifferently, but he didn't choose to make a move immediately. This silent oppression made Blood Demon panic. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at Jia Long for help. It was just like how Lin Rusong looked before he died. At this moment, he seemed to have experienced the despair of his previous opponent. The light in front of him was completely shrouded in darkness. Asterisk ta-ta-ta. Asterisk Yang Kai stepped forward. Blood Demon couldn't help but retreat. But where could he retreat to? He was originally in the corner. The invisible barrier on the life and death arena sealed the world, so he couldn't continue to retreat. Looking over in horror, he saw Yang Kai lowering his head. The hair in front of his forehead covered half of his face, but he could vaguely see a ferocious light through the gaps of his hair. There was also a dried corpse on the life and death arena. It was Lin Rusong. Yang Kai came to the dried corpse, squatted down, and waved his hand, putting it into the small sealed world. When he got up again, he looked up at Blood Demon, who was hiding at the edge of the life and death arena and looking at him vigilantly. He slowly raised his hand and suddenly shouted, "Die!" The wind blew. Yang Kai's figure was still in the same place, but there was another him at the edge of the arena. At this moment, Yang Kai was holding a spear with one hand, and there was a figure on the tip of the spear. Chapter 3787. The blue dragon spear pierced through the Blood Demon half-saint's chest, causing blood to flow down the spear. The Blood Demon's eyes widened as he gripped the spear with both hands, a look of shock on his face. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The crowd was in an uproar. Even though they knew that Yang Kai would definitely not lose after seeing who was on the other side, but seeing him lift the Blood Demon half-saint up so easily still gave them a strong visual impact. In front of the furious Yang Kai, the heavily wounded Blood Demon simply had no strength to resist. The Blood Demon struggled and squirmed as he made a gurgling sound. His blood chi surged as he held back for a long time before he angrily shouted, "I refuse to accept this." If he was given a fair opportunity to fight Yang Kai alone, he would definitely not be so miserable. However, he had fought with Lin Rusong before, so at this moment, he only had less than 20% of his combat power left. Facing Yang Kai's thunderous attack, he didn't even have the chance to dodge. He was well aware of how terrifying and difficult it was to deal with a martial Dao true intent. Under the spear attack, a strange force was destroying his body and mind. His grief and indignation finally turned into a roar. Many of the Star Boundary's fake emperors who watched this scene were full of joy. They recalled how this guy had made a silent provocation to Yang Kai when he was tormenting Lin Rusong. They didn't expect him to hit the nail on the head in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, karma came quickly. This king won't let you off easily even if he dies. The Blood Demon half-saint roared again, and the power of his vitality suddenly exuded a dangerous aura. His hands quickly formed seals, and his body suddenly expanded. "Yang Kai, be careful," Bing Yun exclaimed. Looking at this situation, the Blood Demon seemed to be about to self-destruct. Even though he was now an arrow at the end of its flight, the power of a half-saint's self-destruction was not small. If he wasn't careful, he might suffer a big loss. Just a dying struggle. Yang Kai coldly snorted. The black dragon's spear trembled, and a violent power was transmitted from the spear. With a boom, the blood demon on the tip of the spear was directly shattered, turning into pieces of bones that scattered in all directions. Before the skeletons even landed on the ground, they had already lost all of their energy and turned into dried corpses. It had only been 10 breaths of time since Yang Kai had entered the arena to the end of the battle. The Blood Devil half-saint hadn't even used a single move. Perhaps, such a situation wouldn't have happened even if he had faced a real demon saint. This was definitely the fastest death of a half-saint in history. Sheathing his spear, Yang Kai coldly stared at the demon race's camp. He pointed his spear forward and shouted, "Who's next? Die!" As soon as he said this, Yang Yen frowned and said with a worried expression, "He can't be thinking of using his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection, right?" Bing Yun's expression changed slightly, but he nodded and said, "It's possible." There was no pattern to the two selections, so the fake emperors and half-saints present could only passively endure. However, if it was Yang Kai, it wasn't impossible for him to do as Yang Yen said and use his own will of heaven and earth to influence the next selection. After all, the karmic luck of the heavens and earth had given him a huge advantage in the second round. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to win so easily if it was any other half-saint who had entered the arena. However, in the next instant, Yang Kai's figure suddenly disappeared from the life and death platform. By the time everyone reacted, he had already returned to the Star Boundary Camp's high platform. Yang Kai frowned and sighed inwardly. Just as Yang Yen said, he really did want to use his will of heaven and earth to exert some influence and see if he could continue to stay on the life and death platform for the third battle. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. His gaze swept across the crowd. Since he had returned, who would go on the next battle? Under his gaze, the fake emperors all had solemn expressions. From the corner of his eyes, he suddenly saw a figure disappear. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly turned his head to look at the life and death platform. His eyes immediately shrank. Yang Yen beside him also reached out to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. On the life and death platform, in the corner near the Star Boundary Camp, a white figure stood alone. There were specks of blood on her dress, and she exuded a cold aura. Bing Yun turned her head and looked around, then smiled lightly. "Is this me?" She raised her eyes and looked forward. In the opposite corner, there was also a burly figure. After seeing who it was, Bing Yun's eyes revealed a trace of bitterness. "Jia Long!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted. He couldn't help but want to curse. It was fine if the Star Boundary side's third selection was Bing Yun, but the Demon Race side selection was actually Jia Long. This time, Bing Yun was in danger. Jia Long was the strongest person in the half-saint of Demon Race. Yang Kai knew that even if he encountered him, he wouldn't be able to win. His endless army of refined corpses was simply annoying, and his strength was also very tyrannical. If it was just a battle of victory or defeat, it would be fine. If he couldn't win, he would still have a chance. However, on the life and death platform, one side was bound to fall. According to Yang Kai's estimation, Bing Yun's chances of winning were less than 30%. There was a great possibility that she would die on the life and death platform. Both of them came from Hung Luo Star Field. Ever since they came out of the solitary void-sealed world, Bing Yun had been taking care of him. Later, she even accepted Su Yen as her last disciple and taught her carefully. If something happened to Bing Yun here, Yang Kai didn't know how to explain it to Su Yen and Ji Yao. Should he tell them that he watched Bing Yun get killed by Jia Long without being able to intervene? Thinking about the possible outcome of Bing Yun's death, Yang Kai felt his scalp go numb. What should we do? Yang Yun was also a little panicked. She never thought of this situation. Yang Kai gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and suddenly shot his spear forward. A violent energy swept out, but the barrier on the platform was undamaged. Instead, it scared the others. At this moment, the battle on the life and death platform began. Just like how Yang Kai wouldn't give the blood demon half-saint any time to breathe, Jia Long obviously didn't plan to give Bing Yun much time to recover. After he appeared, he immediately urged the boundless corpse chi to fill the entire life and death platform. Bing Yun swung her long sword, and sword halos swept around. A cold aura filled the air, blocking the spread of the corpse chi. Jia Long sneered and raised his hand. From the corpse chi, figures appeared one after another, each exuding a powerful aura. Seeing this, Bing Yun's expression became serious. She reached out and wiped the long sword with her fingers. Blood flowed out, and the sword hummed. The sword swept out like a waterfall. The refined corpses were cut in half, but under the nourishment of the corpse chi, they quickly healed and stood up again. They continued to attack Bing Yun. Jia Long hid in the corpse chi, and his figure was erratic. Powerful secret techniques covered Bing Yun from time to time. Ice law filled the air, and snowflakes fell from the sky. When the snowflakes fell on the refined corpses, they immediately turned into hexagonal ice crystals. They quickly spread and froze the refined corpses into ice sculptures. However, there were still 2 refined corpses that were not affected. These 2 refined corpses were refined from half-saint corpses. They were the most powerful refined corpses under Jia Long. Each of them seemed to have retained a little of their strength from when they were alive. They attacked from left and right, assisting Jia Long in harassing Bing Yun. In comparison, Bing Yun had only been promoted to false emperor for a few years, while Jia Long was a veteran half-saint in the demon territory. He was also the strongest under demon saint. There was a gap in their strength. Now that Jia Long had the help of refined corpses, how could Bing Yun be his opponent? After a few dozen breaths of time, Bing Yun's breathing became a little chaotic. She was careless and was hit by Jia Long's palm. A cracking sound came from her shoulder, and she was sent flying. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun and Jia Long were fighting to the death. On the Astral Boundaries grandstand, Yang Kai used all his means to bombard the light screen. At first, he was the only one, but Yang Yun soon joined in. Then Shang Yuzhu also joined in. However, even with the combined strength of the 3, they could not shake the light screen at all. A person next to him sighed and said, "Please stop. This restriction is not something we can break. We have already tried before. If we don't fight to the death over there, I'm afraid we can't get out." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear. Anger burned in his heart, and his attacks became more and more fierce. The wanton energy made many false emperors' expressions change. On the life and death arena, Bing Yun's exclamation came again. She was hit by Jia Long's divine technique again. A dark green light appeared on her originally pale face. It was obvious that the corpse poison had invaded her body. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun desperately trying to escape. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. According to the situation, Bing Yun would most likely die in less than half a cup of tea's time. At that time, all he could do was collect Bing Yun's corpse. His heart was burning with anxiety. What could he do to help Bing Yun resolve this calamity? Not to mention that the restriction on the grandstand was so tough that they couldn't break it. Even if they broke it, what could they do? There was another layer of restriction on the life and death arena. If they couldn't solve this problem in half a cup of tea's time, they wouldn't be able to save Bing Yun. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at the Heaven Void Cauldron. In the Heaven Void Cauldron, the source heavenly fruit on the small tree was slightly swaying like a living creature. Light flowed inside as if it was about to ripen. When Lin Rusong died, the source heavenly fruit had already undergone some changes. When the blood demon half-saint died, the source heavenly fruit had undergone some changes again. As long as one more person died here, the source heavenly fruit should be completely ripe. As long as one more person died, the person who died might not necessarily be Bing Yun. Thinking of this, Yang Kai suddenly became enlightened. He secretly transmitted a message to Yang Yen and fiercely circulated his demonic qi. Yang Yen, who was casting spells to attack the restriction, was startled for a moment before her beautiful eyes lit up. She nodded imperceptibly and abruptly turned around. The 3 rings on her wrist turned into 3 flames and shot towards one person. She shouted in a low voice, "Song Mo killed Feng Wuliang while escaping. He's heartless, despicable, and shameless. The heavenly Tao will not tolerate him." At the same time, Yang Kai also abruptly turned around. His spirit power swept out like a tsunami. The golden vertical pupil in his left eye appeared and met Song Mo's eyes. The black dragon spear in his hand fiercely stabbed out. On the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black dot exuded an aura that could devour all things. Chapter 3788. Everything happened so quickly that no one was able to react. Even Song Mo himself was still waiting to watch a good show, coldly watching Yang Kai, Yang Yen, and the others bombarding the barrier. But who would have thought that, in the next moment, they would all turn their spears against him? Caught off guard, he was affected by Yang Kai's divine soul power and his mind was in a trance. Fortunately, he had a good foundation and quickly reacted. With a roar, he punched out with both fists, which turned into a sky full of fist shadows. With a series of booming sounds, Yang Yan's 3 blazing flame rings were blown away. The 3 blazing flame rings flashed wildly, and Yang Kai's figure also leaned back, taking a few steps back. On the black dragon spear, the black dot flashed and disappeared, collapsing a large area of the void. Song Mo took advantage of the situation to fall back, his face pale. Yang Kai showed a surprised look, secretly thinking that this old dog's strength was really good. But in a hurry to withstand his and Yang Yan's 2 divine technique, he estimated that his current situation was not much better. However, before he could attack again, he heard a low voice coming from beside him. Yan Ru Shun Hua. A green figure flashed, and when it reappeared it was behind Song Mo, blood dripping from the 2 curved blades in Shang Yuju's hands. Song Mo looked like he was struck by lightning, lowering his head to look at his chest and waist, each with a huge wound. Turning his head, he cursed, "Bitch!" He had no enmity with Shang Yuju, and had never even met her before. He really couldn't understand why this woman would attack him, and at such a critical moment, leaving him no chance to dodge or resist. "Thanks!" Yang Kai shouted, and when he exhaled, the long spear leisurely retracted, and once again stretched out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk with 3 whooshing sounds. Yang Yan's expression became solemn, his hands forming a series of seals, and the 3 blazing flame rings returned, turning into 3 shackles that covered Song Mo, unable to dodge. Song Mo was directly tied up. Song Mo's face really changed this time. The scorching power of the 3 blazing flame rings had imprisoned his freedom and Emperor Qi. Seeing Yang Kai mercilessly thrusting his spear at him, Song Mo roared, "Yang Kai, how dare you? I am from the star boundary, facing a great enemy. If you dare kill me, you will be committing a crime against the world." Yang Kai was unmoved, his voice cold. "When Master Feng was trapped by you, why didn't you think you were from the star boundary? Now you mention it, don't you think it's ridiculous?" As soon as his words fell, the black dragon spear, Song Mo, song his chest. Song Mo's body shook, and he glared angrily at Yang Kai. 10 meters away, Yang Kai looked back at him without any hesitation, his eyes cold and callous. In the stands, there was silence. All the star boundary fake emperors looked at this sudden scene in horror, their minds unable to recover. From the time Yang Kai launched his attack until now, only 3 breaths had passed. It was so fast that no one could react. Before this, they were still watching the battle on the life and death stage, secretly worried about Bing Yun's safety. Who would have thought that Bing Yun was still alive, and Song Mo, who was beside her, would be killed? It was not that Song Mo was weak. He was able to cultivate to the fake emperor realm because of his own good fortune. But in the stands, 3 people had attacked him, and all of them were sneak attacks. How could he block them? Not to mention his freedom was restricted by Yang Kai's 3 blazing flame rings. Not only were the stands on the star boundary side silent, but even the stands on the demon territory side were also silent. Many half-saint of demon race members stared at this side with wide eyes, all of them wearing inexplicable surprise. Drip, drip. Blood dripped to the ground, splashing everywhere. Blood overflowed from the corners of Song Mo's mouth. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear, as if he wanted to hold on to his last bit of life. His eyes were full of resentment and regret as he said bitterly, "If I had known this would happen, if I had known this would happen, this king would have killed you in the lower star territory." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him. "This king can refine pills for regret. Do you want to buy one?" "Pooh." Song Mo vomited blood. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "There is not much time left. For the sake of the star boundary, for the sake of the common people, please, die." With a shake of his hand, demonic chi surged wildly, shattering Song Mo's meridians and annihilating his vitality. Song Mo's eyes were full of unwillingness, but the light quickly dissipated. Yang Kai pulled out his spear and swept his eyes around. Nearly 10 star boundaries false emperors frowned and looked at him with slight vigilance. Although they had heard some clues from Yang Kai and Yang Yan's words just now, no one knew whether what they said was true or false. However, since Song Mo was dead now, no one would turn on Yang Kai and Yang Yan for a dead person. The necessary vigilance would not be lacking. Yang Kai also knew that his actions were very likely to alienate the false emperors who were still alive in the star boundary. But this matter concerned Bing Yun's life and death, so he couldn't care less. At worst, he could explain it when he returned to the star boundary. He believed that, with Yang Yan as a witness, the truth should be figured out soon. He glanced at Shang Yuzhu again and nodded slightly to her. This time, Shang Yuzhu didn't ask anything and didn't say anything. When she saw Yang Kai take action, she immediately came to help. It was probably because she had been saved by Yang Kai before. And if it weren't for her, he and Yang Yan wouldn't have finished the battle so quickly. Under those circumstances, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him and Yang Yan. Sensing his gaze, Shang Yuzhu smiled slightly, then pointed to the side and said, "Get ready." Yang Kai's expression turned solemn, and he secretly urged his demonic chi. In the stands, Song Mo fell to the ground, and his body quickly turned into a dried corpse. The patterns on the surface of the heaven void cauldron, which had been slowly rotating, suddenly bloomed with dazzling light, and the aura of the great Tao flowed out. The source heavenly fruit on the small tree in the cauldron also changed inexplicably at this moment. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple, constantly circulating. At a certain moment, it suddenly turned into a rainbow-colored light, illuminating the entire hall in a dazzling and colorful light. With a crash, something seemed to break. The light curtain that had been shrouding both sides of the stands suddenly collapsed and disappeared. At this moment, whether it was the star boundary's false emperors or the half-saint of demon race, their eyes became extremely fiery. Swish, swish, swish. Figures flew into the air and rushed straight towards the heaven void cauldron. Their target was the ripened source heavenly fruit. When the light curtain shattered, Yang Kai's anxious heart finally relaxed. He knew that Jialong was right. They only needed 3 more people to die for the source heavenly fruit to completely ripen, and his plan to rescue Bing Yun would succeed. His figure flickered, and just as he was about to compete for the source heavenly fruit, he involuntarily glanced at the life and death stage. Yang Kai frowned. On the life and death stage, Bing Yun was not Jialong's opponent, and she had been dodging Jialong's divine technique attacks. However, when all the restrictions were broken and the source heavenly fruit ripened, she actually took the initiative to attack. A dazzling light swayed from her sword, turning into sword rings that enveloped Jialong. Looking at her posture, it seemed that she wanted to delay Jialong for a while. Jialong was furious. The greatest opportunity in the world was right in front of him. So how could he have the mood to fight with Bing Yun? He naturally wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit as soon as possible. But Bing Yun was a fake emperor. If she really wanted to stop him, it would not be easy to get rid of her. In his rage, he opened his mouth and inhaled, causing his chest and abdomen to swell. He then spat out a mouthful of turbid corpse chi towards Bing Yun like a dragon emerging from the sea. He roared, "Scram!" Icy cold energy lingered around her body, but it couldn't stop the corpse chi from invading her body. Frozen Cloud was directly sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood in midair. Jialong ignored her and pounced towards the source heavenly fruit as fast as lightning. Just as Bing Yun was about to fall to the ground, a figure suddenly appeared behind her and supported her with one hand. He asked worriedly, "Senior, are you okay?" Bing Yun looked up and met Yang Kai's eyes. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry about me, go." She took a blow from Jialong to stop him for a moment in order to create an opportunity for the people in the star boundary. Who knew that Yang Kai would come for her? What was the point of her previous efforts? After saying this, Bing Yun's face turned even paler, almost draining of blood. Yang Kai also knew that time was of the essence. Seeing that Bing Yun's life was not in danger, he immediately put her into the sealed world bead with his divine sense and handed her over to the two wood spirits. Not daring to stop, his figure flickered again and disappeared in an instant. "Get out here!" Jialong's roar rang out. Yang Kai, who was shuttling through the void, only felt a huge force coming towards him. He was involuntarily shaken out of his body and was still some distance away from the Heaven Void Cauldron. At this moment, next to the Heaven Void Cauldron, figures rushed forward one after another like cats that had smelled fish. They were all scrambling to fight for the greatest opportunity in the world. At this time, whether it was the false emperor or the half-saint, even though the intent to form the spirit array was still there, it was more for themselves. Everyone around them was their competitor. Next to the Heaven Void Cauldron, a chaotic battle broke out again. Divine technique after divine technique was used, one after another, dazzling like a flower. However, at this final juncture of the battle for the Great Tao, everyone became extremely careful. No one wanted to be easily injured at this time, so no one used their full strength, leaving a large part of their mind to protect themselves. The scene looked extremely fierce, but the cruelty of the battle was far from what it was at the beginning. Everyone was holding back, only preparing to snatch the source heavenly fruit. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of each other, no one could get within 10 meters of the Heaven Void Cauldron. Anyone who had the opportunity would be blocked by the enemy. In terms of the number of people who entered the profound Heaven Temple, the demon territory had an absolute advantage. Although this advantage was not as great as it was at the beginning, the demon territory still had 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators more than the false emperors from the star boundary. And these 4 or 5 half-saint realm cultivators were the key to determining the outcome. As time passed, the half-saint of demon race gradually gained the upper hand. They formed a triangle and slowly approached the Heaven Void Cauldron, while the false emperors from the star boundary were blocked outside. For a moment, everyone was anxious. Chapter 3789. Yang Kai's repeated attempts to use the law of space to approach the Heaven Void Cauldron were all repelled by Jialong, causing his expression to turn ugly. Although Jialong was not proficient in the Tao of space, the Heaven Void Cauldron was right there. If Yang Kai wanted to seize the heavenly source fruit, he would have to get close to the Heaven Void Cauldron, so he only needed to exert pressure from the surroundings. The astral boundary's fake emperors could not break through the half-saint's defensive circle, so they could forget about getting close to the heavenly source fruit. At this critical moment, the extra people from the demon race became the key to victory. Time passed, and the battle continued. The fake emperors could only watch helplessly as the half-saint slowly approached the Heaven Void Cauldron. Finally, when the Heaven Void Cauldron was within reach, Jialong shouted, "Stop them!" Then he turned around and rushed towards the Heaven Void Cauldron. He opened his hand and grabbed the heavenly source fruit, his eyes blazing. As long as he could seize the heavenly source fruit, he would win the final victory. Not only would he make the astral boundary lose everything, but he would also give the demon race another demon saint. At that time, the astral boundary would no longer be able to resist. At this moment, a person's low voice suddenly sounded, "Heaven, crushing strike." A terrifying divine sense spread out, and the invisible spirit attack turned into a short spear that was visible to the naked eye and shot straight towards Jialong's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened as he turned his head to look at the person who spoke. He saw a middle-aged man smiling at him with a sly look in his eyes. Yang Kai knew this middle-aged man, but he was not familiar with him. He was one of the demon heavenly path's 4 great dark lords, Fire Lord. When he entered the profound heaven palace, Yang Kai had paid special attention to this person. After all, he was the only human in the demon race's camp. He was like a crane in a flock of chickens, so it was difficult not to pay attention to him. In profound Heavenly Temple's world-sealed world, Yang Kai had not met the other party, nor had he had any dealings with them. In the chaotic battle just now, they had fought a few times, but since everyone had been holding back, Yang Kai had not been able to determine the other party's depths. Who would have thought that he would suddenly launch an attack, and the target of his attack was Jia Long? This move was too surprising. Just like how Yang Kai suddenly attacked Song Mo, the demon race probably didn't expect that Fire Lord of the demonic path would actually have the guts to plot against the first half-saint of the demon race. Only Yang Kai's eyes lit up in surprise. If the Fire Lord hadn't said a word, he might not have understood what was going on. He would have guessed that the Fire Lord had ulterior motives and wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit. However, when he heard the words heaven-breaking strike, how could he not know what was going on? He also knew the soul secret technique, and the person who taught him this secret technique was Tianyan, whom he had met in the Divine Ascension Mirror in Azure Sun Temple. Tianyan was born from the Divine Ascension Mirror, and because he didn't have a physical body, his attainments in soul cultivation were extremely terrifying. The Divine Ascension Mirror was also a world, and Tianyan's attainments in soul cultivation had definitely reached the level of the great emperors. Later on, Yang Kai coincidentally obtained the flesh incarnation fruit and refined the flesh incarnation pill, which helped Tianyan form a physical body and break free from the shackles of the Divine Ascension Mirror, allowing him to appear in this world. However, when Tianyan's physical body had just been formed, his strength was low. Later on, he stayed in Azure Sun Temple for a while, and after he matured a little, he went out to wander the world. After that, there was no news of him. Yang Kai had also thought of inquiring about him, but the demon race had invaded and the star boundary was in chaos, so he didn't have the energy to do so. He never expected that the senior who had been missing for so many years would actually appear right in front of him. Moreover, he had even become one of the 4 great demon envoys of the demon heavenly way and infiltrated profound heaven temple, turning against him at the last moment. Yang Kai didn't know what Tianyan had experienced all these years to allow him to cultivate all the way to the false emperor realm from scratch. However, this wasn't strange. He originally had the foundation of the great emperors, but he didn't have a physical body. With Yang Kai's help, he was able to form a physical body, and all his comprehension of the martial Tao was there. As long as he cultivated step by step, his cultivation would naturally increase rapidly. He wasn't like other cultivators who were restricted by various bottlenecks. As for why his appearance had changed, it was probably because he had used some kind of secret technique. Tianyan's spirit cultivation was originally at the level of the great emperors. Even if there were many restrictions and he couldn't display his full strength, this attack couldn't be underestimated. The spirit spear visible to the naked eye blasted into Jia Long's mind from behind while he was unprepared. Jia Long's burly body suddenly froze in place, unable to move. His hand that was reaching for the source heavenly fruit was only a foot away from the 7-colored divine fruit. But it wasn't over yet. After Tianyan launched his attack, he didn't even look at Jia Long. He clapped his hands together and suddenly pushed them to the sides. With him as the center, a huge ring of fire suddenly spread out. The ring of fire contained a scorching power. Caught off guard, many semi-sages of the demon race were thrown off their feet. The originally tight formation also exposed a huge flaw at this moment. "What are you waiting for?" Tianyan chuckled as he looked at the pleasantly surprised Yang Kai. "Many thanks, senior," Yang Kai hurriedly said. His figure flickered as he rushed out through the gap Tianyan had torn open, arriving in front of the heaven void cauldron in the blink of an eye. Bastard! It was only now that Jia Long returned to his senses. He endured the heart-wrenching pain in his head as he clenched his hand into a fist and punched towards Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to Jia Long's attack. The only thing in his eyes was the source heavenly fruit. The moment Jia Long's fist was about to reach his body, he executed the Nihility secret technique and banished himself into the void. The punch filled with destructive power passed through Yang Kai's body. Although it didn't use its full power, the power that shook the void still made Yang Kai groan. Jia Long's expression changed, but it was too late to stop him. When he turned his head, he saw that Yang Kai had already reached the small tree and grabbed the source heavenly fruit. He gently plucked it and put the 7-colored divine fruit into his pouch. Jia Long went crazy and pounced towards Yang Kai with a furious roar. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention. He knew that it was time to decide life and death. Previously, everyone had held back because they wanted to snatch the source heavenly fruit. But now that the source heavenly fruit had been taken away by him, how could the many half-saint in the demon territory be willing to accept this? From the standpoint of the demon race, they couldn't let Yang Kai take the source heavenly fruit away even if they had to risk their lives. A storm of attacks rained down on Yang Kai from all directions. The joint attack of more than a dozen half-saint made Yang Kai's expression turn incomparably solemn. However, at that moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent light curtain appeared around the heaven-void cauldron, blocking all the attacks before they could reach Yang Kai. Yang Kai was stunned, Jia Long was stunned, and all the half-saint and fake emperors were stunned. The hall was silent as everyone stared at Yang Kai, who was hiding on the small tree in the heaven-void cauldron, with different expressions. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. His tense mind completely relaxed. He didn't expect that the mysterious Heaven Palace would have such a protective restriction after snatching the source heavenly fruit. Although he was happy, he also felt a trace of fear. Fortunately, Senior Tianyan had acted in time. Otherwise, if Jia Long had snatched the source heavenly fruit, he would be the one standing outside worrying. Laughter echoed in the spacious hall. The faces of the many half-saint in the demon territory were extremely ugly. Although the many fake emperors were unwilling, the result was still acceptable. Originally, everyone's bottom line was that they couldn't let the demon race obtain the opportunity. Although they weren't the ones who had the last laugh, Yang Kai was still a member of the star boundary. Yang Yen let out a long sigh. He recalled Li Wui's instructions before they set off and felt a sense of relief. Li Wui's sacrifice and the death of nearly 20 fake emperors hadn't been in vain. In the end, Yang Kai, who was only a high-grade demon king, had achieved the lifelong dream of an entire generation. Yang Yen was gratified. He turned his head to look at Shang Yuzhu and found that, after hesitating for a while, she seemed to have let go of something and smiled. After a while, Yang Kai stopped laughing and coldly stared at Jia Long, who was standing a few feet away from him. He tossed the source heavenly fruit in his hand and said in a cold voice, "When this king refines this fruit, I'll kill you all one by one." Jia Long's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Looking at Yang Kai, who seemed to be within reach, he truly understood what it meant to be so close yet so far. With the existence of that restriction, he couldn't do anything to Yang Kai no matter what, and Yang Kai's words made him feel a sense of crisis. This little bastard's strength couldn't be underestimated. If he really refined the source heavenly fruit, how strong would he become? At that time, would a half-saint be his match? After Yang Kai finished speaking, he really opened his mouth and stuffed the source heavenly fruit into it and began chewing. His eyes were still glaring at Jia Long, as if he was about to teach him a lesson. Jia Long's expression changed. At this moment, no matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Yang Kai had already eaten the source heavenly fruit. How could he make him spit it out? Moreover, if he continued to delay here, he wouldn't be able to leave after refining the source heavenly fruit. Thinking of this, Jia Long thought of retreating and shouted, "Let's go!" Then, he led the dozen or so half-saint of demon race to slowly retreat. A trace of hesitation flashed across the faces of the fake emperors, but in the end, they didn't stop him. Now that the dust had settled and the number of people on both sides was about the same, it wouldn't be good for anyone to continue arguing. It was better to wait until Yang Kai refined the source heavenly fruit and his strength sword. It wouldn't be too late to deal with them then. On Yang Kai's side, the source heavenly fruit melted into a sweet liquid the moment it entered his mouth and flowed down his throat into his stomach. A warm feeling instantly spread throughout his body, causing his tense nerves to relax involuntarily and even make him feel drowsy. At the same time, various mysterious principles flashed across Yang Kai's knowledge sea, allowing him to gain insight into many mysteries. The mysterious Tian Hall is about to close. Forcing himself to maintain his consciousness, Yang Kai looked at the people in front of him. He didn't know why he knew all of this, but somehow, he was able to see the situation inside profound heavenly temple down to the smallest detail. Everyone was startled by this news, but they soon calmed down. Now that the source heavenly fruit had been swallowed by Yang Kai, there was no need for the mysterious Tian Hall to exist. It was only natural for it to close. Chapter 3790. There's no need to panic. When this world-sealed world closes, everyone will withdraw safely. As for me, I may have to stay here for a while, so I'll leave everything in the outside world to you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Everyone returned the gesture, and Yang Yen said, "Focus on refining the source heavenly fruit. You don't have to worry about the outside world." Yang Kai nodded. It was useless for him to worry about the outside world. Since the world had given him a chance to survive and he had firmly grasped it, what he needed to do was to do his best to refine the source heavenly fruit so that he wouldn't disappoint the world. This senior Tian Yen is one of us. Azure Sun Temple's temple master one knows his origins. Yang Kai pointed to Tian Yen again. Yang Yen turned his head and smiled at Tian Yen. Although Tian Yen had previously played the role of Fire Lord of the Demon Sky Path, his betrayal at the last moment was enough to prove his position. In that situation, he could have rushed into the Heaven Void Cauldron and fought for the source heavenly fruit, but he didn't do so. Instead, after attacking Jiaolong, he dealt with the other half-saint of demon race, creating an opening for Yang Kai and creating a final opportunity. Therefore, at this moment, the many false emperors in the star boundary didn't have much hostility towards him. In fact, they didn't even have much vigilance against him. "Senior, I will never forget this kindness. I will thank you again after I come out of seclusion." Yang Kai cupped his fists towards Tian Yen. Tian Yen chuckled. "There's no need for that. Although the divine fruit is amazing, it isn't of much use to me. Since it has become your opportunity, this old master's many years of concealment have not been in vain." Yang Kai was taken aback and immediately understood that he had the foundation of the great emperors. Although others coveted the source heavenly fruit, it really wasn't of much use to him. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly frowned and said, "Time's up. Everyone, let's part ways here. I hope that the days ahead will be peaceful, and we will have a good time drinking and chatting." As soon as he finished speaking, a buzzing sound suddenly resounded throughout the hall. Then, everyone felt a repulsive force pressing down on them from all directions. That repulsive force was so strong that no one could resist it. In just a short span of 3 breaths, it suddenly disappeared. Looking at the empty hall, Yang Kai's dizziness grew stronger. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and immersed his mind completely. In the star boundary, high up in the sky, a majestic and unadorned hall was suspended in midair. Among the billions of creatures in the star boundary, anyone could clearly see the outline of the hall as long as they raised their heads. It had been over a month since the Battle of the Grand Tao had begun, and the situation in the star dimension had become more and more precarious during this period. The demon race had set up a shocking spirit array, and the demon land, with the 108 demon dens of various sizes as its center, was constantly expanding. Every moment, large tracts of land in the 4 territories of the star boundary were being eroded by demon intent. As time passed, this speed became faster and faster. The space for the human race to move in the star boundary was constantly being compressed, and the various armies retreated again and again until there was no place to retreat. The entire Western territory was now completely eroded, and the situation in the Eastern, Southern, and Northern territories was not much better. Now, the human race's territory was less than 1/10 of its original size. It was likely that in less than half a month, the star boundary would completely fall. At that time, the star boundary would cease to exist, and when the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. At that time, all the human race would likely become demons. The 2 great elders of the dragon race had repeatedly attacked, but the effect was minimal. Even though Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi's strength had greatly increased, and the husband and wife could suppress the 3 demon saints' joint forces, They could not stop the erosion and expansion of the demon land. Li Wuyi's hair had turned white. As the chief commander of the various armies in the star boundary, the pressure he was under was greater than anyone else. Before the Battle of the Grand Tao, he had asked all the fake emperors who participated to leave behind their life lamps. If they were alive, their life lamps would remain. If they were dead, their life lamps would extinguish. Over the past few days, he had watched as the 30 life lamps in his hand went out one by one, and his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. At this point, he only had 11 life lanterns that were still lit. In other words, of the people who entered the profound heaven temple, only 11 had survived. He had heard that the Battle of the Grand Tao was incomparably cruel, and that only a third of the people who entered could return alive. Now, it seemed that this was not a lie. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Yang Kai's life lamp was still shining, as well as Yang Inflammation's and Bing Yun's. As long as the three of them were fine, there was always a glimmer of hope. Spirit Beast Island in the Eastern Territory, which was originally the Martial Beast's territory, had now been occupied by the various armies of the Star Boundary, and the island was full of human race soldiers. In the main hall, the commanders of the various armies were gathered together, with Li Wuyi at the head of the table. He glanced around and saw that everyone's expression was extremely solemn and gloomy. Today, they were gathered here to discuss the matter of retreat. The Western Territory had completely fallen, and the next 3 territories would be the Eastern, Southern, and Northern Territories. The difference was only a matter of time. Even so, the Star Boundary still had to make a final effort. After pondering for a while, Li Wuyi said, "We can no longer stay in the Eastern Territory. From the intelligence gathered from all over the world, I'm afraid that in less than 10 days, the Eastern Territory will follow in the footsteps of the Western Territory. At that time, even Spirit Beast Island will not be spared. How is the situation in the Southern Territory?" While speaking, Li Wuyi turned his head and looked at Wen Zishan. Wen Zishan stood up and cupped his fists, a solemn expression on his face. "Compared to the Eastern Territory, it's even worse. We can only hold on for a shorter time, 5 days at most." Hearing this, Li Wuyi frowned and looked at someone else. "What about the Northern Territory?" Jiahai Army Commander Pan Gingyin stood up and said, "The situation in the Northern Territory is better, but it shouldn't be able to hold on for long." But what?" Li Wuyi raised his eyebrows. "The other territories in the Northern Territory are fine, but the situation in the High Heaven Palace is not bad. When the demon land expanded to 1,000 miles away from the High Heaven Palace, its speed dropped sharply and became extremely slow. In this old man's opinion, the High Heaven Palace can hold on for at least a month." The High Heaven Palace. Li Wuyi pondered, the protection of the world force. There was no reason for the High Heaven Palace to be different from other places, so the only explanation was Yang Kai. The High Heaven Palace was single-handedly built by Yang Kai, and this great sect carried his tremendous efforts. Before that, Yang Kai still had a trace of the world will on him, so it made sense to say that this was the last protection of the world force. "So, we can only evacuate to the High Heaven Palace?" Ma Qing stroked his goatee. "That's just drinking poison to quench thirst. What can we do in a month? Are we going to wait for death in the High Heaven Palace?" The person who spoke looked up at Li Wuyi and said, "Chief Army Master, what's the situation in Dragon Island? If we evacuate to Dragon Island..." Dragon Island was a small isolated world, and its territory was vast, so it could accommodate a lot of people. With the current situation of the various legions in the astral boundary, even if all of them were to evacuate to Dragon Island, there should be more than enough space to spare. As for the humans who were not in the various legions, they could only pray for their own good. Li Wuyi slowly shook his head. The expansion of the demon land is due to the erosion of the demon will in the demon territory. Although Dragon Island is a small isolated world, it is also attached to the astral boundary. If the astral boundary is eroded, the small isolated world will naturally not be able to survive. Hiding in Dragon Island is not a good idea. It will only give the demon race an opportunity to catch a turtle in a jar. When that time comes, our situation will only be more passive. After pondering for a moment, a trace of determination flashed in Li Wuyi's eyes. Notify the entire army that within 3 days, we will evacuate to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Order all legions. At this point, the world suddenly trembled, interrupting him. Immediately after, a mysterious aura suddenly surged and swept through every corner of the star boundary. All the powerhouses who sensed this aura revealed thoughtful expressions at this moment, as if they had gained something from it. Li Wuyi was slightly startled, but then, as if thinking of something, his figure flickered and he quickly rushed out of the hall. Seeing him like this, the others naturally hurriedly followed. When they arrived outside the hall, they saw Li Wuyi looking up, and when they followed his gaze, their eyes instantly widened. In the sky, the profound heaven palace, which had been silent all this time, suddenly twisted and changed, quickly changing into the appearance of a simple giant cauldron. The giant cauldron flickered with light, and many strange patterns were engraved around it. The patterns floated and sank, and one name after another flashed. From these names, everyone saw many familiar and unfamiliar words. Xian Yuan, True Marshal, Golden Cicada, Rakshasa, Flowing Time, Great Emperor, Heaven Devouring Great Emperor, Rushing Sky, Iron Blood, Red Dust, Blue Sea, Blue Lotus, Ice Feather, Wondrous Pill, Heaven's Revelations, Beast Warrior. Leave your name on the Great Tao. Li Wuyi shouted in a low voice, his eyes burning with passion. The names of the great emperors were not self-imposed, nor were they passed down by the world, but were bestowed by the heavenly Tao. Every name of the great emperors coincided with their own great Tao, a great Tao recognized by the world. Only by leaving their name on the great Tao of heaven and earth could they become great emperors revered by the world. The familiar and unfamiliar words were undoubtedly the titles of the many great emperors of the star boundary. The titles of the 10 great emperors of the most recent generation were among them, not missing a single one. Even Kenye's name, Yiying, could be clearly seen. The colors of the characters flashing on the giant cauldron also seemed to be different. Although they were all golden in color, the older they were, the darker they became. Comparatively speaking, the words of the 10 great emperors of the most recent generation were the brightest in color. Is this the end? Li Wuyi's lips suddenly became dry as he stared at the giant cauldron, trying to find a new title from it. The profound heaven palace had not changed since its appearance, but now that it had suddenly turned into a giant cauldron, and the titles of the great emperors of the past were constantly appearing, there was no doubt that there had been new developments in the Great Tao struggle, and it was very likely that it had already ended. What was the situation in the star boundary? Who would obtain the Great Tao opportunity in the end? This was what Li Wuyi was most concerned about right now. If the star boundary obtained the Great Tao opportunity, then the crisis in the star boundary would most likely change, but if the demon race succeeded, then the star boundary would really be in danger. Oh! No prize quiz. What title will Yang Kai leave on the Heaven Void Cauldron? Chapter 3791. His eyes swept across the giant cauldron, but to Li Wuyi's disappointment, he couldn't find a new title. Did I fail? Even someone as calm as Li Wuyi, who could remain calm in the face of a demon saint, couldn't help but stagger at this moment, his face turning pale. The many corps commanders around him were also discussing spiritedly, their emotions flowing through the crowd. Wang. With a soft sound. A jade slip appeared in front of Li Wuyi out of thin air. Li Wuyi's expression brightened as he grabbed it and immersed his consciousness into it. After a moment of daze, a smile appeared on his face. At first, the smile was not obvious, but it soon widened and his laughter shook the world. Everyone turned their heads and stared at Li Wuyi and the jade slip in his hand. From the jade slip, they could feel the aura of yang inflammation. In other words, this jade slip was sent by yang inflammation, and yang inflammation was one of the candidates to participate in the Great Tao struggle. The fact that he sent this message at this time undoubtedly meant that the Great Tao struggle was indeed over. Judging from the happy look on Li Wuyi's face and his carefree laughter, everyone's spirits were lifted and the anxiety in their hearts was replaced by great surprise. Although they had some guesses, they didn't dare to be too sure until Li Wuyi confirmed it, lest the truth be false. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. General Master, could it be that the great Tao opportunity has finally fallen into the hands of Star Boundary? An old man's beard trembled as he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart, an abnormal red flush appearing on his withered old face. General Master, what's the situation? Why don't you tell us first before you laugh? Li Wui, however, couldn't stop laughing. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes, leaving everyone quite speechless. Since they knew him, no one had ever seen him lose his composure like this. The pressure he had been under recently was simply too great. As the general commander of Star Boundary, he didn't dare to say that he was responsible for the survival of Star Boundary, but any decision he made was related to the future of hundreds of millions of lives and the continuation of an entire race. All he could do was stall for time as much as possible and preserve the strength of Star Boundary for any changes in the future. For this reason, he did not hesitate to give up the opportunity to enter the profound Heaven Palace and participate in the battle of the Great Tao. He gave up his life's pursuit. But now, this glimmer of hope had finally appeared. His tense state of mind relaxed a lot at this moment. After a long while, Li Wui finally restrained his smile. His gaze swept across the faces of the fake emperors one by one, and then he said in a deep voice, "The opportunity of the Great Tao has been obtained by our Star Boundary." As soon as he said this, everyone's breathing quickened. Although they had guessed this before, they didn't dare to believe it until Li Wui personally admitted it. "Who is it?" the elderly man asked in a trembling voice. After all, this was the key to becoming great emperors. The person who had seized the opportunity of the Great Path was very likely to be the future great emperors of the Astral Boundary. How could he not ask clearly? "Yang Kai," Li Wui replied with a smile. A burst of exclamations rang out, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Although Yang Kai's performance when he returned from the demon territory this time was amazing, no one had thought that this candidate would actually be him. After all, his cultivation was there for all to see. Previously, when Li Wui gave up his spot to Yang Kai, to be honest, many people felt uncomfortable in their hearts. Although the path of martial Tao wasn't necessarily based on seniority, Yang Kai's cultivation was low, and his qualifications were shallow. Even if Li Wui really wanted to give up his spot, it wouldn't be his turn to enter the profound Heaven Palace. Before this, everyone felt that it was a waste for Yang Kai to enter the profound Heaven Palace. If his cultivation wasn't at the false emperor realm, what could he do there? Just come out and do nothing? So when Li Wui said the words Yang Kai, no one expected that the final result of the Battle of the Great Tao would actually be such a situation. A guy who wasn't even a false emperor realm cultivator would actually come out on top. For a moment, everyone couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. When they thought of Li Wuyi's decision at that time, they actually felt that he had great foresight. Li Wuyi's face was also filled with pride. He had stood his ground against all opposition and allowed Yang Kai to occupy a precious spot to enter the profound Heaven Palace. This had put him under a lot of pressure, and if it weren't for his position as the general commander, he would have been questioned long ago. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't disappoint in the end. "Is it really Yang Kai?" someone asked in disbelief. "What's the specific situation? How are the casualties in the Star Boundary?" Questions were asked one after another, and everyone looked eagerly at Li Wui. Before Li Wui could answer, a series of swishing sounds rang out, and a number of figures suddenly appeared beside Li Wui. Everyone looked over and couldn't help but narrow their eyes because these figures were all candidates to enter the profound Heaven Palace this time. However, at this moment almost all of them were injured, and almost none of them were unharmed. Those who were seriously injured even had weak auras and were covered in blood. And there were only about 10 people who appeared here. Yang Yen was the leader, and when she appeared, she only felt pairs of fiery eyes staring at her. She quickly figured out what was going on and smiled, cupping her fists at Li Wui. "I didn't let you down." As soon as she came out of the profound Heaven Palace, she immediately sent a message to Li Wui to inform him of the results of the Battle of the Great Daos, and then she activated the Space Spirit Bead to come here. Li Wui nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." He then looked at the people behind her, and a trace of sadness flashed across his face. He cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." Everyone returned the gesture. Li Wuyi looked at Yang Yen and asked, "Is that all?" Although he controlled everyone's life lamps and knew how many people had died in the profound heaven palace from the flickering of their life lamps, how could he be reconciled if he didn't get to the bottom of this? Yang Yen nodded sadly. Bing Yun is also in Yang Kai's small sealed world. She will come out with Yang Kai. Li Wuyi sighed. In the battle of the Great Daos, only 3 out of 10 will survive. Haha. The heavenly way is heartless. The group of fake emperors who stayed in the star boundary were also pale at this moment. After the battle of the Great Daos ended, only about 10 of them returned. Even if Yang Kai and Bing Yun were included, there were only a dozen or so. However, more than 30 of them entered. In just over a month, the star boundary's casualties were so heavy. Over the years, the battle of the two realms had never caused such heavy casualties to the star boundary's fake emperors. Moreover, among the 10 who returned, there was one who was very noteworthy. Li Wuyi stared at Tianyan for a while and was slightly surprised. Fire Lord. From the looks of it, this Fire Lord of the demonic heavenly path was not captured, but he had strangely appeared with the fake emperors of the star boundary. Furthermore, they were coexisting peacefully. It seemed that something had happened in the profound heaven palace. Yang Yen said, "This is Master Tianyan. At the last moment of the battle of the Great Daos, it was thanks to him that the demon race's plan was foiled, allowing Yang Kai to seize the initiative. He is one of us." Li Wuyi's expression changed slightly, but he did not ask in detail. Instead, he asked, "How are the losses on the demon race's side?" Yang Yen smiled bitterly. "Not any less than us. There are no more than 15 of them who are still alive." There was a burst of gasps. There were 40 people from the half-saint of demon race, and less than 15 of them survived in the end. The casualty rate was basically the same as the star boundary's side. Looking at it this way, the star boundary's losses were not unacceptable. Next, under the questioning of everyone, Yang Yen and the others briefly recounted their encounters in the profound heaven palace. Everyone yearned for the mysteries of that secret realm of heaven and earth, but the dangers that were brewing everywhere and the desperate battle at the last moment were also very frightening. They could not help but wonder, if they had entered the profound heaven palace, would they have been part of the survivors? After learning that Tianyan had plotted against Jialong at the last moment and caused Jialong's efforts to fail, everyone's expression softened. When Zishan also testified to Tianyan's origins at this time, which made everyone admire him even more. One had to know that the demonic heavenly path was a faction that Ken Yi had founded back then. Tianyan had been able to successfully infiltrate it and become one of the 4 great lords without being seen through. He had even concealed himself until the time of the Great Dao battle before delivering a fatal blow to the devil race. Could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. If it were someone else, even Li Wuyi would not have been able to do this. Yang Kai swallowed the source empyrean fruit and said that he may have to stay in the profound heaven palace for a while. Yang Yen added. Li Wuyi nodded and said, "It gathers the fortune of dozens of fake emperors and half-saint realm demon territory. It will not be easy to refine such a divine fruit." After pondering for a while, he said, "All of you go and rest. There may be a tough battle before Yang Kai comes out of seclusion." Yang Yen and the others quickly left. Although they had gained a lot from participating in the Battle of the Great Daos, they really needed a good rest. Li Wuyi's loud voice rang out. "Pass down my order. All legions gather their men and bring their supplies. Evacuate Spirit Beast Island and head to the Northern Territory. High Heaven Palace. That would be the last pure land of the star boundary. If the High Heaven Palace fell, the star boundary would not be far from destruction." Many legion commanders received the order and left. Orders were passed down layer by layer, and the soldiers gathered on Spirit Beast Island were soon ready to go. The space array continued to operate, and rays of light flashed incessantly. After 3 days, when Li Wuyi evacuated from Spirit Beast Island, the entire island was empty. Mo Shaoqi's eyes were red and swollen as she looked at the home she had lived in since childhood with reluctance and said with a choked voice, "Uncle Li, Will we come back? Li Wuyi patted her head. We will definitely come back. With a flash of light, Li Wuyi and Mo Shaoqi's figures also disappeared from the space array. A moment later, the space array cracked and turned into a pile of dust. 2 days later, the Southern Territory fell. The entire Southern Territory was invaded by the Demon Land. In the Demon Land's territory, the flowers and trees withered, and it was dead silent, as if even the vitality of the world had been taken away. Another 4 days later, the Eastern Territory fell. On the day the Eastern Territory fell, Yang Xiao was ordered to quietly return to Dragon Island to observe the changes in the small world where Dragon Island was located. He soon reported that the small world where Dragon Island was located was not spared. Demon intent invaded Dragon Island through the Void Gate, and the originally beautiful scenery turned into a dead silence in an instant. Chapter 3792. In the vast astral realm, only the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory had not been eroded. All the armies in the astral realm had gathered here, and the 2 great elders of the dragon race were personally overseeing it. This place would be the final battlefield of the final battle between the humans and demons. If they won, they would have a chance to catch their breath. If they lost, they would be doomed eternally. Since the start of the battle between the 2 realms, the billions of lives in the astral realm had been lost. In the Eastern, Southern, Western, and Western Territory, humans could be seen everywhere. They had been eroded by the demon will, lost their minds, and only knew how to kill. Although the High Heaven Palace was large, it could not accommodate so many people. Now that all the armies in the astral realm had gathered, it was almost overcrowded. Because of this, many soldiers had no choice but to stay in the One Realm bead all day. The One Realm bead that Yang Kai had refined was also stuffed to the brim. Perhaps it was the final protection of the will of heaven and earth. After the demon will had eroded the Eastern, Southern, Western Territory and most of the Northern Territory, it finally met with resistance in the area within a radius of 1,000 miles around the High Heaven Palace. The speed of the erosion was extremely slow, and in the end it could not advance even an inch. Somehow, there seemed to be some power around the High Heaven Palace that blocked the erosion of the demon will, leaving the last place for the humans in the astral realm to stand. Now that the entire astral realm had been taken in, whether it was the demon saint or the half-saint below, they could not tolerate the special existence of the High Heaven Palace. Only by eroding the High Heaven Palace could the great plan of the demon race be completed. Perhaps there was also a sense of crisis from losing the battle. Therefore, 10 days after the battle ended, and 3 days after the Eastern Territory had fallen, the demon race army attacked. The demon race from the various demon dens came out in full force. They rushed over from all directions and surrounded the High Heaven Palace. Without any pleasantries, they directly launched an all-out attack. The first to attack the High Heaven Palace was not the demon race's army, but the humans who had been eroded by the demonic will and turned into demons. The number of these demons was 10 times or even 100 times larger than the demon race's main army. They could be found almost everywhere in the 4 territories of the astral boundary. The demon race's army only needed to capture and drive them away to form a huge camp. Under the influence of the demon race, the confused demon race, who only knew how to kill, fearlessly rushed towards the High Heaven Palace. The strength of these demons was generally not high. Any soldier of the Star Boundary's army could kill a large number of them, but there were too many of them. Outside the High Heaven Palace, a fierce battle began. Facing his former compatriots, Li Wuyi could only harden his heart and give the order to annihilate them. In just 3 days, tens of millions of demon dwellers had died outside Lingxiao Palace. Blood flowed like a river within 1,000 li, and corpses piled up layer after layer. With the deaths of these demons, the demonic qi in their bodies leaked out and finally infected the land that was originally protected by the heavens and earth. Outside the High Heaven Palace, the demon land once again pushed forward. Although the speed was not fast, if this continued, the High Heaven Palace would not be able to survive one day. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were furious. They brazenly rushed out of the High Heaven Palace and headed straight for the demon race's army. Although they displayed their might, they were stopped by Xueli, Fuyu, and Huabu in time. The demon race suffered many casualties in this battle, but it did not affect the overall situation. More white hair grew on Li Wui's head. Every day, he would raise his head countless times to look at the heaven-void cauldron in the sky. He looked at the constantly flashing words around the giant cauldron and secretly prayed that Yang Kai would return as soon as possible. 10 days after the start of the final battle, the demon land advanced 500 kilometers outside the High Heaven Palace. 5 days later, they advanced another 300 kilometers outside the High Heaven Palace. Only 200 kilometers had not been invaded by the demon land. As time passed, the demon race's attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, and the star boundary was somewhat exhausted. Despair spread among the various armies, and under the heavy pressure, many people's willpower was on the verge of collapse. All kinds of chaos played out in the High Heaven Palace. With external troubles and internal troubles, many experts were badly battered. While the battle was in full swing, inside the heaven-void cauldron in the profound Heaven Palace, under the divine tree, Yang Kai seemed to be sleeping. After swallowing the source heavenly fruit, he felt drowsy and couldn't resist the drowsiness at all. He barely managed to say a few words to Yang Yen and the others before he directly fell asleep. His mind was empty and his body felt numb. It was as if he had returned to his mother's belly. A feeling of peace enveloped him as a new life was being born. At a certain moment, his consciousness became clear for a moment, and he couldn't help but think about his own Tao. If he hadn't experienced the Tao heart before, Yang Kai might not have known what he wanted, but after that strange experience, Yang Kai was very clear on what he should do. He should search for his own Tao, the Tao that was recognized by the heavens and earth. And his Tao was the Tao of space. Bits and pieces of the past lingered in his mind, and bit by bit, his understanding of the Tao of space emerged. He thought back to when he first saw the Tao of space, then to when he reached the minor accomplishment stage, then to when he finally reached the next level. Layer by layer, Yang Kai's understanding of his Tao became increasingly clear. The void trembled as tiny cracks appeared in the surrounding space, slithering about like spirit snakes. His demonic chi and spiritual energy were rapidly shrinking towards a certain point in his body, faintly showing signs of turning into a mysterious mark. A Tao seal. Although no one had ever told him this before, Yang Kai quickly understood his own situation when he experienced this process himself. Gather one's essence, chi and spirit, one's lifetime of comprehension, and condense a Tao seal that belonged to oneself. Only in this way could one walk their own Tao and possess their own Tao. This was an extremely dangerous process, but also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. He slowly poured his own understanding and comprehension into the embryonic form of the Tao seal, perfecting it little by little. He didn't know the passage of time, nor did he know whether the outside world was good or bad. His entire mind was immersed in the Tao seal. Slowly, the vague outline of the Tao seal began to take shape, and as Yang Kai worked hard, the outline became clearer and clearer. However, Yang Kai wasn't satisfied because this process was a little slow. At this time, he had completely forgotten about the crisis in the star boundary, but subconsciously, he knew very well that he had to condense his own Tao seal as soon as possible, otherwise, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai took out the heaven and earth source liquid from the small sealed world bead and took a big gulp. The feeling of splitting the heavens and earth came this time, shaking his spirit. When the heavens and earth were created, the world principles were extremely rich. This mouthful of heaven and earth source liquid seemed to have pulled Yang Kai back to the ancient era when the heavens and earth were created. Immersed in the chaos, an invisible force wrapped around him from all directions, turning into the capital and strength to condense his Tao seal. Yang Kai devoured this force hungrily, and the speed at which the Tao seal was condensing in his body suddenly accelerated. The bright Tao seal flickered with dazzling brilliance as it imprinted itself on his dragon bone, causing Yang Kai's whole body to emit a faint golden light. Oh! Outside the High Heaven Palace, the sect defending array flashed wildly as countless demon dwellers pounced over. Attacks were launched from the High Heaven Palace, harvesting the lives of these demon dwellers like cutting straw. Corpses piled up into mountains, and blood flowed freely. This was a turbulent era, an era of slaughter and baptism of blood. The life and death of the weak was out of control, and the strong were in danger of dying at any time. The heavenly way was ruthless and impermanent. Li Wuyi's black hair had turned into Yin-Si in just 10 days. Standing on the summit of High Heaven Peak, he looked outside the array with a solemn expression. The expressions of everyone behind him were also extremely solemn. Although they had been on tenterhooks all this time, fearing that they would lose the High Heaven Palace, the last barrier and fortress of the star boundary, at this moment, no matter who it was, they were all filled with fighting spirit. If they could perish together with the world of heaven and earth, they would not let this life down. A figure rushed in from the front. It was Ying Fei. Wiping the blood off his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Reporting, the Northwest Great Array is in imminent danger. It will be broken in as short as an incense stick and as long as an hour. Sir Fu Renjie is requesting reinforcements." Li Wui turned his head around to take a look. There were no more reinforcements. Due to the urgent military situation, all the troops had been sent out. Right now, Towering Palace was under attack from all directions. The people behind him were just his personal guards who were in charge of relaying orders. They no longer had any soldiers they could use. Turning back, Li Wui coldly said, "Pass down the order. If the Northwest Array cannot be defended, tell Fu Renjie to drag a few more half-saint of demon race to the grave with him." Ying Fei's mouth squirmed a few times before he cupped his fists. "Yes!" He turned around and flew out. Li Wuyi narrowed his eyes slightly, looked up at the heaven-void cauldron, and let out a long sigh. In the end, was there still no way to reverse the situation? Soon, he withdrew his gaze, and the principles of space fluctuated around his body. His expression was solemn as he asked, "Are you afraid?" The personal guards behind him who had been following him all this time shouted, "No!" Li Wuyi grinned. "There is a great terror between life and death. Even this king is afraid, so why are you not?" The personal guards showed embarrassed expressions, and one of them said, "To be able to follow Master, even if we die on the battlefield, we will have no regrets." The others also cupped their fists and said in unison, "We are willing to live and die together with Master." Li Wuyi was in high spirits and shouted, "Good! That's the right way to think." His arms shook as he said in a deep voice, "All of you will follow this king into battle and kill the enemy." Murderous intent swept out fiercely. Master!" A personal guard suddenly shouted in a trembling voice. Li Wuyi sneered, "Are you afraid? It's normal to be afraid." "No, Master, look over there." The personal guard pointed to the sky. Li Wuyi looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The patterns on the surface of the heaven-void cauldron, which had been floating in the sky all this time, were flashing even faster. The originally clear and changeable titles were now changing at a dazzling speed, and soon the words were blurred. For so many days, the heaven-void cauldron had been in this state and had never experienced such a change. No one had expected it to change at this time. "This is..." Li Wuyi's eyes suddenly widened as he stared fixedly at the heaven-void cauldron. The flickering patterns on the surface of the heaven-void cauldron were faintly condensing into two large characters, but the light was flickering too fast for anyone to see clearly. After a moment of silence, the two blurry characters finally became clear. At a certain moment, they stopped with a bang and a dazzling light filled the entire star boundary. At that moment, the demonic chi of the star boundary seemed to be torn apart and the long-awaited light once again descended. Li Wuyi's eyes narrowed as he stared blankly at the two golden characters, his heart filled with joy. The void. Chapter 3793. The void. These two words attracted the gazes of every living being in the star boundary. At this moment, countless pairs of eyes involuntarily looked up. Whether it was the human demon or the demon race, their eyes flashed with an indescribable light. This was especially true for the natives of the star boundary. When those two words completely froze on the heaven-void cauldron, A thought almost instinctively appeared in their hearts. A new great emperors had been born in the star boundary. This thought came out of nowhere, and no one knew where it came from, but everyone believed it without a doubt. Because this was the will of the heavenly Tao to be able to witness the birth of a new great emperors in their own era. What kind of honor was this? What kind of exhilarating matter was this? The originally dispirited morale suddenly skyrocketed at this moment. Xueli, who was hiding somewhere in the demon race's army, felt his eyelids twitch. He gritted his teeth and said, "He actually succeeded." Although he learned from Jialong that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was obtained by Yang Kai in the end, Xueli still harbored a trace of hope. Yang Kai's strength wasn't enough. Even if he obtained the Genesis Empyrean fruit, he probably wouldn't be able to become one of the great emperors so quickly. At most, it would increase his strength, but he still wouldn't be a match for the demon saint. But now, it seemed that the Genesis Empyrean fruit was indeed boundless. It actually allowed that high-rank demon king to directly become one of the great emperors. Xueli clenched his teeth and shouted the moment this thought appeared in his mind. "Pass down my order. Regardless of casualties, take down the High Heaven Palace in the shortest time possible." Yang Kai had become one of the great emperors and obtained the title of Void. No one knew what kind of strength he would have when he reappeared, let alone when he would appear. What they needed to do now was to take down the High Heaven Palace as quickly as possible and soak the last pure land in the star boundary. Only then would all of their plans be considered complete. Even if Yang Kai really did have the strength of the great emperors, it would be useless. With this order, the already frenzied attacks increased by 30%. The High Heaven Palace's grand protective array wildly flashed with light, as if it could collapse at any moment. Noticing this, Li Wui hurriedly passed down the order. The surviving soldiers of the star boundary desperately resisted. Of the High Heaven Palace's various forces. While the two sides were fighting desperately, no one noticed that after the word void appeared in the sky, the heaven void cauldron suddenly collapsed and soon disappeared. In the southeast corner of the High Heaven Palace, where the GZ army and the other 5 forces had set up a defense, Hyoji was sitting in the middle of the army. His expression was solemn as he gave out orders one after another. He had been fighting for many days, so he had not had a single moment of rest. His mind was operating at an extremely fast speed as he thought of a plan to defeat the enemy. Unfortunately, under the frenzied attacks of the demon race, all he could do was passively defend with the few troops he had. "Army Master, the Grand Formation won't be able to hold on for much longer." A Yao general from Soaring Eagle Town rushed over. His excessive consumption of energy made it impossible for him to stand steadily. As he spoke, he even fell down in front of Hyoji. As soon as his voice fell, a sound of the formation being overwhelmed came from the other side, and then the sound of cracking could be heard incessantly. Hyoji raised his head and looked over, his expression changing drastically. He saw cracks appear on the light curtain of the grand formation in the southeast corner, quickly spreading out in all directions. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw Hua Qingxi floating in midair, holding the sect master's seal in her hand and urging the power of the High Heaven Palace's spirit vein to replenish and stabilize the grand formation. But at this moment, her face was as pale as a sheet of paper and her figure was on the verge of collapse. Although the High Heaven Palace's grand formation was powerful, it could not withstand the frenzied attacks of the demon race for such a long time. The only reason it had been able to hold on until now was thanks to the desperate efforts of the various forces in the star boundary. But at this moment, the grand formation finally could not hold on any longer. Walla, with a crisp sound, the grand formation in the southeast corner collapsed. The demon race's army poured in through the gap like a tidal wave, letting out earth-shattering roars that shook the heavens and earth. Hyoji stirred his emperor's chi and roared, "Those who invade the star boundary will be killed without mercy. Kill!" The soaring battle cries shook the world. Facing the demon race, none of the star boundary soldiers retreated, because everyone knew that the High Heaven Palace was the last place for the human race. Losing the High Heaven Palace was equivalent to losing the entire star boundary, and there was no place to retreat. Instead of being eroded by the demonic chi and becoming demonic creatures without intelligence, it was better to die on the battlefield and bite off a piece of flesh from the demon race before dying. The solemn wizard's curse sounded everywhere in the army, and the light of wizard techniques flashed, enveloping large swathes of the star boundary cultivator. Like two torrents of steel, they rushed towards each other and soon collided. Blood and severed limbs flew everywhere, and in that instant of confrontation, tens of thousands of creatures were annihilated. The huge southeast corner battlefield seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder at this moment, grinding the human race and demon race into nothingness. However, this was just the beginning. Less than 10 breaths after the southeast corner's grand formation was broken, the entire High Heaven Palace's grand formation emitted a creaking sound, and with a series of cracking sounds, the grand formation collapsed inch by inch. The all-out, decisive battle began. The demon race's army poured into the High Heaven Palace from all directions, stepping into the last pure land of the human race, bringing in the demonic chi and demon will. Close combat was a bloody and cruel scene. The High Heaven Palace's headquarters, which used to be beautiful, was instantly shattered. Many fake emperors attacked one after another, meeting the half-saints of the demon race, and fought fiercely in the sky. Even the two elders of the dragon clan couldn't sit still any longer. They turned into two huge dragons and rushed out from the Ling Shao Peak. The blood-spicy Hibiscus and Huabu hastily went up to meet them. They were locked in a fierce battle even higher up in the sky. The rumbling sound spread throughout the 4 regions of the star boundary. On the ground, it was the battlefield of the fake emperors and half-saints. The Demon King and the Emperor Realm were either in groups of 3 or 5 or fighting alone. It was either you die or I die. Somewhere on the battlefield, a huge palace was rampaging. Yang Shao and Yang Shui controlled the flowing time temple, stood on the steps of the main hall, and jointly urged the power of the endless hourglass. The 10,008 grains of flowing time great emperor's divine sand turned into dust that filled the sky. Wherever they passed, the laws of time shrouded, depriving the demon race of their senses and vitality. On the other side, Lan Xun held the Yin Yang Pagoda in her hand, and her emperor's chi surged. Every time the Yin Yang Pagoda flew out, it could collect a large number of demon race and trap them inside. Not only that, but with her as the center, a huge cage made of vines enveloped all the demon race within a radius of 1,000 feet. In the cage, vines danced, turned into sharp blades, and stabbed into the demon race's bodies, devouring their essence, chi, and soul. Soon, many of the demon race turned into withered bones. In the mountain forest, the 9 stone mongoose rampaged under the leadership of their elders. Relying on their physical advantage, they crushed countless demon races' bodies. The Wood Spirit clan followed closely behind, not leaving a single step behind. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces. On the mountain peak, Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, and Shanqing Luo formed a strange battle array. Like a sharp knife, they shuttled back and forth through the bloody and corpse-filled battlefield. Wherever they passed, the demon race fell like straws. The 4 women's cultivations had all reached the Emperor realm, and with the 4 of them working together, no one under the half-saint realm could stop them. Even a high-rank demon king could not last more than 10 breaths of time in front of them. Their performance quickly attracted the attention of others. An illusory figure shuttled through the battlefield. His cold eyes stared at the 4 of them, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He quietly approached them. Within 100 feet of this figure, the human race cultivator fell to the ground one after another before they could figure out what was going on. A moment later, this figure arrived not far from the 4 women. Without stopping, his figure flashed and a hidden attack slashed towards Xia Ningchang's neck. Su Yan, who was in the lead, frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Among the 4 women, she was the strongest and had the keenest perception. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she shook the long sword in her hand and turned towards Xia Ningchong, shouting, "Ningchong, be careful!" The battle array formed by the 4 women was completely controlled by her, so as soon as she acted, Shui Yu and the others could not help but follow suit. With a series of clanging sounds, there seemed to be a figure flashing in the void. As sparks flew, a series of delicate cries rang out one after another. In an instant, the formation was broken, and the four women were sent flying in all directions. Even with the combined strength of the four of them and the assistance of the spirit array, they were still unable to withstand even a single blow from the other party. In midair, Su Yan's heart sank. Her beautiful eyes stared in the direction of Xia Ningchang and finally saw the blurry figure of the person who had launched the sneak attack. Shadow Demon Half-Saint. Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Ningchang, quickly dodge!" At this moment, Xia Ningchang finally saw the appearance of the person who had ambushed her. It was a sinister-looking middle-aged man with a hooked nose. His entire body was shrouded in demonic qi, but before he appeared, she had not sensed it at all. After hearing Su Yan's shout, how could she not understand what kind of situation she was in? Fighting was not her strong point. She had spent most of her life cultivating in the alchemy room, and because she had the sacred spirit medicine body, alchemy was part of her cultivation. Therefore, although her emperor qi was extremely pure, she did not have much real combat experience. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such danger, but Xia Ningchang found that her mind was surprisingly calm. Seeing the shadow demon half-saint opposite her grin at her, she raised her hand and threw out the One Realm bead. This was the One Realm bead that Yang Kai had refined when he was experimenting in the lower star territory. It did not have the ability to hold people, but after all, it was a result of painstaking refinement. There was no need to circulate one's emperor qi. Just throw it out and it would display great power. The shadow demon half-saint opposite her coldly snorted and lightly blocked with a dagger in his hand. To his surprise, a huge force came from the dagger and almost sent him flying. Chapter 3794. This was not surprising, as the One Realm bead had been refined by Yang Kai using huge meteorites or dead stars. Although Xia Ningchang and the others could control them without worry, the weight of the beads was still there. Under such a situation, the shadow demon half-saint naturally suffered a small loss. However, that was all. After pausing for a moment, the shadow demon half-saint chopped down with his dagger towards Xia Ningchang's head as he sneered, "Die! Don't!" Su Yan screamed with all her might. Xia Ningchang's vision seemed to freeze at this moment, and everything around her seemed to slow down. She clearly saw Su Yan rushing towards her with all her might, and the figure of a divine rainbow phoenix appeared behind her. She saw the terrified and helpless gazes of Shuiyu and Shan Qingluo as they fell to the ground, and saw the cold light flickering on the dagger. The aura of death rushed towards her, and the sharp aura pierced through her neck, causing her entire life to flash through her mind. Then, she saw a stalwart figure suddenly appear in front of her, just like when they had first gone to a nameless valley to obtain the 9 yuan condensing dew in the central capital. That night, that kiss had caused her to be in a state of chaos, making it difficult for her to part with him. That stalwart figure was like a mountain standing in front of her, blocking all the storms for her. Xia Ningchang smiled. Surrounded by thousands of soldiers and horses, surrounded by a sea of blood and mountains of corpses, she couldn't help but feel a sense of peace and warmth in her heart. Dang! A light sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. The shadow demon half-saint's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly pulled back. Yang Kai held the black dragon spear in his hand and had no intention of chasing after him. He just stared at him quietly, and the coldness in his eyes made his opponent's heart turn cold. Their eyes met, and the shadow demon half-saint frowned. He couldn't see through Yang Kai's strength. The person standing in front of him didn't have any energy fluctuations, as if he was just an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. This phenomenon made him a little confused. Naturally, it was impossible for the other party to be an ordinary person who had never cultivated before. Just now, the huge cauldron in the sky had revealed the word void. This was an existence that had a high chance of becoming the great emperors. "Little senior sister, are you all right?" Yang Kai glanced back at Xia Ningchang and saw her smile from the bottom of her heart. She slowly shook her head and her eyes were filled with tenderness. However, There was a clear bloodstain on her fair neck and dark red blood was seeping out from it. Staring at the bloodstain, Yang Kai felt a burst of fear and felt his scalp go numb. He had rushed over as soon as he came out of the mysterious Tian temple and didn't stop at all. Fortunately, he had come in time. If he had come a little later, he wouldn't have been able to see such a sweet smile right now. His heart palpitated, and he became furious. When he turned his head again, he looked at the shadow demon half-saint with a gaze that pierced through his heart and filled with killing intent. The shadow demon half-saint coldly snorted and didn't bother with Yang Kai. His figure quickly faded and disappeared as if he had never appeared. Naive, Yang Kai coldly said. Without any movement, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Xueyu, and he thrust his spear forward. With a whoosh, the sound of something being pierced rang out. Immediately after, blood spurted out of the void and a blurry figure quickly solidified. It was the shadow demon half-saint who had just disappeared. However, at this moment, he was looking at Yang Kai with a horrified expression. He grabbed the black dragon spear that was stabbed into his chest and said in disbelief, "You!" It was as if he had seen something inconceivable. He was a shadow demon half-saint and was naturally proficient in concealment and assassination. He had never expected that he would be so easily found by his opponent and heavily injured. It was only because he couldn't estimate Yang Kai's strength that he wanted to attack Xueyu. As long as he could capture Xueyu, he could use her to restrain Yang Kai whether he killed her or captured her. However, that lightning-fast spear strike had shattered all of his hopes. He didn't even see how the spear struck him before he was hit. A mysterious force rushed into his body and wreaked havoc on his meridians and flesh. The shadow demon half-saint's heart sank. How could he not know that this was the strange true meaning of martial Dao? Gritting his teeth, he exerted force in his hand and his body retreated. He directly pulled himself out of the black dragon spear, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. He didn't dare to stay in place and his figure flickered as he tried to escape. That mysterious spear strike had completely disintegrated his fighting spirit and fighting spirit. However, before he could do anything, he saw a sky full of spear shadows coming towards him. The shadow demon was shocked and hurriedly waved the daggers in his hands to block. Ding ding dang dang dang. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the two figures crossed back and forth within a radius of less than 10 meters. After 3 breaths, the fierce battle came to a stop. Looking around, Su Yen and the others' eyes shone with surprise and joy. The black dragon spear pierced through the shadow demon's head from the forehead to the back of his head. The shadow demon half-saint's eyes widened and the horrified expression on his face was clearly visible. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, neither happy nor sad. With a shake of his spear, the shadow demon's entire body was shaken into powder. "Protect yourself," Yang Kai hurriedly instructed the 4 girls. His figure leaped and flew straight into the sky. He flew until he reached a height of 10,000 meters before he suddenly stopped. Placing the black dragon spear beside him, Yang Kai's gaze swept down. He spread out one hand and whispered, "My name is Void." His voice wasn't loud, but it resounded throughout the entire world. When that voice rang out, no matter which corner of the star boundary it was filled with this low and solemn chant. The spread out one hand slowly covered down and the low chant sounded again, reaching straight to the heart. "My Tao is the Tao of space." The hand under the cover suddenly pressed down. Annihilation. The void trembled and heaven and earth hummed. Countless tiny void cracks appeared out of thin air in a large area. The void cracks were like spirit snakes, cutting through the bodies of the demon race one after another. In the next moment, the human race soldiers who were fighting against the demon race were surprised to find that their opponents revealed extremely shocked expressions. Then, with a series of crashing sounds, they were torn apart. Blood spurted out from the pieces of corpses, drenching the heads and faces of countless people. With a single palm strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race were wiped out. The huge battlefield was cleared. What was shocking was that the human race soldiers on this battlefield were unscathed. The battlefield that was filled with endless fighting and clamoring fell into a strange silence at this moment. Everyone stared blankly at the scattered corpses in front of them. It was as if they were in a dream. The enemies who were fighting desperately just a moment ago had died without a complete corpse in the blink of an eye. In the sky, after Yang Kai's palm strike, he didn't stop. He aimed another palm strike at another location. With each strike, millions of soldiers of the demon race died under his palms. Since the beginning of the war between the two worlds, the human race and demon race had finally witnessed for the first time what kind of destructive power the great emperors could unleash on this kind of battlefield. There had never been a great emperors or demon saint who had done such a thing. Due to various constraints and unavoidable reasons, their opponents would always be each other. Even if they fought until the sky turned dark, it would never affect their respective armies. Until today, whether it was the human race or the demon race, it was the first time that they had personally witnessed the terror of the great emperors recognized by the heavenly Tao. High in the sky, Xueli's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Even though he was entangled with the two great elders of the dragon race, he could still clearly sense the movements on the battlefield below. When Yang Kai had appeared, he had sensed him. When Yang Kai had killed a shadow demon half-saint within 3 breaths, the last trace of hope in his heart had disappeared without a trace. In the past, he had looked down on him. In the past, he could only hide in front of him. Now, he really had the power of a great emperor. Now, he could fly into the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Only the great emperors could kill a shadow demon half-saint in such a short amount of time. And Yang Kai's following actions made Xueli even more furious. In just 10 breaths, the army of millions of soldiers of the demon race had been annihilated. He almost couldn't accept such a great loss. The plan that should have been the final step had been changed because of this mouse's appearance. A bad feeling lingered in his heart, causing Xueli to go completely berserk. You want to save your demon bastard? You'll have to get through this old man first. Zhu Yan roared angrily as the 1,000-foot-long dragon's tail swept over. Even Xueli didn't dare to face it head-on and had no choice but to dodge. Zhu Yan, who was already in despair, had the urge to laugh out loud at this moment. After all, anyone who saw a trace of light in a hopeless situation would be greatly comforted. The 3 demon saint of the demon race were being held back by him and Fu Tin. As long as they didn't attack, Yang Kai was an invincible existence based on his performance just now. He would probably be able to wipe out the entire demon race army below in less than 2 hours. When that time came, who would cry and who would laugh? Xueli clenched his teeth. Do you think that he can do whatever he wants just because he became one of the great emperors? Old man, have you become muddle-headed? Xueli's words had a hidden meaning. Zhu Yan was shocked when he heard this, but before he could react, he suddenly felt the presence of another great emperors appear out of nowhere. Zhu Yan paled in shock and hurriedly turned his head in the direction of Yang Kai and roared, "Watch out! I've been waiting for a long time." Yang Kai wasn't surprised at all. Instead, it was as if he had expected this. He flicked the black dragon spear and swept it horizontally. A wild power swept out, and the might of this spear seemed to even activate the will of the world. A figure was forced out and looked at him with a serious expression. Yang Kai held the spear with one arm and pointed it forward. He looked deeply at the person who had come, and an indescribable disgust and hatred flashed through his eyes as he said darkly, "Can ye?" The figure in front of him was completely wrapped in black energy. Even with Yang Kai's divine sense, he couldn't see his true appearance. He also exuded the unique presence of great emperors. Who else could it be other than Night Shadow, the great emperor Can Yi? Chapter 3795. Previously, when the Dark Heaven Palace had opened, many half-saint from the demon race had obtained a lot of information about the battle of the Great Tao from Can Yi. This undoubtedly meant that Can Yi was in the Star Realm, but he was hiding somewhere to recuperate. Since he knew this information, how could Yang Kai not be on guard against him? Can Yi had been injured because he had used himself as a bridge to connect the two realms, forcefully opening a passage between the two realms. Afterwards, he had been created by the Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen. Since then, there had been no news of him. He was obviously in seclusion to recuperate, and now the battle of the two realms had reached the most crucial moment. Whether he was willing or not, he could no longer stay out of it. As expected, when Yang Kai returned from the Dark Heaven Palace with the might of the great emperors, Night Shadow, who had been hiding in the darkness all this time, finally appeared. Black fog covered his face, and Kenyez's true appearance was hidden, but Yang Kai could clearly sense that a pair of eyes was examining him deeply from within the black fog. "You are still not one of the great emperors?" A sonorous voice came from the other side, like metal rubbing against metal. It was extremely uncomfortable when it entered his ears. "The heavens acknowledge me, so I am one of the great emperors," Yang Kai replied indifferently. Kenyi slowly shook his head. "This world is struggling at death's door. Don't rely on it. You have not reached the level of the great emperors." Yang Kai grinned. "So what? I have always liked to challenge those of a higher cultivation level, and under normal circumstances, it is always my enemies who end up in tragedy. What's more, how much strength can you display?" Though it was only a short exchange, Yang Kai still keenly grasped Kenyez's current state. His injuries had not healed. His injuries were caused by Zhan Wu Hen, and at their cultivation level, once they were injured, how could they completely recover in 3 to 5 years? Though Kenyi had been in seclusion these few years, concentrating on recuperating, the time was too short, and not enough for his injuries to completely recover. If Yang Kai did not appear, he should not have rushed out of seclusion. It was because of Yang Kai's appearance that he had no choice but to act and stop him. A meaningless struggle before death. Kenyi lowered his head to look at the battlefield below. The two great elders of the dragon race are unable to free themselves. Even if you are acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, if I were to stop you, you would definitely be too distracted to do so. And without you, the High Heaven Palace would definitely fall within 2 hours. By then, no matter how vast this world is, I'm afraid there would be no place for you all to stay. Yang Kai lowered his head slightly. "It seems like I'll have to kill you within 2 hours. You can try." When the last word fell, Kenyi suddenly raised his hand, and a 3-meter-long curved saber appeared in his hand, slashing forward. In front of him, Yang Kai appeared strangely, and the black dragon spear came straight at him. On the tip of the spear, there was a huge black ball that exuded an aura that could collapse the world. The curved blade struck the black orb, and the black orb disappeared without a trace. Kenyez's entire body shook, and he involuntarily flew backwards. This attack even caused the black fog that had been shrouding his face to dissipate, revealing a pair of astonished eyes. In the second exchange, he was actually at a slight disadvantage. Even though he had yet to recover from his heavy injuries, and was unable to display his full strength, Yang Kai's strength still shocked him. In his perception, Yang Kai had indeed not reached their level, but because of the final struggle of the heavens and earth, he had obtained the title of Great Emperors, and possessed some of the abilities of the Great Emperors. Who knew that he could actually display the power that Great Emperors should have? The dissipated black fog condensed again, blocking his strange expression, and his figure rapidly faded. Yang Kai reached out and covered him, roaring, "In the name of the void, form the lock of the heavens and earth, seal." Walalala. A strange sound came from the void, and streaks of invisible void power gathered to the point that they were visible to the naked eye. With Yang Kai as the center, they suddenly spread out in all directions. In the blink of an eye, those streaks of transparent chains completely sealed off the heavens and earth within a radius of 10,000 miles, turning into a gigantic cage. Kenyez's figure slowly appeared in a corner of the cage, and like a ghost, he quietly floated in midair, not saying a single word. Yang Kai pointed his spear forward and roared, "Kenyi! Today either you die or I die." As his words fell, multiple spatial cracks appeared in this gigantic cage. Inside the cage, the heavens and earth collapsed, and only Kenyez's side was unaffected. Kenyi was moved and said darkly, "You're crazy." From Yang Kai's tone, he could hear the determination. In other words, Yang Kai was not trying to scare him, but really wanted to fight him to the death here. This was simply unreasonable. At their level, it was extremely difficult to determine life and death in a one-on-one battle, especially when he himself was one of the great emperors recognized by the heavens and earth. Furthermore, even if this world was completely corroded, with Yang Kai's current strength, nothing would happen to him, so he could not understand why Yang Kai was acting like this. If you're not mad demon, you won't live. Yang Kai looked coldly at Can Yi. Less nonsense, die. He clenched his hand towards Can Yi, and the countless spatial cracks in the cage instantly shot towards Can Yi like a group of snakes coming out of their holes. Can Yi slashed down with his curved blade, and the strike full of the power of the heavens and earth looked ordinary, but was extremely mysterious. His body was like a reef in the sea, towering and unmoving. Those spatial cracks involuntarily slid past him, and he was actually unharmed. At the same time, Yang Kai had already arrived with his spear, and before he arrived, he spat a mouthful of blood essence onto the black dragon spear. Two resounding dragon roars rang out almost at the same time. The dazzling golden divine dragon's essence flashed, and the black dragon spear also transformed into a gigantic black dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards Can Yi. That ancient presence seemed to pull people into an extremely distant era, shocking their minds. Can Yi's expression changed slightly, and as his figure swayed, he actually turned into countless figures. Every figure was exactly the same as him, and even the presence they exuded was flawless. Countless Can Yi waved the curved blades in their hands, and a low chant rang out, "Shadow dance kill!" Blade light flashed, and a huge dragon roared. The black dragon's image crumbled and turned back into the black dragon spear, colliding with the blade light. Ding ding dang dang sounds rang out incessantly, and the void collapsed as heaven and earth turned upside down. If it weren't for the cage that Yang Kai had set up beforehand, the clash between the two great emperors would have been enough to shatter the heaven and earth within a radius of several million miles. Only Yang Kai could set up such a sealing cage. His Dao was the Dao of space, so he had a unique advantage in this kind of matter. If it had been any other great emperors, they wouldn't have been able to do this. The aftermath of the clash wantonly spread out in the cage, and the heaven and earth within the cage completely collapsed, turning into chaos. The two armies below even stopped fighting because of this, and raised their heads to look up. Many half-saint false emperors even distanced themselves from each other, quietly watching. Everyone knew that the battle between Yang Kai and Can Yi would definitely affect the survival of the Star Realm. Although the battle between the two great elders of the dragon race and Shueli and the others was also related to the overall situation, the five of them had already fought countless times. Every time they were evenly matched, and no one could do anything to the other. This time would probably be the same. Only Yang Kai's side had a chance of survival. However, although they were paying close attention, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. Inside the cage of heaven and earth, there was only violent power sweeping out, and the aura of chaos pervaded the air. Occasionally, two figures would flash by, and even their appearances couldn't be seen clearly. So how could they tell who was better and who was worse? "General Master, what's the situation?" A legion commander quietly snuck up beside Li Wui and asked seriously. If there was anyone in the Star Realm who could see the situation of the battle, it would be Li Wui. No one else had the qualifications to do so. Unexpectedly, Li Wui also shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "I can't see clearly." The legion commander was speechless. If even Li Wui couldn't see clearly, didn't that mean that Yang Kai had really reached the level of great emperors? How could the false emperors predict the battle between great emperors? With this thought, the legion commander's spirits were lifted. A loud boom came from the huge cage, and in the chaotic heaven and earth, the two entangled figures finally separated. A series of exclamations came from all over the world. Under the attention of many false emperors, Yang Kai's face was pale, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he had been injured. Even so, Yang Kai was still smiling, and his indifferent voice sounded, "Night Shadow great emperors are just also." As soon as he said this, everyone in the Star Realm was shocked. They turned to look in Can Yi's direction, and couldn't help but gape. Because at this very moment, the black fog that had been shrouding Can Yi's face had actually disappeared, revealing an extremely ordinary face. That face didn't have the slightest bit of peculiarity, and if thrown into a crowd, probably no one would give it a second look. That face looked to be about 40 years old, and was a male's face. This was the true appearance of the great emperors of Night Shadow. No one had ever seen what the great emperors of Night Shadow looked like. Even other great emperors had never seen him before, and they didn't even know whether he was a man or a woman. Until now, under the gaze of the great army of the Star Realm, Kenye's appearance was known to the whole world. Chi, a sound was heard. Kenye lowered his head to look, and his eyes narrowed slightly. There was a foot-long wound on his waist, and blood was spurting out. A strange power was growing at the wound, and it was like a maggot in his bones, causing him to feel uneasy. The short and hurried exchange just now was actually a situation where both sides were injured. With a cold humph, Kenye activated his own power and suppressed and sealed the true intent of martial arts that had invaded his body. This true intent of martial arts was extremely difficult to deal with. Even if he was one of the great emperors, it wasn't easy to dissolve it. Now that Yang Kai was eyeing him covetously, how could he give him the time to dissolve it calmly? Naturally, he could only suppress it first. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai said with a solemn expression, "The test ends here. Kenye, next year on this day, it will be the anniversary of your death." Arrogant Junior. A hint of anger appeared on Kenye's face. Obviously, he was greatly angered by Yang Kai's shameless boasting. "Arrogant or not, eat my spear first," Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. His feet moved, and his spear shot out like a dragon, ignoring the obstruction of space. Chapter 3796. Seeing that Yang Kai was injured, the hearts of the many elites of the Star Realm and the countless soldiers below couldn't help but jump to their throats. But the next scene made their eyes light up. When that spear shot out, Kenye's expression changed again. He felt as if the will of the whole world was pressing down on him. Even though he was as strong as the great emperors, he actually felt some difficulty in breathing. He hastily parried, but a huge force came at him head-on, and he couldn't help but fly backwards. Yang Kai followed him like a shadow, and his spear was heavier than the last. His expression was calm, but his attacks were ruthless and merciless. Hong hong hong. One fierce attack after another actually caused Kenye to be somewhat exhausted from parrying. His figure continuously moved about within that gigantic cage, yet he was unable to break free from it in the end. Under everyone's gaze, the great emperors were instantly suppressed and completely at a disadvantage. Everyone was in an uproar. No one had expected such a scene. Even though they knew that Yang Kai already had the power of the great emperors, Kenye had been famous for a long time. Even if Yang Kai had the power to fight him, it was hard to say who would win in the end. However, looking at the current situation, Yang Kai had the upper hand. Kenye's injuries are probably not light. A thoughtful look flashed through Li Wuyi's eyes. The army commander who came to his side earlier said, "In that case, it's not that Kenye is inferior to Yang, Void Master, but because his injuries haven't healed yet?" Li Wuyi nodded. "That should be the case. Or maybe it's because of the momentum." Yang Kai wanted to save the Star Realm, so he could only end the battle within 2 hours, so he naturally didn't hold back. But Kenye was different. He only needed to stall for time, and there was no need to fight to the death with Yang Kai. Once the High Heaven Palace was completely eroded, then no matter how strong Yang Kai was, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. One was using all his strength while the other was holding back. In addition, Kenye was injured, so it wasn't strange for such a situation to occur. Arrogant Junior. Within the cage, Kenye's suppressed growl was heard, as if enraged. "Don't go too far." Yang Kai didn't answer. His boundless fighting spirit burned fiercely, and there was also the dense killing intent that was locked onto Kenye. "Alright, since that's the case, we'll do as you wish." As Kenye shouted angrily, his other empty hand suddenly clenched in the air, and another curved saber leisurely appeared. With both sabers in his hands, the aura on Kenye's body suddenly changed. Invisibly, the will of heaven and earth gathered on his body, crossing and blocking in front of him. Boom! A loud sound rang out. Kenye, who had been constantly retreating and falling into a disadvantageous position, actually stood firmly in place at this moment. Yang Kai pressed down with his spear, and the black dragon's spear rubbed against the two curved blades, producing an ear-piercing sound as dazzling sparks flowed out. There was only a distance of 3 zhang between them. When their eyes met, one flew into a rage while the other's aura was as deep as the abyss. Around the two of them, their 4 extremities were shattered. This lord is also one of the great emperors recognized by the star realm. The mighty power of heaven and earth isn't something you can mobilize. Kenye roared. The reason why great emperors were called great emperors was because they were recognized by heaven and earth. They carried the will of heaven and earth and could mobilize the mighty power of heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference between great emperors and ordinary venerable sovereigns. Yang Kai grinned maliciously. So what? As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force in his hand. On the dragon bone in his spine, the newly condensed Dao seal glowed brightly, and boundless mighty power gathered on his body. The deadlock was instantly broken, and Kenye retreated step by step. The sudden change caused Kenye's expression to change greatly, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" In that instant, he actually felt that the connection between him and heaven and earth had weakened by a sliver. On the other hand, the mighty power of heaven and earth on Yang Kai's side had suddenly increased by a bit. If that wasn't the case, the balance wouldn't have been broken. Yang Kai looked at him with pity. "Nothing is impossible. You've abandoned this heaven and earth, and you think this heaven and earth will still allow you to do whatever you want?" The force in his hand increased again, and a ring of vibration suddenly spread out. Kenye was suddenly blasted away like a shooting star, and he spat out blood in midair. Yang Kai stood in the air, his voice indifferent. "The heaven and earth have a spirit. Kenye, do you still not understand? If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, the Dark Heaven Palace wouldn't have been opened at the last moment of the Star Realm's survival. If the heaven and earth didn't have a spirit, Yang Kai wouldn't have been protected by the mystery realm of heaven and earth after fighting for the origin heavenly fruit. The heaven and earth were constantly paying attention to these billions of living beings, and the invisible heavenly Tao could always guide the clearest path at the most crucial moment." Kenye stopped, wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "If the heaven and earth had a spirit, how could it allow this lord to become one of the great emperors? Don't say such nonsense." Yang Kai sneered. "Don't you know in your heart whether it's nonsense or not? Since you've turned your back on the great Tao of heaven and earth, then please return everything you've obtained from this heaven and earth." The moment he finished speaking, a huge crack suddenly split open in the air behind Yang Kai. The crack's shape was strange, and it looked like an eye indifferently watching Kenye. Kenye couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the huge eye in the sky in horror. When they looked at each other, the connection between him and the heaven and earth actually quickly weakened. Yang Kai opened his arms, a strange expression appearing on his face. The invisible power of the heaven and earth gathered in his body, and the black dragon's spear in his hand emitted waves of dragon roars. "Kenye!" All of a sudden, Yang Kai roared, his face ferocious. "Although you have the bloodline of the demon race, you were born in the star realm and grew up in the star realm. It's this heaven and earth that gave you the honor you have today. It's this heaven and earth that allowed you to become a human sovereign. It's fine if you don't think of repaying it, but now you've abandoned the heaven and earth, abandoned all living beings, and led foreign enemies to invade. Death is truly not to be regretted. Today, this Lord will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." The black dragon's spear stabbed into the air, and he formed a seal with one hand. An incomparably mysterious mark suddenly appeared behind him. "Dao seal." Kenye's eyes widened, and he looked at Yang Kai with extreme shock. "What are you doing?" He was also one of the great emperors, so he naturally understood what a Dao seal was. This was the crystallization of a great emperor's lifetime of power, which was almost equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast would spit out its own inner core to attack a strong enemy in a desperate situation. That was the struggle of a trapped beast. If one was lucky, they might be able to turn defeat into victory, but if one was unlucky, then the result would be the scattering of their soul. Could be said that the monster beast's method was a double-edged sword. A single mistake and they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Kenyi had been one of the great emperors for so many years, but he had never seen anyone release a Tao seal from their body. But then again, the great emperors of the Star Realm hadn't fought with each other in all these years. At most, they had sparred with each other a few times, and it was unknown to the public. During sparring, no one would easily release a Tao seal. So, this was also the first time he had seen someone use such an attack. That Tao seal had a flowing halo that flickered in and out of existence, just like the law of space that Yang Kai controlled. It was unfathomable and strange, and from that Tao seal, an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuated. Everyone who saw this Tao seal couldn't help but feel a chill. They had no doubt that if this thing was struck in the Star Realm, it was very possible that it could destroy a territory. The power of heaven and earth gathered madly in that Tao seal, causing that Tao seal to become brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a small sun was hanging in the sky, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. There is not much time. This one strike will decide life and death. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, as if the Tao seal in front of him wasn't the most important thing to him, but a secret treasure that could be casually thrown out. But it was this indifference that made Kenyi feel terrified. If it was possible, Yang Kai wouldn't be willing to take such a risk. He had just obtained a fated opportunity and had a chance of peering into the mysteries of the peak of martial arts, so he naturally cherished his own wings. But now, time waited for no one. If he continued to tangle with Kenyi, though he was confident that he could win, it was definitely not something that could be resolved in a short time. Only this way, only this kind of risk could settle the matter in one fell swoop. With a decision in his heart, he didn't hesitate anymore. Even if it would damage the foundation of his great Tao, he wouldn't hesitate. Go. As he spoke, Yang Kai pointed, and that dazzling Tao seal slowly floated towards Kenyi. It wasn't fast, and it looked like any ordinary person could dodge it. But in Kenyi's vision, it was as if the whole Star Realm was pressing towards him. He couldn't dodge it. That was an attack that gathered a huge amount of the world's mighty power, and it was launched by a Tao seal. No one in the world could dodge such an attack. He could only block it with his life. With a furious roar, Kenyi gritted his teeth and pointed forward. In front of his fingertips, a seal also appeared. This seal looked a little similar to Yang Kai's Tao seal, both mysterious and unparalleled, but it was pitch black, and the whole Tao seal gave off a feeling of both sharpness and concealment. This was Kenyi's Tao, the Tao of assassination and concealment. Under the attention of countless pairs of eyes, the two Tao seals approached each other. They collided soundlessly, and black and white light filled the sky, turning into two huge semicircles of different colors that faced off against each other. Yang Kai and Kenyi both spat out blood, their bodies and minds shaking. Under everyone's nervous gazes, that white suddenly expanded and invaded the black territory. In the blink of an eye, the black quickly melted and was completely filled with white light. It was as if the two armies had decided victory and defeat, and the black army was defeated like a landslide, utterly defeated. In the world, Kenyi's unwilling roar rang out. The blazing white light enveloped the void and gradually dissipated, and everyone's vision recovered. Everyone looked over nervously. In the sky, two figures stood in the air. The cage that Yang Kai had set up was now gone. Although it was formed by borrowing the power of heaven and earth, it still couldn't withstand the impact of the two great emperors' Tao seals, and had long dissipated. In the void, a huge black hole appeared, and this world seemed to be missing a large piece. However, it was also thanks to the obstruction of that cage, or it would have been missing more than that. At this moment, the two figures in the sky were in a sorry state. Yang Kai was bleeding from all 7 orifices, and his face was pale. Kenyi's hair was disheveled like a ghost, and his whole person was on the verge of collapse. Everyone was shocked. They thought it would be an unprecedented battle, a fierce battle, but who knew that after Yang Kai struck out with his Dao seal, the outcome was decided in less than 10 breaths' time. This speed was simply shocking. This was a battle between great emperors, so how could it end in such a short time? Chapter 3797. However, at first glance, it was impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Panting sounds were heard as Yang Kai's chest heaved. He reached out and grasped the black dragon spear beside him. His face was full of reminiscence as he said in a low voice, "This spear is for this beautiful universe that gave birth to us and raised us." When he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of Ken Yi, firing a spear. Ken Yi raised his sabers to parry, but it was as if he had lost all his strength. The two curved sabers hadn't even been completely raised when his body shook. The black dragon spear had already pierced through his lower abdomen and came out through his body. A violent power exploded from his back, blasting his clothes into shreds, and a huge bloody hole appeared on his back. Ken Ye's eyes widened as he stared at Yang Kai, who was standing in front of him. Grinding his teeth, he said in a deep voice, "This king is Night Shadow Emperor." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. He pulled out his spear, drawing a large amount of blood, and suddenly stabbed out again. His voice was indifferent. "This spear is for the billions of lives that died in the star world." With a whoosh, the black dragon spear pierced through his heart. Ken Ye's body shook again. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth, and his throat gurgled. This lord has roamed the star world for tens of thousands of years. The spear rose again, and Yang Kai's indifferent voice suddenly became louder as he complained with blood and tears. "This spear is for Bright Moon Master." That sorrowful voice resonated with the entire star world. With a crack, lightning flashed, and heavy rain fell from the sky without warning. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as the spear struck towards Ken Ye's head. With one strike, the head exploded, and red and white matter sputtered in all directions. Ka-cha-cha! The lightning danced more and more fiercely, and the rain fell more and more rapidly, washing away this filthy world. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be a faint sigh, and the huge crack behind Yang Kai that was like a heavenly eye slowly closed at this moment. No one announced or informed, but in this instant, a trace of understanding appeared in the hearts of every living thing in the star world. The great emperors had fallen. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and stood there, taking a deep breath. An unprecedented joy in his heart made him unable to help but howl at the sky. His howl rolled like thunder, and combined with the sound of thunder, it shook people's eardrums. It wasn't that killing a great emperor's made him so happy, but that he had finally avenged Ming Yu's blood feud. Ming Yu's death in the Eternal Heaven continent was caused by the joint efforts of many demon saints, but the real fatal blow was given by Ken Yi. Yang Kai had watched that battle from a distance and saw it clearly. If Ken Yi hadn't suddenly appeared at the last moment and launched a sneak attack on Ming Yu Great Emperor, Ming Yu might have had a chance to survive. After all, he had been on guard against all the devil saints at that time, but he had not been on guard against Ken Yi appearing in the Eternal Heaven. It was also because of that battle that Yang Kai received Ming Yu's favor and the world's favor that he was able to walk to the end of the Battle of the Great Tao and obtain the Origin Heavenly Fruit. Could be said that his achievements today were all thanks to Ming Yu's great emperors. Since he had received their favor, he naturally had to avenge them. Unfortunately, he wasn't strong enough before. Even if he wanted to, he was powerless. Now that the heavens had given him such a good opportunity, how could Yang Kai miss it? Only at this moment did Yang Kai feel that the burden that had been weighing on his heart had finally been lifted. Amidst the rolling howls, the demon race army was like quails without a nest in winter, shivering. The expressions of many spectating half-saint changed, and fear overflowed on their faces. Inside the high heaven palace, on a mountain peak full of corpses, Lan Sun stared at the headless corpse in the sky. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she knelt on the ground with a plop, crying loudly, "Father, Ken Yi is dead. Rest in peace." Not far behind her, Xiao Chun, who was covered in blood and holding a long sword, stared blankly ahead. His heart was full of bitterness. Was the gap between them already so big? I'm afraid I won't be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Angry roars came from the clouds, mixed with the resounding roars of dragons. Looking at the sky, 5 figures were entangled with each other at an unknown height, gradually moving further and further away from each other. Kenyi Wang, Shueli, and the others were both frightened and didn't dare to stay any longer. Naturally, they immediately fled. Otherwise, when Yang Kai came back to his senses, they wouldn't be able to leave even if they wanted to. The 2 great elders of the dragon race were already evenly matched with them. If Yang Kai was added, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Moreover, they were also frightened by Yang Kai's reckless fighting style just now. The 3 of them had fought with the 2 great elders of the dragon race many times, but they never dared to release their seals to kill the enemy. Yang Kai, this guy, had just become one of the great emperors, and he was already so daring. He simply couldn't be judged with common sense. As soon as the 3 demon saints retreated, the morale of the demon race army on the battlefield immediately collapsed. The half-saint followed closely behind, and the demon race army on the ground naturally collapsed. After being bullied and forced by the demon race for many years and fleeing countless times, the army of the astral realm had long been suppressing a bellyful of anger. Moreover, just now, even the last pure land of the astral realm had almost been invaded. At this time, how could they easily let the demon race go? The remaining astral realm army immediately swarmed out of the high heaven palace and chased after the enemy in all directions, leaving millions of corpses in their wake. What made all the demon race slightly relieved was that Yang Kai had been standing in the same spot without moving after killing Kenyi. Not only did he not go to help the 2 great elders of the dragon race, he didn't even pay attention to the retreating demon race army. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't want to pay attention to them. If possible, he naturally wanted to make the demon race army completely stay here, and with his current power, it was possible for him to do so. Previously, Kenyi had come out to obstruct him, and now that even Kenyi was dead, who in this world could stop him? However, in the battle with Kenyi, although he had killed a strong enemy, he had also paid a great price. The hidden danger caused by the collision of Dao seals was no small matter. The Dao seal that was originally imprinted in the dragon bones and emitted a bright light couldn't help but become somewhat dim at this moment. After all, Kenyi was also one of the great emperors. Although he was abandoned by the world at the last moment and could no longer mobilize the mighty power of the world in this side of the world, his own power was still there. He had fought with his life on the line, causing a great shock to Yang Kai. And after that, Yang Kai had shot out 3 consecutive spears. Those 3 spears looked very ordinary, extremely ordinary, but how could the 3 spears that could kill the great emperors be so simple? Almost every spear shot had taken a great deal of Yang Kai's energy. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. If Shueli and the others were a little braver, and broke free from Zhu Yan and Fu Tian to come find him, he wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Under inner sight, not only was the Dao seal in the dragon bones dim, but it also showed signs of crumbling. Yang Kai was truly scared out of his wits. If his Dao seal really crumbled like this, then he would be the shortest-lived great emperors in history. He had just stepped out of the dark heaven palace, and his Dao foundation had crumbled in less than half a day. How could he dare hesitate? He hurriedly thought of a way to stabilize his Dao seal. And in front of him, Kenyi's headless corpse strangely didn't fall. Instead, it gradually melted like a snowflake under the sun. Not long after, Kenyi's corpse melted without a trace. The fortune of heaven and earth that he had once seized in the dark heaven palace returned to the star realm. Those with low strength couldn't sense it, but those above false emperor level could sense that there was something else in the world. That thing was extremely mysterious, and if they could take the opportunity to comprehend it, they would definitely benefit immensely. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, half a day had already passed. Night had fallen, and the world was dark. Devil intent wreaked havoc in the universe, and even the sky was hazy. The stars, sun, and moon couldn't be seen. With a glance, he saw a large group of people standing in front of him, and the leaders were Zhu Yan and Fu Tian. "How is it?" Fu Tian asked nervously. Although she and Zhu Yan were tangled in a fight with the three demon saint, they were also clear of Yang Kai's movements. Naturally, they knew how Yang Kai killed Qin Yi at the last moment. They were all extremely worried, afraid that something would happen to Yang Kai's Dao seal. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled. It's fine. Thank you for your concern, second elder. Although the Dao seal was still a little dim at this moment, at least there was no risk of it collapsing. As long as it slowly cultivated in the future, it would naturally recover. But if it was the same as before, Kai Yang didn't dare to use it again. Previously, he was forced by the situation, and he was also a little fearless. Now that he understood the dangers involved, Yang Kai had to be a little more cautious. It's good that you're fine. Zhu Yan let out a long breath, and his worried heart finally relaxed. The young man in front of him was now not only the great emperors of the star boundary, but also the dragon god of the dragon race. This matter concerned the survival of the dragon race and the entire star boundary, so how could Zhu Yan not be nervous? Li Wu-yi and his colleagues greet the Void Master. Behind Zhu Yan, Li Wu-yi, whose white clothes were dyed red with blood, stepped forward and bowed. Behind him, a group of Star Boundary false emperors and half-saint of demon race who had defected to the Star Boundary said in unison, "We greet the Void Master. Senior, you." Yang Kai was caught off guard and hurriedly helped Li Wu-yi up. Chapter 3798. At the back of the crowd, Lan Sun walked up with red eyes and bowed gracefully. "Many thanks to Void Master for avenging my father's death. Star Soul Palace is deeply grateful." Yang Kai smiled bitterly again. "Junior sister Lan is too serious. I have received Master Bright Moon's kindness and have achieved what I have today. How could I not do my best?" Hearing him call her junior sister Lan as usual, Lan Sun almost burst into tears again. "In the future, if brother has any errands, my Star Soul Palace will definitely not refuse." Xiao Chun, who was following closely behind her, couldn't help but feel a trace of sadness and helplessness. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said, "Let's talk about future matters in the future. Right now, we have to get through this crisis first." While speaking, Yang Kai's thoughts flickered, and everyone present felt their vision blur. Before they could react, they suddenly appeared on top of a high mountain. Turning their heads, they saw that this mountain peak was the High Firmament Peak. They couldn't help but be moved. They were all on the battlefield a few hundred kilometers away from the High Heaven Palace. Being able to appear here in an instant was undoubtedly Yang Kai's doing. But thinking about how Yang Kai was now a great emperor, it was understandable. Only the great emperors could do such a thing. As far as the eye could see, the entire towering palace was in shambles. Under the attack of the demon race, the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was broken. The demon race poured in from all directions and fought a decisive battle with the Star Boundary's people on this last piece of land, resulting in countless casualties on both sides. At this moment, the entire High Heaven Palace was piled with countless human and demon corpses. This place, which used to be a beautiful place, was now like an Azura purgatory. The demon land had already expanded to the High Heaven Palace, and the High Heaven Palace was now filled with demon intent. If left alone, this last piece of land would be destroyed in a short time. At that time, there would be no place for the human race in the astral boundary. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai slowly floated in the air with a solemn expression. Invisible Taoist connotation flowed out from him, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of worship. Pairs of eyes couldn't help but lose focus. Boom! Yang Kai felt a silent shock in the depths of his heart. His hands flew up and quickly formed a seal. Until now, no one had been able to understand what it was. As the seals changed, with Kai Yang as the center, waves of air visible to the naked eye began to ripple outwards. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and look around in amazement. They saw that wherever the ripples passed, the scattered demonic chi in the High Heaven Palace seemed to be pushed out and rolled out with the ripples. In the beginning, the frequency of the ripple spreading was not high, and the speed was not fast, but as time passed, The ripples continued to expand and soon spread throughout the entire high heaven palace, continuing to expand outwards. A deep and solemn voice resounded throughout the world. In the name of the void, return the light to this heaven and earth. Disperse. Asterisk boom. Asterisk waves of air exploded, and a halo of incomparably solid light emerged from beneath Yang Kai's feet and spread in all directions. Wherever the halo covered, the demon intent was eliminated, and the demon land melted away, returning the earth to its original appearance. Even the haze that had been shrouding the high heaven palace was unable to resist the baptism of this heaven and earth. A huge hole appeared in the sky, and dazzling sunlight shone down from the sky, giving people the illusion that they had come to another world. The expansion of the demon intent didn't just transform the land of the star boundary into the demon land, it also devoured the spiritual auspicious aura of the heavens and earth. Although Yang Kai could now borrow the power of the heavens and earth to expel the demon intent and reduce the size of the demon land, he couldn't get back what he had lost. 1,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 100,000 kilometers, 1,000,000 kilometers. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, with the high heaven palace as the center, the demon intent within 1,000,000 kilometers was completely purged. While speaking, a humming sound suddenly came from the heavens and earth, followed by an ethereal aura rising from the east. Although this aura wasn't strong, it caused everyone's heart to skip a beat as a feeling of unease welled up in their hearts. It's about time. Yang Kai took a deep breath as he looked towards the east and suddenly shouted, "Mo Shang, get out of the star boundary, or this king will make you rest here forever." As soon as the name Mo Shang came out, Li Wu Yi and the two elders from the dragon race paled and hurriedly followed Yang Kai's gaze. They had heard of this name from Yang Kai before, so they knew what it meant. This was the great demon god of the demon territory. The reason why the demon territory became the demon territory was related to this person. The last time Yang Kai returned from the demon territory, he had told them about his encounter with Mo Shang's doppelganger, so they had been on guard against him. However, the war of the two realms had been going on for so long, but they hadn't seen the so-called great demon god cause any trouble. Only the disappearance of the great emperors seemed to be related to him. No one had expected that at the critical moment when the dark clouds of the star boundary were about to be parted, this guy would actually show up. Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. According to the information brought back by Yang Kai, Mo Shang wanted to devour the star boundary's spirit aura to heal his wounds, but now he had failed at the last moment. Even the demon intent corroding the star boundary and the demon land were being purified and forced back by Yang Kai, so how could he hold himself back? Whether he was willing or not, he had to show up. However, this was the terrifying existence that had once killed the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. He was also a strange powerhouse that came from outside the universe. Even though he hadn't recovered yet, no one dared to underestimate him. Except for Li Wuyi and the two elders of the dragon race. The others didn't know what Yang Kai meant when he said, "Mo Shang." However, they soon understood. The demonic chi of the entire star boundary was converging towards the east, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, an incomparably huge figure slowly appeared in the east. The figure's head reached the sky and its feet stepped on the ground. The demonic chi around its body was tumbling and squirming, and the strange demonic chi from before was transmitted from this figure. However, unlike the weak demonic chi at first, this demonic chi had become extremely terrifying. Moreover, as the demonic chi of the entire star boundary converged, a sensational pressure descended from the sky. Even though it was far away, the huge figure still gave everyone a feeling of invincibility. It could even be said that they couldn't even think of going against it. Everyone paled in horror. The two elders of the dragon race also looked extremely dignified. They were shocked to find that, in terms of demonic chi alone, this huge shadow was stronger and more terrifying than any of the great emperors. The giant shadow roared and thunder rolled. Slowly, a huge face emerged from its head. Chapter 3799. When the laughter came to an end, the The demonic chi that filled the sky also rapidly shrank, causing the huge figure to become even more solid. I have never seen someone like you who dares to speak such arrogant words in front of this king. Yang Kai coldly replied, "It's not too late to see it now." Emo Sheng smiled gently, his huge eyes sizing up Yang Kai from thousands of kilometers away before gently nodding. "Not bad, Yang Kai. If you want to live, this king advises you not to make a move, otherwise, you will regret it for the rest of your life." Shameless boasting. Yang Kai coldly snorted. "If you were at your peak, I would naturally not be your opponent. But now, how much of your strength can you display at your peak?" Emo Sheng was slightly pained as he said earnestly, "Don't be so stubborn. Enough nonsense, since you don't want to retreat. You can stay here forever." Yang Kai angrily shouted as he pushed his hands outwards, as if he was pushing an invisible door. Following this action, the pure land that had already spread to a radius of 1,000,000 square meters suddenly expanded outwards, more than doubling in size in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the speed was extremely fast, as if it could restore the entire star boundary in a single breath. "Idiot!" Emo Sheng slowly shook his head, a touch of anger appearing on his huge face, as he lost interest in continuing to communicate with Yang Kai. Raising his two palms that seemed to cover the sky, he gently hugged them. The expanding pure land suddenly came to a halt, and even Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as he gritted his teeth and desperately urged his world energy. As the only great emperors in this world, he could clearly feel that following Emo Sheng's careless action, his own world energy was instantly suppressed. The expanding pure land actually showed signs of being compressed back into its original size. Yang Kai was shocked. Was this the power of the great demon god? And the huge figure in front of him was only condensed from the boundless demonic chi, so it could not be considered the great demon god's true body. In other words, it could not display the great demon god's full strength. If a figure condensed from the demonic chi could do this, then how mighty was the great demon god at his peak? How unfathomable were the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, who could shatter his body, and the person who had severely injured the great demon god in the beginning? All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Open!" Tao and the will of the world, the only remaining great emperors of the star boundary and the great demon god's battlefield, colliding with the great demon god. No one was able to observe the details of this battle, but as time passed, huge spatial cracks appeared one after another. The entire world seemed to be unable to bear the burden and was about to collapse at any moment. Everyone's face. A battle of this level had even surpassed the battle of life and death between Yang Kai and Ken Yi, reaching a level that they could not understand. Although the battle between Yang Kai and Ken Yi was fierce, at the very least, they were able to see and get a general idea of what was going on. However, in this fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger, no one knew what had happened, so they naturally didn't know who was stronger and who was weaker. But looking at Yang Kai's expression, everyone knew that Yang Kai was definitely under unimaginable pressure. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared in the void. They were like pitch-black pythons swimming in the heavens and earth, making people feel uneasy and terrified. The demon land made a comeback, and Yang Kai's previous hard work turned into nothing bit by bit. 2 hours later, the demonic chi that had retreated gathered again in everyone's field of vision, and slowly pressed towards the high heaven palace. Yang Kai stared deeply at Emo Sheng, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, forming a faint smile. If Emo Sheng really had the strength to fight, how could he command the experts of the demon race to meet the enemy? With his strength, he could easily kill many fake emperors of the star boundary on the spot. But in fact, after seeing the fake emperors of the star boundary rush over, the ones to fight were the half-saint. This undoubtedly showed that Emo Sheng had no time to care about other things at this moment. Of course, this could also be related to his injuries. The reason why the demon race invaded the star boundary was so that he could devour the star boundary's spiritual energy to recover. Now that the star boundary was still preserved, his injuries should not be completely healed. What's more, at this moment he was just a body condensed from demonic chi, not a physical body at all. It's more than enough to deal with you. Emotion smiled indifferently, unmoved. Asterisk Kachacha. Asterisk the world continued to buzz and tremble. Every corner of the star boundary felt like the world was falling apart. The Pure Land's range was constantly being suppressed, while the Demon Land continued to expand. Yang Kai clenched his teeth, and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Although he struggled to hold on in the sky, he was on the verge of collapse. He was not a match. He could not match Mo Shang's strength at all by himself. If this continued, he was afraid that he would be defeated in less than an hour. At that time, the star boundary would definitely cease to exist. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai could not help but feel a sense of powerlessness. But at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. An unfamiliar consciousness suddenly woke up, and as this consciousness woke up, an indifferent voice suddenly came from somewhere in the east. "Who is it that is disturbing this queen's slumber?" The voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. The expressions of everyone who was fighting changed, and they looked towards the east in bewilderment. Yang Kai was also looking in that direction, and his heart was extremely shocked. Although it was just a sentence without the slightest trace of power, he could feel an enormous majesty from it. It was as if a pair of lofty eyes had opened, silently watching all living things. And the strength of the owner of this pair of eyes was definitely unfathomable. But how was this possible? Currently, in the entire star boundary, besides him, only the two elders from the dragon race possessed the strength of the great emperors. So when did such a terrifying existence appear in the star boundary? Even he had not noticed it. One had to know that he was now one of the great emperors and possessed the will of the world. With a single thought, nothing in this world could escape his perception. But before this voice sounded, he had not noticed it at all. Even if it was because he was focusing all of his attention on dealing with the great demon god, it was still inconceivable. What surprised him the most, though, was that this voice belonged to a woman. It was indifferent, ethereal, and a little familiar. He vaguely felt that he had heard it somewhere before, but he could not recall where. At the same time, the huge body of the great demon god, who was confronting him, suddenly trembled, and a trace of anger appeared on the giant face that had always been smiling as he roared, "This aura? It's you!" A roar rolling across the heavens and earth resounded. Boundless anger swept out from the huge body, making all the living beings in the world feel as if they were in the mouth of a volcano. The volcano seemed to be able to erupt with blazing flames at any time. "Why are you here?" the great demon god questioned, but soon frowned again. "No, it's not you, you are." A thoughtful look appeared on the giant face, but it soon relaxed. "So that's how it is? Ha ha ha. So you didn't have a good ending either. Good, very good." Following his laughter, a pair of giant eyes suddenly opened in the eastern sky. The owner of these giant eyes was tens of thousands of kilometers away, but after glancing at the great demon god indifferently, the ethereal voice suddenly sounded again, "Mo Shang." Although the giant eyes were large, the pupils were clear, and it was clear that they belonged to a woman. And a woman with such a pair of eyes was definitely a person who could turn all living beings upside down. She actually recognized Mo Shang, and from what Mo Shang had said before, it was clear that he was no stranger to this woman. The great demon god roared, "Is this king's name something the likes of you can call? It would be more appropriate if it were your ancestor. You're actually still alive. Scram!" Mo Shang shouted angrily as he raised his hand and punched the giant eyes in the sky. Under the violent force of his demonic chi, the giant eyes were instantly smashed to pieces. Yang Kai was stunned on the spot, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Chapter 3800. When he heard that voice earlier, Yang Kai felt that it was familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it before. However, when the pair of giant eyes appeared in the sky, he immediately remembered. He had seen this pair of eyes countless times, but at that time, they were more shy and timid. Now, after so many years, these beautiful eyes were full of confidence and strength. "Ruashi," Yang Kai murmured. Yes, that's right. That voice, those eyes, they were so familiar now. Who else could it be but Zhang Ruoxi? And Zhang Ruoxi was in the Blood Gate in the Eastern Territory. Is she finally coming out of seclusion? Yang Kai looked to the east with a burning gaze. It had been decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the Blood Gate, but there had been no movement from it. Just a few years ago, when he went to the Demon Territory for the last time, there was finally some change in the Blood Gate. He planned to stay there and wait for the Blood Gate to open again. But the plan changed at the last minute and he could only set off to become the demon race's territory. When he returned, he was engaged in continuous battles, followed by the Great Tao struggle. He had no time to spare, nor did he have the time to investigate the situation in the Blood Gate. Before he left, he told Li Wuyi that the Blood Gate was very likely to open again and asked him to always pay attention to the situation there. Today, Zhang Ruoxi sent him a voice transmission. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on with Zhang Ruoxi and whether the Blood Gate had opened or not. But judging from her words earlier, it was very likely that Zhang Ruoxi was awakened by the battle between him and Emosheng. It was no wonder. Today's battle involved the survival of the star boundary and shook the foundation of the entire world. Although the Blood Gate was the Heaven's punishment palace and formed its own world, it, like other small worlds, was dependent on the star boundary. The entire star boundary was in turmoil, so how could the Blood Gate be safe and sound? Zhang Ruoxi, who had been in the Blood Gate all this time, was bound to be disturbed, so it wasn't surprising that she woke up. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that Zhang Ruoxi actually recognized Emosheng. Just now, she had called out Emosheng's name, and Emosheng's previous words were also very interesting. He seemed to know Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor. The great master known as Tianxing. Zhang Ruoxi being able to recognize Emosheng should have something to do with the Heaven's punishment inheritance she had inherited from her ancestors. But how did Emosheng and Tianxing know each other? Could it be that these two were experts from the same era? Or perhaps they all came from outside the universe? Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled a story that Emosheng's clone had told him in the ancient battlefield. In this story, Emosheng suffered 2 serious injuries, the second of which was related to the Flowing Time Great Emperor. In that battle, the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor perished, ending in tragedy. Emosheng's body was destroyed, and he had no choice but to recuperate. It was because of this second injury that he began to scheme for the star boundary's power. As for who was the one who injured him the first time, Emosheng did not say, only that it was a woman. Now that he thought about it, could that woman be Tianxing? Thinking of this, Yang Kai trembled. If this was the case, then he had underestimated Tianxing's strength all this time. He was a peerless master who had once seriously injured the great demon god. Although he was also seriously injured, he was at least on the same level as the great demon god. If things were really as Yang Kai thought, then after the battle between Tianxing and Emosheng, Emosheng went to the unmatched realm to recuperate while Tianxing wandered to the star boundary, leaving behind a great reputation and a bloodline that had been passed down for thousands of years. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In the memories of the many divine spirits, Tianxing had also appeared out of thin air. There was no trace of this powerhouse's growth before, but one day, he had suddenly appeared and awed the universe in an extremely distant era, his name spreading far and wide. If she really came from outside the universe, then everything made sense. Ha ha ha! Emosheng laughed heartily, his laughter rumbling like thunder. Good, very good. Today, this king is actually able to meet the descendant of an old friend here. The heavens truly have eyes. Little girl, please wait a moment while this king finishes dealing with the matters here. Once this king is done, he will go and see if you still have the demeanor of your ancestor. Saying so, Emosheng's huge body shook violently, and Yang Kai felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, making him feel powerless to resist, causing him to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Sir, can you hold on a little longer? Ruoxi? Yang Kai asked in surprise. Please hold on for half an hour, sir. Ruoxi will come to help you. Take your time. It won't be too late to dress up and dress up. Yang Kai laughed, feeling extremely happy. not only because he heard Zhang Ruoxi's voice again after so many years, but also because his previous worries had not come true. Even though Zhang Ruoxi had obtained the Tianxing inheritance, she had not changed much. Hearing her call him sir reminded him of the timid little girl who had always been by his side. While speaking, he once again mobilized the power of the world to resist the boundless demonic qi. Zhang Ruoxi smiled lightly. Seeing Sir so energetic, Ruoxi is relieved. At this point, there was no sound, probably because she was busy with something and had no time to divert her attention. Half an hour. Yang Kai let out a long breath. Although he had the help of the two elders and many fake emperors from the dragon race, he had always felt like he was fighting alone in this heaven and earth battlefield. Now, he finally had Zhang Ruoxi, although he did not know how strong she would be after she came out of seclusion. Judging from the pair of beautiful eyes that appeared in the sky just now, Zhang Ruoxi's current strength should not be inferior to his own. It was worthy of the bloodline inheritance that could severely injure the great demon god in his prime. In such a short time, it had caused such a huge change to the ignorant little girl. It's just half an hour. I have to hold on even if I have to die. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him increase sharply. While desperately resisting, he could not help but say coldly, "Emo Shang, you're in a hurry." From the pressure coming from all directions, Yang Kai could feel Emo Shang's eagerness. He seemed to be a little impatient to devour the last pure land of the star boundary and swallow the last bit of spirit energy. This made Yang Kai not surprised but delighted. Emo Shang's attitude undoubtedly showed that he was extremely afraid of Zhang Ruoxi. Otherwise, he would not have acted like this. Emo Shang coldly snorted and did not answer, no longer as calm as before, which made Yang Kai even more certain of his guess. Zhang Ruoxi now has the power to threaten me. This power is at least on par with my current strength. But even if he knew this, Yang Kai could not use it to his advantage. The only thing he could do now was to hold on. As long as he waited for Zhang Ruoxi to come out of seclusion, the two of them might be able to defeat Emo Shang. At this moment, Yang Kai's face changed. The defense he had worked so hard to resist showed signs of collapsing, which shocked him greatly. After a brief perception, his face sank. Currently, he was the only great emperors in the star boundary and could mobilize the power of the entire world. But at that moment, he suddenly found that his control over the world had become much weaker, as if another force had shared his control over the world. It was also at that moment that he faintly perceived the auras of the other 7 missing great emperors. He had once felt the auras of these 7 great emperors and knew that they were trapped in an inexplicable space, unable to escape. But since that time, he had not sensed them again, let alone know where they were trapped. But just now, that feeling was extremely clear. He even had some clues about where they were. If it was any other time, he might be able to find the whereabouts of the great emperors by following the clues to find the melon. But at this time, Yang Kai did not have the time to investigate this. The weakening of his control over the world force had led to his resistance against the great demon god becoming weaker and weaker. On the other hand, the great demon god seemed to have borrowed the world force to form a huge suppression on him. "What did you do?" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. Emo Shang grinned. "Why don't you take a guess?" "Bastard." Yang Kai cursed. Although he did not know what method Emo Shang had used, he was certain that the change in the world force was related to the other 7 great emperors. Emo Shang seemed to be able to take away their control of the world force and use it to suppress him. While the two of them were conversing, Zhan Wuhan sat cross-legged in an unknown space. His face was ashen as he stared at Huang Wuji. The two of them were less than a meter apart. At this moment, a withered hand was stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest. The hand exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Although it was an inanimate object, it still caused Zhan Wuhan's expression to change. It was hard to imagine just how powerful the owner of this hand was when he was alive. That hand was not stabbed into Huang Wuji's chest, but Huang Wuji himself. The hand swallowed the blood, and Huang Wuji's aura rose steadily until it reached a level that even Zhan Wuhen had to look up to. At this moment, the number 1 demon saint in the demon territory was forming a seal with both hands and pointing a finger at Zhan Wuhen. It was unknown what kind of strange secret technique he was using, but Zhang Wuhen could clearly feel a mysterious power being extracted from his body. That power was the will of the heavens and earth, that the heavens and earth had blessed him. By relying on the will of heaven and earth, he was blessed with boundless fortune and could manipulate the mighty power of heaven and earth for his own use. At this moment, Zhang Wuhen asked the same question as Yang Kai. "What did you do?" Huang Wuji's face was twisted, and his body trembled as if he was enduring great pain. "Don't worry. Soon, the demon god master will end all of this." The great demon god. Zhang Wuhen gritted his teeth and asked. The two of them had been trapped here for many years, so naturally, they had communicated with each other. It was also from Huang Wuji that Zhang Wuhen learned of the great demon god's existence and some of the schemes in the demon territory. That's right. The demon god master will be resurrected soon, and all of you will become sacrifices to the demon god master. Huang Wuji's face showed a trace of morbid fanaticism, as if he was willing to sacrifice everything for the great demon god. He couldn't figure out how this person could jump out at such a critical moment. Not only could he not figure it out, but Zhang Wuhen also couldn't figure it out. Ever since the Battle of Dragon Island, Wukong had fled from the Dragon Temple to the Planar Star territory and disappeared without a trace. Later, he learned from Yang Kai that Wukong had entered the ancestral territory and was plotting something. If it weren't for his and Duan Hongchen's souls sharing the same body, Zhang Wuhen would have already killed his way into the ancestral territory to find trouble with him. It was because of Duan Hongchen that Zhang Wuhen was somewhat hesitant to act. He never thought that after so many years, he would actually be nurturing a tiger. At this moment, the aura exuding from Wukong's body was extremely tyrannical, reaching the level of the great emperors. Although it was not at the peak of the battle of great emperors, it was not much worse. The battle tactics of the heaven-devouring great emperor were indeed amazing. One must know that Duan Hongchen had also severed his own cultivation and entered the Shattered Star Sea in the Third Order Dao Source realm. It had only been a few years, but he had completely recovered. Stop fooling around. Saving people is more important. While speaking, Wukong's expression changed again and became solemn. Even the voice coming out of his mouth had some subtle changes. Zhang Wuhen's eyes flashed and he grinned. This was the Duan Hongchen he knew. As for what Wukong said before about being killed, it was pure nonsense. It seemed that old Duan and Wukong had been sharing the same body for many years, and it was hard to imagine that they could live in harmony with each other. "How did you find this place?" Huang Wuji gritted his teeth and asked in a low voice. Duan Hongchen glanced at him indifferently and said, "This king is also one of the great emperors. So why couldn't I find this place?" The great demon god wanted to borrow the power of the 7 great emperors to suppress Yang Kai, so he was bound to reveal some flaws. Although this inexplicable space was hidden, as long as there was a flaw, Duan Hongchen would be able to follow it to the melon. What Yang Kai didn't have time to do, he could quietly do, and all of this was not even noticed by Emoshang. At this moment, all of Emoshang's attention was focused on Yang Kai. "What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Let's kill him first." Wukong grinned. Zhang Wuhen said, "You can't kill him. If he dies, I die too." The secret technique had closely linked his life force with Huang Wuji's, so at this moment, both of them were injured. Hearing this, Wukong frowned and said, "What does it have to do with me?" Just as he finished speaking, he angrily said, I know, don't be so long-winded. This king's head hurts, so let's just save him." Zhang Wuhen smiled faintly. Su Yan, Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, Xianing Chong, Jiao Lansun, Emo Xiaoqi, Lin Yuner, Xiao Chen, Xiaoshang, Xiaobai Hioji, Qi Gui, Li Shiqing, Gao Zhan, and others all appeared. Such a lineup could only be described as luxurious. If it was in the past, no one would have dared to look down on them. Although these people were from the younger generation of the star boundary, they were all emperors. It could be said that they were the future of the star boundary, the rising stars of the star boundary. In time, they would definitely shine brightly in the star boundary. But now, even if such a group of young people gathered together, what were their chances of winning against the half-saint of demon race? But they were fearless, and everyone's face was calm. You! Yang Kai frowned at them. Qi Gui grinned. The old fogies are going to risk their lives, so someone has to protect you, right? Void Master, you are the key to the survival of the star boundary. Don't let us down. Even though he was already one of the great emperors, Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He only felt a hot current rolling through his chest, and his whole body became scorching hot. He replied in a serious tone, I don't dare to say anything else, but this king is determined to live and die with you. Qi Gui turned around and chuckled. That's enough. They're coming. Su Yen shouted. Everyone's expression became serious as they looked over and saw 3 figures rushing out of the star boundary's army. Before they even arrived, the murderous intent they emitted made it difficult for everyone to breathe. You focus on dealing with emotion. Leave these 3 to us. Qi Gui shouted as his body turned into a crimson light and rushed forward. The cry of a phoenix rang out as the 7-colored divine phoenix spread its wings and soared, covering the sky as ice principles filled the air. Su Yen held her sword and led Shui Yu, Shan Qingluo, Xianing Chong, and Ji Yao to meet a power demon half-saint. Lin Yuner stretched out her hand and threw the return to one iron pot straight at another blood demon half-saint. Mo Shaoqi formed a series of seals with her hands and shouted, Release! The butterfly mark on her face instantly came alive and turned into a huge figure that floated behind her. The butterfly wings flapped, and a dense light burst out, as if it had infinite magical power. The Universe Tower in Lan Sun's hand blasted towards the last flame demon half-step saint. The tower spirit had already taken root in the ground, and within 100 kilometers, vines danced in the air, turning into violent attacks that shot towards the 3 half-step saints. In the blink of an eye, the sky darkened and the mountains shook. With the combined strength of many young people from the Emperor realm, they finally managed to stop the 3 half-saint of the demon race, but that was all. Although they had more people and treasures in their hands, their cultivation was still not enough. Therefore, when he sensed the aura of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, some of his enemies' eyes turned red. While speaking, he raised a huge hand that covered the sky and slammed it towards Yang Shao and Yang Shui. The huge black hand covered the sky and the earth, making it impossible to avoid. Before the attack arrived, Yang Shao and Yang Shui felt their blood boil. Little auntie! Yang Shao paled and turned to look at Yang Shui. There was no need to say anything more. With a flash, the 2 of them hid inside the flowing time temple, and the huge temple rapidly shrank at this moment. With a bang, when the giant hand slammed down, the flowing time temple smashed into the ground like a falling meteor, its surface flashing wildly. The ground shook and the entire flowing time temple was smashed directly into the ground, leaving a deep ravine where it landed. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he looked in the direction of the flowing time temple with a look of horror, his heart filled with great anger and powerlessness. Judging from the great demon god's actions just now, he was indeed inferior to him. After all, he had no time to divert his attention, but the great demon god still had the strength to attack others. In comparison, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Chapter 3803. However, thanks to the great demon god's distraction, Yang Kai immediately mobilized the world force and pushed the range of the Pure Land outwards a little. Although the effect was not ideal, at least this was the first time he had managed to counterattack the great demon god. When Yang Kai turned his head to look at the flowing time temple, he saw that the temple, which had been smashed into the ground, was once again flying up shakily. Although its light was dim, it was not seriously damaged. Yang Kai relaxed, knowing that Yang Shao and Yang Shui should be fine. The Flowing Time Temple was a treasure left behind by the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, so it naturally could not be destroyed so easily. Yang Shao and Yang Shui, who were hiding inside the temple, were naturally not in any danger. Seeing his attack fail, Great Demon God flew into a rage. Seeing the temple fly up again, he was in no mood to attack again, as the pressure Yang Kai was putting on him was not small. Although he had borrowed the power of the 7 great emperors to stimulate the world energy of this area to compete with Yang Kai for control, in the end, he did not possess this power himself and had only borrowed it from someone else, making it impossible for him to fully utilize it. A bunch of trash! The Great Demon God roared. The situation was good, but he could not take down Yang Kai in a short time and completely invade the star boundary, which made him a little angry. As he spoke, a strange light flashed in his huge eyes. At the same time, accompanied by a loud noise, a figure flew back from the front, bleeding profusely mid-air as he flew straight towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai could only stretch out his hand and catch the person, asking, "Is Brother Shao all right?" The one flying towards him was Shao Chun. Judging from his aura, he seemed to have been seriously injured just now, but his life should not be in danger. Shao Chun did not answer, instead turning around and thrusting out his sword, his Emperor Qi surging wildly. This sword contained all of his strength, and when the sword was thrust out, his originally weak aura suddenly soared and a sinister grin appeared on his face. It happened so suddenly that Yang Kai didn't have time to react. Only when the long sword was right in front of him did he shout, "What are you doing?" He raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Shao Chun. Normally, a second-order Emperor Realm Master like Shao Chun wouldn't be able to threaten him, but right now, all his energy was focused on dealing with the Great Demon God and competing with him for control of this world. The slightest interference could lead to a disaster. When he sent out his palm strike, he discovered that Shao Chen's eyes had turned pitch black. His heart could not help but sink, and he withdrew some of the force in his palm strike. Such a situation meant that Shao Chen's actions were not intentional. It was very likely that he had already become the demon race. But when did Shao Chun become the demon race? Before this, he hadn't noticed at all. Wah! Shao Chun was sent flying again. His soaring aura suddenly withered. This was not the end. Just as Yang Kai sent Shao Chun flying with a palm strike, another silhouette appeared from the side and pointed a sword at Yang Kai. A faintly discernible flower fragrance pervaded the air, disturbing one's mind. Li Shiqing. Yang Kai gritted his teeth as he looked at the approaching figure with a furious expression. When did even you become the demon race? Li Shiqing turned a deaf ear to his words. Her beautiful eyes turned pitch black as she suddenly transformed into a rain of petals that enveloped Yang Kai. As the petals fluttered in the air, each one was a sharp weapon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed towards the rain of petals. Accompanied by a muffled groan, the rain of petals shattered as Yang Kai grabbed Li Shiqing by the neck. Chapter 3804. The demon race set up a shocking great array, engulfing star boundary with demonic intent and devouring star boundary's spiritual energy. The people of the 4 territories were plunged into misery and misery. 9 out of 10 houses were destroyed and the great rivers and mountains were turned into demon land. Heaven and earth had a spirit. The mysterious heaven temple opened, the heaven void cauldron appeared, and Yang Kai sought the Tao heart and became one of the great emperors, seizing a chance of survival between life and death. With the bodies of the great emperors, Yang Kai urged the power of heaven and earth to resist the corrosive demonic intent and protect star boundary's last pure land. If this pure land was not lost, the great demon god's plan would not be successful. With no other choice, the great demon god could only use a secret technique and borrow the power of the 7 trapped great emperors to suppress Yang Kai. Everything went smoothly and according to plan. Although Yang Kai being able to become one of the great emperors in such a short time brought Mo Shang a little trouble, it was not a big deal. In the face of such a terrible situation, all Yang Kai could do was struggle at death's door. He had never imagined that the 7 great emperors of the Star Realms would be rescued by someone. With the great emperors escaping, the most direct consequence Emoshang had to face was that he could no longer urge Star Boundary's world force. Without being able to urge Star Boundary's world force, there was no way he could devour the last Pure Land. How was he supposed to play this game? The great demon god was furious. He wished he could kill Endless Desolate and the others to quell the anger in his heart. Endless Desolate and the others obviously knew that they had failed in their mission and were all angry and humiliated. Although they did not lose their lives this time, they were really cowardly. Facing the great demon god's curses, they did not dare say a word for fear of being implicated. On the battlefield of heaven and earth, the fierce battle calmed down as the 8 great emperors and the 7 demon saints appeared one after another. Everyone in Star Boundary was pleasantly surprised as they looked at the 8 figures standing in the void. What they saw was not just 8 figures but also the future of Star Boundary. Zhang Wuhen's gaze swept over, and when he saw that his precious disciple was covered in blood and in a sorry state, his eyes couldn't help but flash with dense killing intent. He coldly stared at the half-saint who had fought with Lin Yun, and the others. When he saw this, the half-saint felt a chill run down his spine. Without any hesitation, his figure flashed and he quickly retreated. "Leave these bastards to me." Wu Kuang let out a strange cackle as he stared at the half-step sages in the field with a burning gaze. He didn't seem to have done anything, but in the blink of an eye, he had pounced in front of the half-step sages who were trying to escape and stretched out his hand to grab them. Under this palm, the light in front of the half-saint was covered. The half-saint turned pale with fright and punched out with both fists. Copious amounts of demonic chi surged and turned into afterimages of fists that covered the sky towards Wukong. Wukong turned a deaf ear to him. He stretched out his hand and crushed the afterimages of the half-saint as if he was pinching an ant. He laughed nastily and shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-devouring great emperor, battle technique." In an instant, Wukong seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. The half-saint in his hand shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, he turned into a dried-up corpse without any signs of life. Everyone in Star Boundary had long heard of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperor's battle technique. Fortunately, although Wukong was treacherous, he also knew that no egg could remain intact when the nest was overturned. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much effort to save the 7 great emperors. Wukong's figure flew over and stood in front of Yang Kai. He shook his arms and laughed strangely. His face was full of fanaticism, as if he had traveled back in time to tens of thousands of years and returned to the time when he was in high spirits during the War of the Shattered Star Sea. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the most resounding sign in the Star Boundary. At that time, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was feared by millions of beings. At that time, the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor were invincible existences. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor territory, with Wukong as the center, a ring of all-devouring aura spread out in all directions, enveloping a large area of the void. When the 3 divine technique blasted by the demon saint masters fell into this area, it was as if their power was immediately sucked away by something and they weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, right after that, Wukong let out a muffled groan and spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. As he flew, he cursed, "Wukong, you dog, don't treat this old master's body as if it's not your own." In his knowledge sea, Duan Hongchun was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. After all, this body was still his, so how could he bear to see it suffer any damage? Jie 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 jie. Blood flowed from the corner of Wukong's mouth, but he was laughing happily. Then let's not care about that brat's life or death and take advantage of this opportunity to devour more. Duan Hongchun was suddenly speechless. Yang Kai was now the key to the survival of the star boundary, so how could he not care? In order to hunt down Wukong, he did not hesitate to cut off his own cultivation, falling from the realm of great emperors to the Tao Source realm, and killed his way into the shattered star sea to search for clues. It could be seen how much sacrifice he was willing to make for the common people. His honorific title was Red Dust, and what he comprehended was the Tao of red dust. Among all the great emperors, no one cared more about the life and death of the billions of living beings in the star boundary than him. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and show your cards. Duan Hongchun said anxiously when he saw the three newly appeared demon saint rushing towards Yang Kai. If Wukong was at his peak, he might not be afraid of these three demon saint puppets, but after all, he was only relying on his own body to recover, so he could not be compared to his peak state. He had suffered a big loss just now. What are you panicking for? Wukong sneered in response. That brat seems to have a trump card too. In his line of sight, Yang Kai was not as flustered as he had imagined. Instead, he looked indifferent. Although he and Yu Rumeng were connected by a heart seal secret technique, it could not be compared to the soul brand. In a situation where one's mind was blinded, the heart seal secret technique could not play much of a role. Unless Yu Rumeng suffered a great shock, it would be impossible for her to recover on her own, and this shock would be a price Yang Kai could not afford to pay. Wukong grinned maliciously. Then it's up to this old master. As soon as his words fell, his expression suddenly became fierce. Reckless juniors, do you really think this king is powerless against you? When this king dominated the world, you were still sucking on your mother's milk. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai's devouring force reappeared as he faced the two demons saint alone. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't hurt her. Kill that woman." Scram. How could Wukong pay any attention to him? In a battle of life and death, showing mercy to one's enemy was cruel to oneself. It was the stupidest thing to do. Boom, 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 boom. Wukong was fighting against the joint forces of two devil saints by himself, and he was not at a disadvantage at all. The aftershocks of the battle swept out, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to crack. Chapter 3806. Yang Kai gritted his teeth. It was unrealistic to expect Wukong to show mercy to Yu Rumeng, and regardless of who won or lost in this battle, Yang Kai did not want to see it happen. The only thing he could do now was to destroy the great demon god's plan as soon as possible in order to salvage the situation. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai calmed his thoughts, turned his eyes to the front, and shouted, "Mo Sheng, die!" The world energy swept out, suppressing the demonic qi, sweeping away the haze and restoring light to the dim world. Mo Sheng roared. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and murderous intent. Just a little bit more, and his plan would have come to a perfect conclusion, but it was this little bit that caused him to fail at the last moment. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning and forbearance had been ruined at this critical moment by a boy who had only lived for a little more than 100 years. The anger in Mo Sheng's heart was unquenchable. Unable to borrow the power of the great emperors in this world, no matter how many methods he could not compete with Yang Kai for control of the world energy. As for the last trump card he had pinned his hopes on, one of them had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai, leaving the other two unable to break through Wukong's defenses in a short time. I can't delay any longer. If he continued to delay, the situation on his side would only become even worse. Mo Sheng had lived for so many years and was a decisive person. Seeing that he could not stop Yang Kai, he immediately made a decision in his heart. All of you will pay the price. As he roared, the demonic qi in the world began to tumble violently, as if it had turned into a sentient being and poured into the great demon god's body. In an instant, the wind and clouds began to move, and as far as the eye could see, the demonic qi in the entire star boundary began to madly converge into the great demon god's body. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. Although he didn't know why Mo Sheng was doing this, it was obvious that he wasn't willing to sit still and wait for death. could be said that this battle had reached its most critical juncture. Yang Kai did not dare to be careless in the slightest. His eyes staring at Mo Shang's movements without blinking, unwilling to miss the slightest movement. At the same time, Yu Rumeng, who was entangled with Wukong, suddenly attacked Wukong without any regard for her own life, leaving herself open. Wukong could only defend himself. Seizing this opportunity, Chang Tian retreated and pounced toward Zhang Wuhan. Yang Kai was startled when he saw this, not knowing what this meant. However, this was obviously the great demon god's command, and no matter what the great demon god's intentions were, he could not let things go as he wished. Yang Kai shouted, "Stop him!" But how could he stop him? Chang Tian was also a demon saint-level master. If he wanted to escape, even if Yang Kai personally took action, he could not stop him, not to mention that Wukong was still entangled with Yu Rumeng. Watching Chang Tian rapidly approach Zhang Wuhen, the uneasy feeling in Yang Kai's heart grew stronger. With a loud bang, Chang Tian charged into the battlefield and combined his strength with Desolate Infinite, forcing Zhang Wuhen, who was originally evenly matched, to retreat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Desolate Infinite turned around and rushed in the direction of Great Demon God. Zhang Wuhen wanted to chase after him, but Chang Tian sacrificed himself to stop him, forcing Zhang Wuhen to defend himself. Now that he was free, Huang Wuji's speed increased. Under Yang Kai's gaze, the first demon saint in the demon territory plunged into the great demon god's huge body and disappeared. Therefore, when this sword slashed down, he didn't even have the slightest bit of defense. In the end, he was still the great demon god. The moment he felt the crisis, he tilted his body and threw a punch behind him. The shocking sword slashed down, and the slender figure was sent flying with blood spurting out of her mouth. The sound of a sharp weapon cutting through silk rang out. Blood splashed everywhere as the great demon god roared in pain. His body staggered, and wherever his feet stepped, huge pits would appear one after another. Descendant of Tian Xing, the great demon god turned his head and glared, the anger in his eyes almost tangible. Ruo Shi. Yang Kai was first overjoyed, then shocked. He was overjoyed that Zhang Ruoshi had come out of seclusion at this time. Calculating the time, she shouldn't have come out yet. Previously, she had asked him to delay the great demon god for a while and had given him a very clear time, but she had actually come out ahead of time. Now, it seemed that Zhang Ruoshi had deliberately misled the great demon god. He was shocked that Ruoshi had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood as soon as she came out of seclusion. Chapter 3807. Although Zhang Ruoshi vomited blood and was sent flying as soon as she came out of seclusion, the power of that one sword strike was extremely significant. The great demonic god had just reformed his body when the left half of his arm was directly chopped off, falling to the ground like a small mountain. Blood flowed like a fountain as the great demonic god roared in pain again and again. A figure quickly rushed over there. His eyes were full of greed, like a hungry wolf that had seen delicious food. With a few leaps, he arrived in front of the broken arm that had fallen on the ground. With a wave of his hand, the broken arm disappeared. No one knew where it had been put away by him. Yang Kai, who was rushing towards Zhang Ruoshi, glanced over and found that this person was Wukong. His face couldn't help turning black. On the other hand, Wu Kuang, who had put away his severed arm, couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. He laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with satisfaction. "Bastard!" the great demon god roared. In a moment of carelessness, one of his arms had been cut off. This wasn't a small injury for him, but as long as his severed arm was still intact, he would only need to pay a small price to recover. But now, someone had actually taken his severed arm away. How could he endure this? His severed arm being taken away meant that he would have to regrow it, and the price he would have to pay was not small. With a roar, the great demon god opened his hand and grabbed towards Wukong. As the giant hand descended, it seemed to seal the world. Wukong's face changed drastically and he immediately dodged. Yang Kai had already caught Zhang Ruoxi, who had been sent flying, and asked with concern, "How are you?" Zhang Ruoxi's face was slightly pale, but she still smiled. Her eyes curved like crescent moons as she pursed her lips. "Sir, long time no see." Yang Kai also smiled. "Yes, long time no see." It had been several decades since Zhang Ruoxi entered the blood door. Whether it was for Yang Kai or Zhang Ruoxi, this was a very long time. However, even though they hadn't seen each other for several decades, there wasn't the slightest estrangement between them, as if they had just parted yesterday. But Zhang Ruoxi was no longer the timid little girl she used to be. Now, she had inherited the power of heaven's punishment and was a genuine descendant of heaven's punishment. The power of her sword strike just now had demonstrated her current strength. "Ruoxi has long wanted to fight side by side with Sir. Now, I finally have this opportunity." Even though there were powerful enemies and the world was turned upside down, the smile on Zhang Ruoxi's face was still incomparably bright. Yang Kai nodded. "Then, I'd like to see how powerful Ruoxi is now. Hey, you too, if you don't come over and help me, I'll die." He Ruoxi's backs as he turned his head. He Ruo's ants Ises, he's, and his Ruoxi's he's ants. He S's she's. Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi looked at each other and smiled. Then, Yang Kai turned his head and said, "Wukong, hold on a little longer. This king will be there soon." Wukong's face turned black when he heard this. He cursed, but he didn't dare to show the slightest neglect and focused all his attention on dealing with great demon god. "Ruoxi, lend me a hand." Yang Kai turned around and stared at the other figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Zhang Ruoxi gripped her heavenly punishment sword and nodded solemnly. "Let's go," Yang Kai shouted, his space principles surging and wrapping around Zhang Ruoxi as he rushed in front of Yu Rumeng. Yu Rumeng had been entangled with Wukong before, but Wukong had used some unknown method to shake her off. It seemed that Wukong's ability was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After Wukong escaped, Yu Rumeng stood in place blankly until this moment. When Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi appeared together, Yu Rumeng's expression changed and a pure divine sense gushed out from her knowledge sea, turning into a boundless soul attack that blasted towards Yang Kai. Yu Rumeng was a succubus demon and was most proficient in soul power. If it were any other ordinary great emperors, even if Zhang Wuhen was here, they would have been affected by such a blow. However, Yang Kai was special to Yu Rumeng. Back then, his soul had skyrocketed due to the power of Yu Rumeng's primordial yin. At that time, Yu Rumeng had told him that from then on, no succubus demon would be able to use soul power to confuse him, not even her. Therefore, even though the soul attack was powerful, Yang Kai turned a blind eye to it. His mind shook slightly before he calmly stretched out his hands and grabbed towards Yu Rumeng. Although Yu Rumeng was under the control of the great demon god and her body and mind were involuntarily controlled, the fighting instincts that had been hidden in her body for countless years were still present. Facing Yang Kai's grab, her figure flickered and retreated. Zhang Ruoxi blocked her back at the right time and slashed down with the heavenly punishment sword. "Don't hurt her." Yang Kai was shocked. He did not have time to explain his relationship with Yu Rumeng to Zhang Ruoxi, nor did he expect Zhang Ruoxi to be so decisive. He hurriedly shouted. Zhang Ruoxi frowned and stopped the slash. Surprisingly, she was able to control it freely. Being attacked from the front and back at such a close distance, even if Yu Rumeng was a demon saint, it would be difficult for her to resist. Her shoulders tightened as Yang Kai's two big hands grabbed her. "Rumeng!" Yang Kai looked straight into her eyes and shouted. The expression on Yu Rumeng's face changed slightly, as if she was struggling, as if she had some reaction to his shout. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai's divine sense rushed towards Yu Rumeng, wanting to take her into his sealed world bead. As long as he could take her into his sealed world bead, everything would be fine. The struggle only lasted for a moment before Yu Rumeng raised her hand and slammed it down on Yang Kai's chest. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk the power contained in her jade palm was enough to destroy heaven and earth. And when it hit Yang Kai's chest, It made a deafening noise, causing shockwaves visible to the naked eye to spread out in all directions, shaking the world. Although Yu Ru Meng's succubus demon body was not good at melee combat, she was still a demon saint. Under these few palm strikes, Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and several of his ribs were broken. However, he refused to let go, his divine sense surging like a tide. However, the more the sealed world bead resisted, the greater the consumption. It was extremely difficult to forcibly take in a demon saint. Although Yang Kai had the power of the great emperors, if Yu Ru Meng did not cooperate, it would be impossible for him to successfully take her into his sealed world bead. Just as they were in a deadlock, a pink fist came from behind and hit the back of Yu Ru Meng's head mercilessly. That vast and mighty movement made people wonder if Yu Ru Meng's head would be smashed by that punch. Yu Ru Meng's head was not smashed, and Zhang Ruoxi had obviously controlled her strength. However, Yu Ru Meng obviously did not have a good time under this punch. She was dizzy from the blow, and the palm she used to slap Yang Kai instantly lost its strength. With a swish, Yu Ru Meng disappeared. She was directly taken into the sealed world bead by Yang Kai. "Sir, are you all right?" Zhang Ruoxi nervously came up to support him. Yang Kai coughed a few times, clutching his chest, slowly shaking his head. At the same time, he immersed his consciousness into the sealed world bead to investigate. Yu Ru Meng was fine, and although Zhang Ruoxi's punch was powerful, it had only shaken her a little. After entering the sealed world bead, the great demon god's control over her seemed to have weakened a lot. At this moment, the expression on Yu Ru Meng's face was very strange, as if she was about to wake up from her sleep. However, even if she completely broke free from the great demon god's control, Yang Kai would not dare to let her out again. Mo Shang's suppression of the demon race was too strong. If he really let Yu Ru Meng out, it would definitely be more of a hindrance than a help. There was no time to wait for Yu Ru Meng to wake up and explain anything to her. Yukong's voice became even more urgent. "What are you waiting for?" He was facing the wrath of the great demon god alone and was really exhausted. If Yang Kai did not come to help, it would take at most half a cup of tea's time for him to die. It's time to end all of this. Yang Kai took a light breath, stretched out his hand, and with a dragon's roar, the blue dragon spear appeared in his hand. The 10-meter-long spear exuded an ancient aura, attracting Zhang Ruoxi's attention. With her current eyesight, she could naturally see that this spear was extraordinary at a glance. Moreover, this treasure did not seem to be something that could be found in the star boundary. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's momentum soared. "Sir, take care of yourself. There will be a surprise waiting for you," Zhang Ruoxi said, and as her sword light flashed, she flew out and slashed towards Great Demon God from afar. Surprise? Yang Kai was startled, but before he could ask for more details, Zhang Ruoxi had already rushed over. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Yang Kai's expression became solemn, and only the 1,000-meter-tall Great Demon God remained in his eyes. With a face like jade and a spear like a dragon, Yang Kai thrust his spear forward, and as he did so, a dragon's roar resounded through the world. When he thrust his spear, it was in its normal form, but when it arrived in front of the Great Demon God, it had transformed into a 1,000-meter-long dragon. The blue dragon's spear in his hand also expanded as he thrust it straight towards the Great Demon God's heart. The power of this spear caused the world to change color. World force gathered on the blue dragon spear, and with the blessing of the world's will, not to mention a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, even a 10,000-meter-tall mountain would collapse under this spear. The Great Demon God did not dare to ignore the power of this spear and stretched out his hand to slap Yang Kai, sending a violent force through his palm. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body shook violently as his eyes bulged. World force! His 1,000-meter-long dragon body was involuntarily sent flying back 10,000 meters before he managed to stabilize himself. On the other side, Zhang Ruoxi was also forced to retreat. Wukong had already run to the side when the two arrived and used his divine technique, but to no avail. The combined strength of the three was unable to hurt the great demon god at all. If the great demon god had not been so careless, not expecting Zhang Ruoxi to suddenly come out of seclusion at that time, perhaps he would not have lost an arm so easily. At this moment, his severed arm had been regenerated, and the most obvious price to pay was that his 1,000-meter-long body had shrunk by about 2,000 meters. It seemed that the sacrifice he had made was not small. The great demon god was very strong, and Yang Kai had been mentally prepared for this. If he had not been strong, the flowing time great emperor would not have been defeated so easily. One had to know that the flowing time great emperor of that era was invincible while the great demon god of that era had not yet recovered from his injuries. Ruoxi slowly shook her head. Within the universe, although Ruoxi's strength had greatly increased after going into seclusion, it had still taken her several decades to do so. The inheritance she obtained couldn't possibly allow her to grow beyond the level of the great demon god in such a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ruoxi was as strong as a heavenly emperor, she still hadn't reached the heaven-opening realm. Then aren't we doomed? Yang Kai grinned, but despite his words, there was no fear on his face. On the contrary, there was a look of eagerness on his face. He was very familiar with fighting those above his realm, and now that he was going to fight those above his realm as one of the great emperors, he was suddenly looking forward to it. Zhang Ruoxi said, "That's hard to say. His strength has fallen greatly, and he is no longer at his peak. Who lives and who dies will depend on their own means." That's exactly what I was thinking. When the last word fell, Yang Kai had already blasted his spear towards the great demon god. In front of the giant spear, a black ball flashed and disappeared, filling the air with a world-collapsing aura. Zhang Ruoxi also slashed down with her sword, her movements elegant and otherworldly, as if she was an otherworldly being. However, the power of this sword strike caused Mo Shang's expression to change slightly. When the sword slashed down, a look of pain appeared on his face, as if he had been hit by an invisible attack, causing his body to stiffen for a moment. At this moment, the azure dragon spear arrived in front of him. Mo Shang was unable to parry it in time, and the spear struck his shoulder. As the world energy collided, blood and flesh splattered from his shoulder, and large chunks of flesh flew out. His huge body staggered back as he let out a heaven-shaking roar. "So that's how it is." A burst of laughter rang out as Wukong flew forward with a fanatical look in his eyes. "The heaven-opening realm? Huh? It seems this old master didn't take the wrong path." As he spoke, an illusory scene suddenly appeared behind him. It was a garden with beautiful scenery. There was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery, and a small pond in the corner. The pond water was clear, and a few koi fish were swimming in it. Beside the pond was a pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a stone table, and a chessboard was laid out horizontally. The black and white pieces were entangled with each other, and beside the pavilion, a few peach blossoms were falling down in a riot of colors, rendering the scenery extremely beautiful. But from this illusory scene, an extremely terrifying aura could be felt. This was the aura of an entire universe world. As early as the last time he encountered Wukong, Yang Kai had learned that he was devouring the territory of various large and small celestial stars. Yang Kai had even set his sights on his Hung Luo star field. He had also entered this garden before, so he knew the mysteries behind it. Chapter 3809. The majestic aura it exuded was not one bit inferior to that of the great emperors. Yang Kai was surprised and looked up at the sky, only to see a black dot falling like a meteor at an extremely fast speed. A sense of familiarity emerged in his heart, as if he was very familiar with the object falling from the sky. With a thought, Yang Kai immediately understood who it was and couldn't help showing a look of pleasant surprise. The black dot rapidly enlarged as it fell, quickly turning into a terrifying object that was several hundred meters tall. It smashed straight towards the great demonic lord, its incomparably ferocious aura leaving no doubt that being struck by it would bring unbearable consequences. The great demon god obviously also sensed it and looked up, his eyes filled with anger as he raised his hand to block it and shouted, "Ant! Asterisk Kong!" Asterisk before he could finish speaking. The behemoth had already smashed down, the huge impact directly sending the great demon god's 8,000-meter body flying. The ground cracked open, as if a huge earthquake had occurred, causing the entire northern territory to tremble. Roar! A deafening roar came out from its body. The colossus that fell from the sky roared towards the sky, venting the excitement in its heart. Its mountain-like fist pounded its own chest, producing a sound similar to that of a war drum. Layers of sound waves exploded outwards. Xiao Xiao! Yang Kai's eyes lost focus as he stared at the 1,000-meter-tall figure. If it weren't for the telepathic connection between them, he wouldn't have dared to recognize it. However, this huge monster in front of him was none other than Xiao Xiao, who had followed Zhang Ruoxi into the blood door. Compared to before, Xiao Xiao was much stronger now. It was simply an earth-shattering change. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel an extremely pure and ancient divine spirit aura coming from him, as if it had stepped out from the long river of history and was the great emperor of the flowing time. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that Xiao Xiao was from the stone mongoose lineage, which contained the bloodline of the ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. The reason Xiao Xiao was brought into the blood door by Zhang Ruoxi was to inherit Tai Yu's heavenly palace source. Several decades had passed, and Zhang Ruoxi had been awakened from her slumber to hunt the enemy. So how could Xiao Xiao still be inside? It was just that his speed was not as fast as Zhang Ruoxi's, so Zhang Ruoxi arrived first and he followed behind. At this moment, Xiao Xiao had completely transcended the bloodline shackles of the stone mongoose lineage. He was now a true ancient divine spirit, Tai Yu. This was the surprise Zhang Ruoxi mentioned before. Yang Kai's joy. At this critical moment of the Star Boundary's existence, the great emperors had returned one after another, Zhang Ruoxi had come out, and Xiao Zhao's appearance. All of his worries was now, even if he had to die now. Of the heavens. To be able to fight side by side with the many people in his heart. His body and mind were already filled with great happiness. In ancient times, divine spirits ran amok, and dragons and phoenixes reigned supreme. However, this did not mean that other divine spirits were inferior to dragons and phoenixes. In the long-lost divine spirit ranking, there were many divine spirits whose strength was not inferior to dragons and phoenixes. The legendary Great Peng divine spirit even fed on dragons and was the mortal enemy of the dragon race. As for Tai Yu, even among all the divine spirits in ancient times, he was one of the top existences. Inside the blood door, in the heavenly palace, with the help of Zhang Ruoxi, a descendant of Tianxing, Xiao Xiao had completely integrated with his ancestors' bloodline and brought glory to his ancestors. At this moment, Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were no less powerful than the two elders of the dragon race. If not for this, great demon god would not have suffered a loss as soon as he appeared. His huge figure tumbled, collapsing mountains and reversing rivers wherever he passed. He flew for tens of thousands of kilometers before coming to a stop. When he stood up again, he was already in a sorry state. Great demon god flew into a rage. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhang Ruoxi and Wukong arrived like shadows. One slashed down with a rain of swords while the other relied on the universe world behind him. When he waved his hand, the peach blossom petals on the peach trees scattered and turned into sharp attacks that cut through great demon god's huge body. Each of these attacks contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, and each of them could not be taken lightly. Great demon god roared in pain as blood spurted from his body. But it was not over yet. Tai Yu Xiao Xiao rushed over again, taking advantage of great demon god's distraction to arrive in front of him in a few steps and raining punches down like a storm. Emotion Gon did not dare underestimate him and hurriedly defended himself. The two behemoths, thousands of meters tall, fought desperately between heaven and earth. Such a thrilling scene made everyone's heart skip a beat. As their fists and feet collided, a thunderous boom rang out, shaking everyone's eardrums. After 3 breaths, Xiao Xiao was sent flying with several huge fist marks on his chest and a trace of pain showing on his angular face. Even with Wukong and Zhang Ruoxi distracting Great Demon God's attention, he was still not his opponent in this exchange. The gap between them could be imagined. But now it already had the qualifications to compete with him. And what the star boundary lacked right now was this qualification. He was not afraid of losing, but he was afraid that the gap between them was so big that he did not even have the qualifications to fight. Yang Kai had already pounced forward. His 1,000-meter-long body was massive, but compared to the Great Demon God and Tai Yu, it was still somewhat dwarfed. However, the lethality of the Black Dragon Spear was what the Great Demon God feared the most. This indestructible spear, coupled with Yang Kai's current ability to manipulate the world force and his own comprehension of the martial Tao, would make even Great Demon God feel uncomfortable if he were to take a hit from this spear. The spear seemed to envelop the entire world, and in a flash, the only thing left in the world was the divine light of the spear. Blood spurted out as several bloody holes appeared on Great Demon God's body. Scram! Great Demon God roared as he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai. This palm strike seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. There was nothing fancy about it, but it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to avoid. "Sir, be careful." Ruoxi paled as the huge woman phantom behind her reappeared and swung her sword towards Great Demon God's arm. Wukong laughed from the side, not paying any attention to Yang Kai's life or death. Heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was constantly in operation. From the Chenkuan world behind him, several koi fish leapt out and turned into monsters that bit off Great Demon God's flesh and blood before returning to the pond. Although the two's attacks were not completely ineffective, they were unable to affect the overall situation. Great Demon God turned a blind eye to the two of them and only focused on Yang Kai, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Yang Kai paled as he pulled back his spear to defend himself. Just as the palm was about to arrive, the earth suddenly trembled and a drumming sound rang out. Yang Kai's eyes swept over from the corner of his eye and his face couldn't help but twitch. Not far from his side, little Xiao, who had been blown away before, had returned. But this time he was holding up a mountain with both hands. This was a real mountain, and Yang Kai didn't know where little Xiao had pulled it out from. Every step he took left a deep footprint on the ground. In just a few steps, little Xiao had arrived in front of Great Demon God and brought the mountain crashing down. Great Demon God had no choice but to raise his palm to block. Under this palm, the falling mountain was smashed to pieces, sending rubble flying everywhere. Using the cover of the rubble, the little figure rushed forward and grabbed one of the Great Demon God's arms with a twist of his arm. The two behemoths, each several thousand feet tall, once again came face to face with each other. But after suffering a loss just now, little Xiao had learned to be smart. Knowing that he was not a match for Great Demon God in a one-on-one fight, he did not give Great Demon God a chance to display his strength. After grabbing onto his arm, little Xiao clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it into Great Demon God's face. With a loud bang, Great Demon God's head snapped to the side and his brow bone cracked. However, his other fist also smashed into little Xiao's chest. Little Xiao's face immediately contorted in pain, but he refused to let go. Before Great Demon God could pull back his fist, little Xiao's other hand had already grabbed onto Great Demon God's wrist. The two behemoths were entangled with each other as they fell to the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Good chance. Zhang Ruoxi's eyes lit up and she wiped her heavenly punishment sword with her finger. Blood flowed down the blade as it hummed incessantly. Suddenly, a series of sword lights appeared behind her. Zhang Ruoxi then pointed her finger forward and the sword lights turned into sharp attacks that shot towards Great Demon God. Wukong's laughter grew crazier and crazier, reaching a point where he had lost his mind. Yang Kai gripped his blue dragon spear with a solemn expression as he poured all of his strength into it. Each spear strike was powerful enough to seriously injure great emperors or demon saint, but all it managed to do was leave bloody holes on Great Demon God's body. Great Demon God's blood flowed like a river as he cut an unprecedented sorry figure. Even in the 2 previous life and death battles he had faced with top masters, he had never been in such a sorry state. Now that his freedom was restricted by Tai Yu and Little Xiao, he was completely powerless to resist the attacks of Yang Kai and the others. He was like a fish on a chopping board. Of these 3 people who had attacked him, which one of them was an ordinary person? The blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and the martial Dao true intent attached to it had made him suffer a lot. Zhang Ruoxi was the descendant of his old enemy, so she knew exactly what kind of attack could cause the most damage to Great Demon God. Chapter 38:10. Seeing the Great Demon God being suppressed by 4 masters, the great emperors of the star boundary were naturally overjoyed, while the demon saint in the territory of the demon race had ashen faces. Under the investigation of countless divine senses, the Great Demon God's imposing aura began to weaken at a subtle rate. He had tried countless times to break free from Tai Yu's grasp, but no matter how he attacked Xiao Xiao or what kind of injuries he inflicted, Xiao Xiao showed no signs of letting go. It was as if she would take him down with her even if she had to die. The demon saint was shocked, the Great Demon God was shocked. The defeat of the Great Demon God on the main battlefield caused many demon saints' hearts to feel uneasy, and even the great emperors and demon saints' battlefields began to change slightly. The battle between the great emperors and the great emperors finally began to change, and the great emperors slowly began to gain the upper hand. Tai Yu's sudden appearance was like the straw that broke the camel's back, bringing about a series of unexpected chain reactions. To the star boundary and the countless living beings of the star boundary, this was simply a pleasant surprise. If this situation continued to develop, Yang Kai and the others really did have a chance of killing the Great Demon God here. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, my subjects, return to me. The Great Demon God's low voice resounded throughout the world, transmitting a strange power. Yang Kai only felt his eyes suddenly heat up, as if a knife had stabbed into his eyeballs, causing a heart-wrenching pain. At the same time, an extremely strong power came from nowhere, causing his eyes to feel as if they were about to leave his body. Not only that, the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupils of purgatory also began to circulate uncontrollably. His left eye was golden while his right eye was pitch black, and 2 incomparably mysterious powers began to flow out of his eyes. Yang Kai was greatly shocked, and the momentum of his spear suddenly stagnated as he quickly flew backwards, opening up some distance between him and Great Demon Lord while simultaneously pouring his strength into his eyes to suppress the incoming attack. Whether it was the demon eye of annihilation or the black pupils of purgatory, they both came from the Great Demon God's body. During his battle with the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor, the Great Demon God's body had been smashed to pieces and his 2 innate divine eyes had been lost to the outside world. The Flowing Time Great Emperor's eyes were sentient, each of them having their own fortuitous encounters. Strictly speaking, whether it was the Great Demon God in Tongshen Realm or the Cyclops Great Demon that had invaded the star boundary, they were both avatars of the Great Demon God. However, these 2 avatars had not been intentionally refined by the Great Demon God and had instead been created unintentionally. Their actions had nothing to do with the Great Demon God's main body. But no matter what, there was an unbreakable connection between these 2 eyes and the Great Demonic God. Fortunately, Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had the protection of the world energy around him. Otherwise, the Great Demon God would only need a single thought to take his eyes and cripple his 2 divine technique. It was precisely because of this concern that when facing the Great Demon God, Yang Kai had never considered using his demon eye of annihilation or black pupils of purgatory, afraid that he would give the Great Demon God an opportunity to take advantage of him. Even though he would not end up with nothing left after self-destruction like an ordinary red demon, Huabu's self-destruction had consumed some of his energy. No one could stop him now. Tai Yu and Xiao Xiao were suppressing Great Demon God with all their strength, while Wukong was eagerly devouring great demon god's essence and soul. Zhang Ruoxi was slashing down with her sword. The two of them could not afford to be distracted, for fear that great demon god would break free if they moved. In the blink of an eye, Huobu had rushed to a spot not far from great demon god. With a ferocious smile on his face, he formed a seal with his hands and spat out a word that made one's hair stand on end. Explode! With a loud bang, several figures were sent flying. The stalemate was broken at this moment. Great demon god's huge body tumbled several thousand kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Xiao Xiao was furious. It had taken a lot of effort to restrain great demon god's freedom, but now Huobu's self-destruction had ruined everything. How could it not be angry? Zhang Ruoxi's hair was disheveled. Her body was drenched in sweat, and blood was dripping from the corner of her mouth. There was an undercurrent surging in the Chengquan world behind Wukong. The peach blossoms on the peach trees were scattered all over the ground, and the pond was also rippling. Wukong's face alternated between red and white. It was obvious that he had suffered quite a bit in that instant. *******. Figures rushed over from different directions and threw themselves into the arms of the great demonic god one after another. It was as if they had plunged into a lake. Ripples spread out from the great demonic god's body, and the great demonic saints who had thrown themselves into his body disappeared just like that. Red demon Huobu, blood demon Shueli, feather demon Fuyu, stone demon Mo Kan, bone demon Gumeng, sand demon Yuqiu, shadow demon Wu Hua, corpse demon Zhu Qiyan. One by one, the demon saint who had roamed the demon territory for countless years disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Seeing that even Chang Tian was about to pounce on him, Yang Kai's expression froze. At this point, how could he not know what the great demon god's intentions were? Although he did not know what kind of changes these great demon saints would bring to the great demon god, even if he used his toes to think, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing for the star boundary. Behind Chang Tian, Zhan Wuhen was in hot pursuit. As expected of the great emperors with the strongest combat strength in star boundary, the other demon saint had already fled, but he actually managed to delay Chang Tian halfway. Although it was impossible to completely stop Chang Tian, it was not a problem to delay him for a dozen breaths. Yang Kai's figure flickered and appeared in front of Chang Tian in an instant. A resounding dragon roar rang out, and a huge golden dragon head suddenly floated behind him. A pair of majestic dragon eyes stared fixedly at the sky. Dragon pressure filled the air, and Chang Tian's momentum suddenly paused. Chang Tian was also a dragon race, but he was a demon dragon in the demon territory. However, as long as he was a dragon race, he would be affected by the dragon race source. The dragon race was a very strange race. Although their individual strength was extremely strong, and even a newborn dragon race had an advantage that other creatures could not match, the dragon race would be affected by the source. A higher grade source would have an extremely obvious suppressive effect on a lower grade source. When Yang Kai first met Zhu Qing was already an 8th order red dragon, and the average 3rd order Emperor Realm Master was not her opponent. At that time, Yang Kai seemed to be just a 1st order Emperor Realm Master. In terms of strength, he could not compare to Zhu Qing. There was not the slightest discussion, not even a single exchange of glances, but everyone's movements were the same as one. This was because everyone knew that at this moment, no matter how tenacious their defense was, it would only delay the pace of destruction. Only by attacking head-on could they fight for a way out of this hopeless situation. The figures of the 9 great emperors crossed the heavens and earth like 9 meteors streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slamming into the great demon god. Each of these figures carried the will of the heavens and earth of the star boundary, carrying the hope of all who still lived in the star boundary. On the left and right sides of the 9 figures were the 2 great elders of the dragon race. The 100-meter-long dragon's roar shook the sky, and the dragon's pressure was overwhelming. Above everyone, Zhang Ruoxi held the heavenly punishment sword, and the huge woman's phantom behind her seemed to come to life. The sword in her hand emitted a dazzling light. Dong dong dong. The earth trembled as Tai Yu rushed forward. Every step he took crossed the barrier of space and left a deep imprint on the ground. This ancient battle that was destined to be passed down for thousands of years began with the heavenly punishment sword slash. When the sword was unleashed, the only thing left in the world was its brilliance, and the dazzling brilliance caused everyone to be momentarily dazed. Facing this terrifying sword, the great demon god simply raised his fist to meet it. When his fist arrived, the sword light shattered, and Zhang Ruoxi let out a muffled groan. The heavenly punishment sword phantom behind her also fluctuated. Although your ancestor was amazing, he was pedantic. If he could imitate this king, he would have long since recovered from his injuries and would not have fallen in this universe world. This king will send you on your way first, lest you tarnish the name of your ancestor. The great demon god's voice boomed like thunder. His fist did not lose its momentum and arrived in front of Zhang Ruoxi in the blink of an eye. In front of this incomparably huge fist, Zhang Ruoxi was as small as a mosquito. No one doubted that if this delicate body was hit by this fist, it would immediately shatter into pieces. It's not up to you to comment on my ancestor. Ruoxi grit her teeth and coldly snorted. The heavenly punishment sword suddenly trembled and the shattered sword light turned into a rain of swords that shot forward. Countless years ago, the great demon god and Tianxing met outside the universe world and fought several times. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. The great demon god fell into the unmatched realm while Tianxing came to the star boundary. In order to heal his wounds, the great demon god conspired to use the unmatched realm's auspicious power and spent a great deal of energy to turn it into demon territory. Just as he was about to succeed, the flowing time great emperor rushed to the demon territory and fought the great demon god to the death. Although the great emperor's soul was destroyed, he still managed to crush the great demon god. The great demon god could use the auspicious power of the unmatched realm to heal himself. In other words, Tianxing, who was at the same level as him, naturally had the ability to do the same. But now it seems that Tianxing did not do so. Although she left behind a great reputation after falling into the star boundary and was feared by the ancient divine spirits, she did not do anything harmful to the entire star boundary. From this, it could be seen that Tianxing was not a person who willfully killed the innocent. On the contrary, he was a kind person. If not for this, why would he rather die than damage the universe world? Because of the great demon god's existence, the unmatched realm was turned into a demon territory. The laws of heaven and earth in the universe world changed, and even the human race living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into a demon race. If no one stopped the great demon god's plan this time, then the star boundary would become the second unmatched realm. The flowing time great emperor was really farsighted. When he left the flowing time temple, he said that he had comprehended the principles of the great emperors outside the universe. As for what those principles were, Chongqi did not know. Now, it seemed that the so-called principles were clearly a crisis in the star boundary. At that time, if the great demon god had truly recovered from his injuries, he would have gone to find Tianxing immediately. But at that time, Tianxing would have already fallen. Once the great demon god fully recovered and returned to the star boundary, who in the star boundary would be able to compete with him? At that time, the people would be plunged into misery and suffering, and the universe would collapse. Amidst the rain of swords, Zhang Ruoxi's expression was solemn. She had inherited Tianxing's bloodline and inherited many of her ancestors' memories and experiences, so she knew her ancestors' universe better than anyone else. Now, she could proudly say that her ancestor had not done anything wrong to this world. But in the face of this beautiful world that her ancestor would rather die slowly in pain than damage. Even if she died, she had to protect it with all her might. The mighty rain of swords could not stop the great demon god in the slightest. Wherever the giant fist landed, the world would collapse and everything would shatter. If Zhang Ruoxi was alone, she might have died in the next moment. After the demon saint fused with the great demon god's body, the great demon god's strength had increased by more than just a little. However, Ruoxi was not alone. She had the 9 great emperors of the star boundary by her side, as well as the two great elders of the dragon race, and Tai Yu, who had accompanied her for decades in the blood door. Taking advantage of the great demon god's unguarded state, Xiao Xiao threw a punch at the great demon god's waist. When the punch landed, a huge shockwave spread out, and even the powerful great demon god was forced to stagger. The giant fist heading towards Zhang Ruoshi was involuntarily deflected, and the murderous intent locked onto Ruoshi loosened in an instant. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ruoshi's figure fluttered like a butterfly and dodged the attack by a hair's breadth. The great demon god suddenly turned his head, raised his other hand high, and as if the sky was collapsing, he slapped down with his palm. Xiao Xiao raised her arms in an attempt to block the attack, but the palm that slapped down was filled with an irresistible force. Tai Yu, who was several hundred feet tall, was slapped flat on his face, and he fell to the ground with his head on his face. His huge body smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. From these cracks, hot magma spewed out and poured over Xiao Xiao's body, making a sizzling sound. This spear strike finally paid off, piercing through the great demon god's palm, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Kai Yang was also sent flying by this palm. Several of the bones in his body were broken. While he was in the air, a series of explosive sounds came from his body. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk, although it was slightly blocked by Yang Kai's spear, the palm still slammed down. Above the giant tortoise shell, the phantom of a black tortoise suddenly appeared, roaring towards the sky. As the giant palm fell, the black tortoise shattered, and the light on the tortoise shell suddenly dimmed. When the great demon god withdrew his palm, the tortoise shell turned into a stream of light, revealing the figures of heaven's revelations and flower shadow below. Although their expressions were ugly, the two great emperors of flower shadow were not seriously injured. On the other side, Yang Kai was sent flying for 1,000 kilometers before he could stabilize himself. Looking up, his mouth was full of bitterness. Was this the absolute gap in strength? To be honest, the great demonic god's methods weren't all that surprising. Now, he had no choice but to bring forward his plans. He had borrowed Huang Wuji's body to resurrect himself and fused with the other great demonic saints. He didn't even have a single decent exotic treasure on hand, so he could only use the same few killer moves. However, this overwhelming strength rendered all the great emperor's methods useless. Their attacks could not cause any fatal damage to the great demon god, and their own defenses were as fragile as paper. If it were not for the great emperors of heaven's revelations paying attention to the situation and saving the great emperors of great emperors at the critical moment, it was likely that the flower shadow great emperors would have died. While he was transmitting his voice to the others, Zhan Wuhen had already rushed out, reaching out to grab the iron blood banner on his back and sending it flying towards the great demon god. The banner flapped loudly in the wind, instantly covering an area of 100 kilometers, completely enveloping the surrounding space. However, in the next moment, with a light tearing sound, a giant hand reached out from the area enveloped by the banner. The great demon god had escaped and the iron blood banner was torn to shreds. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the great emperors rushed forward like meteors, and amidst the bloody light, the great emperor's divine technique was unleashed one after another. The great demon god was powerful and invincible, but in the end, two fists were no match for four. Under the joint attack of the great emperors, the great demon god could not block all of their attacks. With a loud rumble, his several thousand zhang tall body swayed a few times as blood splattered from his body. Suffering from the pain, the great demon god's eyes were filled with anger. Completely abandoning his defenses, He reached out to grab at a certain spot in the void. In that direction, Fu Shun was covering the injured Zhu Yan as they retreated, but when he saw the giant hand coming towards him, he was unable to dodge and his dragon tail was grabbed. The several hundred zhang long dragon body was like a small snake in the great demon god's hand as it was dragged in front of him. Zhu Yan was shocked and rushed forward to rescue him. "I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin," the great demon god roared and really did it, his right hand stabbing towards Fu Shun's back. The defense that the dragon race was so proud of was as weak as paper in front of the great demon god. As blood splattered, Fu Shun cried out in grief. The great demon god clenched his fist once more and fiercely pulled outwards. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the dragon tendons on Fu Shun's back were exposed, as if they would be pulled out in the next moment. The laws of space surged as Yang Kai arrived in front of the great demon god in an instant. With all his strength, he thrust his spear towards the great demon god's left eye. The great demon god coldly closed his eyes, and at the same time, his rolling demonic chi converged towards his left eye. The black dragon spear struck his closed eyelid, and as if it had pierced the hardest metal, an ear-piercing sound of friction could be heard as sparks flew everywhere. This aggressive spear only left a faint trace of blood on the great demon god's eyelid, and did not cause any substantial damage to him. A flame flew over and wrapped around the great demon god's right wrist, instantly turning into a ring of fire. The primal chaos sacred fire burned fiercely, and an aura that could burn all things and a burnt smell filled the air. The great demon god roared in pain, and his hand involuntarily loosened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun turned his head and bit towards the great demon god. His sharp dragon teeth ruthlessly pierced into the great demon god's arm, tearing off a large piece of flesh. Tai Yu punched out, and an iron fist that could break through the void smashed towards the great demon god's back. The other great emperor's divine technique also struck out, and all of them greeted the great demon god's right hand. One person's strength was small, but two great emperors had more strength. How terrifying was the combined attack of the great emperors. No matter how unwilling he was, his hand movements couldn't help but become sluggish. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fu Shun swept the divine dragon tail at the great demon god's chest, causing a deafening sound. The great demon god staggered back, and Fu Shun finally broke free, his dragon blood sprinkling across the sky. Ever since the change in the right hand, the great demon god had attacked twice, and the two great elders of the dragon race were already injured. One of them had a large piece of flesh clawed off his chest, and the other almost had his dragon tendons pulled out. The situation was extremely dangerous, and it made everyone's heart tremble. But no one retreated. Even the injured Zhu Yan and Fu Shun did not retreat. After the couple met up, they turned around and pounced towards the great demon god again. The auras of the two dragons seemed to have merged into one at this moment, resonating with each other, and the two dragons coiled around the great demon god from both sides. Since the start of the battle, unless one side was completely defeated, it was impossible to stop. Roars and roars spread to every corner of the star boundary, and the tremors of heaven and earth spread to the most remote corners. Yang Kai was bleeding, the two great elders of the dragon race were bleeding, the other great emperors were bleeding, and the great demon god was also bleeding. Terrifying cracks appeared on Tai Yu's body that seemed to be made of stone. In this battle, everyone was going all out, and no one dared to hold back. In today's battle, either you die or I die. The great emperors of heaven's revelations had saved others many times at critical junctures. But as the price, the black tortoise shield that had accompanied him for many years was also shattered by the great demon god. The primal chaos sacred flame's radiance grew dimmer and dimmer, like a candlelight in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. At this moment it was trapped by a pure demonic chi. The great emperors of wondrous pills made hand seals with one hand, controlling the primal chaos sacred flame to burn the demonic chi, while also consuming the great demon god's energy. His face was as pale as paper, and he stuffed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth. One of Tai Yu's arms hung limply at his side, and when he ran, he no longer had the unstoppable momentum he had before, and he was now limping. Yang Kai's body was dripping with blood, and the bloody light that enveloped the bodies of the great emperors was also incomparably dim. Chapter 38:15. But the same was true for the great emperors. The previous joint attack had almost exhausted all of their mental strength. No one knew how this battle would end until the very end, but judging from the current situation, no matter who won in the end, they would have to pay a huge price. The world fell apart, the world's world energy was in chaos, and the energy was violent. One figure after another rushed towards the great demon god, only to be knocked back, and then rush over again. The cycle repeated itself, dyeing the world red with blood. Floating in the void, Yang Kai fell into a very strange state, as if he had broken free from some kind of invisible shackle. His entire being was filled with a deep sense of tranquility. He no longer felt any pain from before. He wanted to clench his fists, but he found that he was powerless. He wanted to move his head, but he was powerless. Suddenly, he discovered that his body had disappeared. In a daze, he recalled that he had brought the broken palm into the void and then suffered a violent shock, which then led to the current situation. What was this? Had he been smashed to pieces? Yang Kai was a little dazed. No, he didn't want to become the shortest-lived great emperors in the history of the star boundary. He had just become one of the great emperors not long ago, and he was still very young. He still had a lot of flowing time great emperors to squander. When he felt the great crisis contained in the broken palm, his mind went blank, and there was only one thought in his mind. Hurry up and take the broken palm away. Otherwise, a great disaster would descend upon the star boundary. However, when this result was placed in front of him, Yang Kai almost couldn't accept it. Did he regret it? Honestly speaking, he didn't regret it too much. If he could do it again, even if he knew the result at that time, he would have made the same choice. In that world, there were people who cared about him, and people who regarded him as the most important person in their lives. For those people, what did it matter if his body was smashed to pieces? But if he had really been smashed to pieces, then what was the current situation? His body had been smashed to pieces, but his soul hadn't been destroyed? But his body had been smashed to pieces by the broken palm. So how could his soul remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai clearly sensed that his spirit had not suffered any impact and was still intact. Then, he realized that his spirit wasn't floating in the void crack. Instead, he was hiding in the stamen of a 7-colored lotus flower. The petals wrapped around him, isolating him from all dangers around him. Soul-warming lotus. So that's how it is. It was the soul-warming lotus that protected his soul during that terrifying impact, allowing him to survive. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth that had unimaginable miraculous effects. Yang Kai had obtained it when he was very weak and stored it in his knowledge sea. After so many years, the soul-warming lotus had constantly nourished his divine soul, allowing him to strengthen his divine soul without doing anything special. The soul-warming lotus was a treasure of heaven and earth for the divine soul, so it was not surprising that it could protect his divine soul at a critical moment. Understanding this point, Kai Yang's heart relaxed. As long as his soul was not destroyed, even if his physical body was smashed to pieces, it wouldn't be too terrible. At worst, he could just find a body to possess like the great demon god and start all over again. However, this was the void crack, and besides him, very few people would come here, so there was no way he could possess a body. This was a bit difficult. At this moment, without a physical body, Yang Kai couldn't use any of his abilities. So even if he wanted to leave the void crack, he was powerless. What's the situation in the star boundary? The great demon god should be unable to hold on for much longer. I wonder if the remaining people can kill the great demon god and what kind of price they will have to pay. Thinking too much, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. After losing the shackles of his physical body and only his soul remained, his entire being seemed to become sluggish. Even though he no longer had a physical body, there was still a warm feeling surrounding him, making him feel as if he had returned home, making him feel extremely comfortable. It didn't seem like a bad choice to continue sleeping like this. Thinking so, Yang Kai's thoughts gradually came to a halt, as if he was about to fall into an eternal slumber. Suddenly, a tear-stained face flashed before Yang Kai's eyes and he woke up abruptly, a great fear enveloping his heart. How are Su Yan and the others now? They should have seen my situation and are probably heartbroken right now. If I can't go back, how sad will they be? I have to go back. Even if I don't have a physical body, I have to go back and tell them that I'm safe. As long as I can go back, I can find the great emperors to refine a flesh incarnation pill for me. Back then, Tianyan also didn't have a physical body and relied on the flesh incarnation pill to shape his body. If Tianyan could do it, so could Yang Kai. As for the flesh incarnation fruit needed to refine the flesh incarnation pill, Yang Kai didn't have it for the time being, but there was a fruit tree in his sealed world beads medicine garden. Back then, he had planted that fruit tree in his medicine garden, so as long as he waited a few more years, it would eventually blossom and bear fruit. Thinking so, Yang Kai was startled again. What about the sealed world bead? For a long time, the sealed world bead had been kept in his body, but now that he had been smashed to pieces, the sealed world bead was probably not in a good condition either. Perhaps it had been shattered along with his physical body. Thinking so, Yang Kai panicked and hurriedly checked his surroundings. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai found that the void was full of minced flesh and broken limbs, as well as a large amount of golden blood. My shattered body is really ugly. Yang Kai felt relieved. He didn't see any traces of the sealed world bead's explosion here. The territory inside the sealed world bead was enormous. If it had really been shattered, there would definitely be a large number of remnants of the sealed world bead in this star field. Since he didn't see any, it meant that the sealed world bead should be fine. As long as the sealed world bead was fine, everything was fine. Could be considered a blessing in disguise. Relying on the invisible spiritual connection, Yang Kai quickly found the sealed world bead in the midst of the chaos. It wasn't too far away from him. Chapter 38:16. Is there a way to shorten it to a long time? Yang Kai frowned. Even though he had guessed that this would happen, he still felt a headache coming on when Mu Zhu said it. I'll try. After Mu Lu said this, she turned around and flew into the depths of the medicine garden. From the looks of it, she didn't want to waste a single moment and would definitely try her best to shorten the growth period of the flesh incarnation fruit. Mu Zhu glanced back and smiled bitterly. Even if we try our best, we can only shorten the time by half at most. Then that's 1,500 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but grit his teeth. How long was that, the flowing time great emperor? Even though waiting for 1,500 years wasn't much for his current cultivation, he had only lived for a little over 100 years, not even 200 years. In comparison, 1,500 years was quite terrifying. Who did you meet? A demon saint? Mu Zhu was quite curious about who had killed Yang Kai. He's even stronger than a demon saint. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. That was the great demon god, and the demon race in the entire demon territory was born because of him. With a single order, the demon saint would involuntarily obey, and some would even be devoured by him without any regard for their own safety. Mu Zhu exclaimed, "There's actually such a person in this world?" Yang Kai then replied, "That's right, he's lived for who knows how many years. His situation is quite similar to mine. His physical body was destroyed, but his soul survived. However, that guy didn't have the soul-warming lotus, so how could a mere soul survive for tens of thousands of years? Could it be that his soul is so strong that it can't be destroyed? His tens of thousands of years." Mu Zhu was even more shocked. The soul was a very mysterious thing. Any sentient being would have a soul, but the soul was also very fragile. No matter how strong one was, without the protection of a physical body, once their soul was exposed, it wouldn't take long for their soul to dissipate. Even someone as strong as Tianyan would first need to reconstruct his physical body if he wanted to leave the divine ascension mirror. Mu Zhu found it hard to imagine how a person without a body could survive for tens of thousands of years just by relying on his soul. Moreover, that person was even more powerful than the demon saint. What kind of existence was he? Just as he was about to open his mouth to ask, he saw Yang Kai's eyes burst with light, a thoughtful look on his face, and his mouth seemed to be muttering something. Mu Zhu listened carefully and heard Yang Kai talking to himself. Immortal and indestructible, immortal and indestructible. The light in Yang Kai's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He suddenly laughed out loud. How could I have forgotten about it? What is Master referring to? Mu Zhu was puzzled. She didn't know what Yang Kai was thinking of that made him so happy. Yang Kai looked at Mu Zhu with shining eyes and said solemnly, Immortal and indestructible? Immortal and indestructible. Didn't you think of something? Mu Zhu seemed to have grasped something, but before she could react, Yang Kai's soul avatar floated to the side and soon arrived in front of a small tree as tall as a person, staring at it with a burning gaze. Strangely, there wasn't a single leaf on this small tree. It was so bare that it seemed like it could die at any moment, but on the contrary, this small tree was full of vitality. It could be said that the vitality of all the plants in the entire medicine garden combined couldn't compare to even a tiny bit of this small tree's vitality. The immortal tree! Mu Zhu cried out, instantly understanding why Yang Kai was so excited just now. According to legend, as long as one refined the immortal tree, they could achieve an immortal and indestructible body. The white hair was the result of his battle with the Wind Monarch in the Flowing Time Temple, where he had been eroded by the principles of time and had lost a great deal of his lifespan. This was a fundamental damage that even Yang Kai, who had become the great emperors, could not restore, but this time it had actually disappeared, which was a pleasant surprise. His white hair turning black meant that he had regained his lost lifespan. But on second thought, according to the legends, refining the immortal tree would allow one to obtain an immortal and indestructible body, so did lifespan mean anything to him? Whether he could become immortal or not, Yang Kai was not sure, but refining the immortal tree this time had definitely greatly increased his lifespan. Otherwise, such a change would not have occurred. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai smiled silently and said, Don't worry, I'm alive again. Inside the small sealed world, inside the medicine garden, the two Littlewood spirits were waiting nervously, and when these words came out, a scene of Yang Kai standing in the void immediately appeared in front of them. The two little one's eyes widened at once, and in the next moment, Mu Zhu raised her hand and covered Mu Lu's eyes, blushing as she said, Clothes, clothes! Yang Kai patted his head and hurriedly cut off the connection with the small sealed world. He took out a set of clothes and put them on. After thinking for a while, he put on a snow-white windbreaker with a high collar that almost covered the back of his neck, and a huge kill character was embroidered on the back, giving off a murderous aura. This was something that Shanqing Luo and the others asked Hou to refine when the GZ army was first established. The materials used were all extremely precious, so it could be considered a good artifact. It had a certain degree of defensive ability, and it could be used in conjunction with Yang Kai's dragon transformation secret technique, allowing him to expand or shrink at will. The original intention was for Yang Kai to resonate with the kill character banner when he commanded the GZ army to fight against the enemy, increasing his power and prestige. Yang Kai thought that it was too flashy, so he never wore it. But now it came in handy. As a newcomer, he had to have a decent style. His divine sense surged and spread out, and soon, Yang Kai felt an aura that was connected to his mind. Reaching out, he shouted, "Spear! Come!" With a buzzing sound, a stream of light broke through the air and was caught by Yang Kai. It was the black dragon spear that he had lost when his body exploded. With the spear in hand, Yang Kai's aura suddenly became fierce. Looking forward, it was as if he could see through the barrier of space and into the war-torn world. "Let's fight the second match, Mo wins." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and disappeared. Oh! Star boundary. Inside the High Heaven Palace, Shan Qingluo looked at Su Yan with red and swollen eyes. "Big sister, are you sure our husband is not dead?" Su Yan's eyes were also red, and there were still traces of tears on her cheeks. Hearing this, she said firmly, "I'm sure." Shuiyu said, "Big sister, don't lie to us. We. Su Yan wiped her face and said, "He is now one of the great emperors. If he had really fallen, there would have been a strange phenomenon. But from half a day ago until now, there hasn't been any strange phenomenon, so he is not dead. Have you all forgotten the situation when Kenyi was killed?" Hearing her say this, the women's spirits were roused. That was indeed the case. When Kenyi was killed, there was indeed a slight anomaly in heaven and earth. Everyone in the entire star realm, no matter how strong they were, knew in that instant that the great emperor had fallen. It seemed that Yang Kai was really fine. Otherwise, it was impossible for this world to not have any reaction. But that was a crack in space. Chapter 38-23. Let's go. Yang Kai responded and stretched out his hand to tease Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao immediately climbed up his arm. It was hard to imagine that such a little guy could actually transform into a giant like Tai Yu and wrestle with the great demon god. In the previous battle, Tai Yu had been beaten to the point of disintegration twice. Although his life was not in danger now, like many great emperors, he needed to recuperate and rest. He left in such a carefree manner. Duan Hongchun couldn't help laughing. It's good that he left. The great emperors of the Flowery Shadow breathed a sigh of relief and quietly glanced at Zhan Wuhen as they spoke. Zhan Wuhen stared coldly in the direction of Yukong's departure, a trace of murderous intent faintly visible in his eyes. In the Battle of the Shattered Star Sea, 4 great emperors died at the hands of Yukong, and one of them, the Blue Lotus Great Emperor, was Zhan Wuhen's best friend. So Zhan Wuhen hated Wukong to the bone and hated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's tactics even more. Among the Great Emperors, no one hated Wukong more than Zhan Wuhen. If possible, he would not mind fighting to the death with Wukong to avenge his dead friend. However, when the great demon god wreaked havoc, all the forces of the star boundary had gathered into a rope, so Zhan Wuhen could only put aside his personal grudges. Now, the star boundary could not withstand any more torment. Moreover, Wukong had devoured Mo Shang, so with Zhan Wuhen's current strength, there was nothing he could do to him. It's good that he left. It's good that he left. Duan Hongchun couldn't help but nod his head. All these years of sharing a body with Wukong, he had been stifled. Now that Wukong also had his own body, he could be considered to have completely gotten rid of Wukong. The only thing that annoyed him was that during the previous battle, Wukong had used his body to display the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and devoured the great demon god's essence, qi, and soul. Although this had brought him many benefits, it had also left behind some hidden dangers. So there were pros and cons. I don't know when we'll meet again, Yang Kai said casually as he teased Xiao Xiao. Perhaps they would never have the chance to meet again? The universe was vast and boundless. Even if he were to jump out of the shackles of the universe one day and go to the world outside of the universe, what were the chances of them meeting each other? As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. Everyone else also noticed this at this moment, and when they looked up, they saw a black dot rapidly falling from the sky, carrying with it a fierce aura. The black dot rapidly enlarged in everyone's field of vision and soon became a giant several thousand meters tall. Who else could it be but Wukong, who had just left? Yang Kai put Xiao Xiao on his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Why are you back again? Did you forget something?" Wukong's expression was a little strange at this moment, but it was more dignified than anything else as he said, "You'd better come with me. I'm afraid that the star boundary is in big trouble." "What do you mean?" Zhan Wuhen's face sank. "Follow me and you'll know." Wukong didn't say much, turned around, and flew out of heaven and earth. Everyone looked at each other and quickly conversed with their divine senses for a while before Yang Kai shouted, "Let's go." Saying so, he was the first to follow. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Zhan Wuhen transmitted his voice, obviously still a little worried about Wukong's character, but he still followed. A dozen or so figures set off majestically towards the outside of heaven and earth. The higher they went, the more they felt an invisible resistance, like a mountain pressing down on everyone's shoulders, as if it wanted to push them back. "It's a lot weaker." Mo Huang couldn't help but sigh. "Is this also the result of the world's principles being broken?" "It should be." Zhan Wuhen nodded. The great emperors had dominated the star boundary for so many years. How could they not have tried to go out of heaven and earth and see the outside world? Not only had they tried, but more than once. They couldn't be more familiar with this kind of invisible resistance. Every time they wanted to leave the star boundary, they would encounter it. However, this time was different from before. The resistance was clearly much weaker. This resistance was undoubtedly the shackles of heaven and earth. Those who were not strong enough could not break free from the shackle and jump out of heaven and earth. The great emperors all had this ability, but if they jumped out of heaven and earth, they would lose the support of heaven and earth, and the great emperors would no longer be great emperors. The world outside heaven and earth was incomparably dangerous, and they wouldn't be able to persist for long before they had to return. Therefore, before the arrival of the great demon god, the great emperors knew nothing about the world outside heaven and earth. After a dozen or so breaths of time, everyone felt their bodies relax, and the invisible pressure disappeared. At the same time, the connection with heaven and earth became very weak. But at this moment, a muffled thunderous sound entered everyone's ears, causing their faces to pale. In the next instant, a strong gust of wind blew towards them. The gust of wind was so strong that even the great emperors couldn't keep their balance. They were blown all over the place. After a long time, the gust of wind subsided, and everyone couldn't help but look at each other, not knowing what had happened. Wukong lowered his head and led the way, not explaining anything. After a while, Wu Kuang suddenly shouted in a low voice, "Be careful!" As soon as his words fell, an extremely strong suction force came from the front, pulling everyone's figures involuntarily in that direction. The great emperor's expressions suddenly became brilliant. Although they were now unable to use heaven and earth force without the support of heaven and earth, their respective foundations were still there. What kind of suction force was it that made them unable to escape? Fortunately, this suction force was the same as the gust of wind just now. Came strangely and left quickly, stopping after a while. However, before they could relax, the muffled thunderous sound came again, followed by another gust of wind. Yang Kai's expression was strange, feeling that this scene seemed somewhat familiar. "Hehe, we're here." Wukong suddenly chuckled, and then stepped aside to reveal the scene in front of them. What they saw stunned everyone, and even Yang Kai was dumbfounded. In the void in front of them, an incomparably huge figure was lying horizontally, like a rolling mountain range. Wukong, who was now thousands of meters tall, still looked like a child in front of this figure. This was an incomparably terrifying giant. In front of everyone's eyes, the giant breathed in and out. When he exhaled, the astral wind gushing out from his mouth and nose turned into sharp blades that swept through the void. And when he breathed in, everything within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers was affected. The muffled thunderous sound was actually the giant's snoring. And from the giant's body, an incredible aura, one so powerful that even the great emperors felt despair, one that was countless times stronger than the great demon god at his peak, spread out. In front of this aura, even the two elders of the dragon race felt like two insects. "What is this?" The great emperor's Hua Ying couldn't help but gulp as her pretty face turned pale. Even when facing the great demon god, she didn't feel so powerless. But this giant lying horizontally in front of her could easily crush her with a single finger. Zhang Wu Hen's face was also extremely solemn, and the expressions of the other great emperors weren't much better. No matter what kind of existence this sleeping giant was, the current astral boundary could no longer withstand any more torment. Furthermore, the place where he was sleeping was so close to the astral boundary that everyone even suspected that if he breathed out even more fiercely, the astral boundary would be blown away by him. Only Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He never expected to see this guy again so soon. It hadn't been long since he last saw this guy, and Yang Kai remembered that after bidding farewell to him at that time, he ran off into the distance. How could he still be here? A descendant of Tianxing, you should recognize him, right? Wukong turned his head to look at Zhang Ruoxi and chuckled. Everyone quickly turned their heads to look at her. Zhang Wu Hen frowned and asked, "Miss Ruoxi, what is this?" Before seeing it with his own eyes, Zhang Wu Hen had never thought that such a huge creature would exist in this world. Giant god spirits. Zhang Ruoxi's voice was hoarse as she smiled bitterly. "The star boundary is really in trouble this time. What do you mean?" Zhang Wu Hen frowned and lowered his voice, fearing that he would wake up the giant god spirit. Zhang Ruoxi explained, "In the world outside the universe, the giant god spirits are a very strange race. They are innately powerful and almost stand at the top of the entire universe. Except for a few equally powerful existences, no one is their opponent." "How does the great demon god compare?" Zhang Ruoxi smiled bitterly. Even when the great demon god was at his peak, the giant god spirits could kill him with a single palm. Zhang Wu Hen's face sank when he heard this. The information Zhang Ruoxi knew undoubtedly came from Tianxing's memories. Since the giant god spirits were so powerful, how could the star boundary be their opponent? Just the resurrection of the great demon god almost shattered the star boundary, and the great demon god wasn't even at his peak at that time. The fact that this giant god spirit could kill the great demon god at his peak with a single palm meant that its strength was beyond everyone's imagination. Should we make the first move? Mo Huang was eager to try. The giant in front of them was still sleeping. If everyone attacked with all their strength, they might have a chance. "Don't!" Zhang Ruoxi hurriedly stopped him. Although the giant divine spirit clan is powerful, they are naturally kind and never fight with others under normal circumstances. Moreover, although they are powerful, there seems to be a bit of a problem here. They have always been relatively simple. While speaking, Zhang Ruoxi nodded her head. Then why did he come to my star boundary? Zhang Wuhen was puzzled. Zhang Ruoxi explained, the giant god spirit race has no fixed abode. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Ada chuckled and chewed nonstop. Don't just eat, at least think of something for me. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. Ha ha! The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse. It's rare to see someone as carefree as you all day long. Tell me, do you have any other brothers or sisters? Ruoxi said that you giant gods are a race. Since it's a race, you can't be the only one, right? Ada blinked, then raised his mountain-like fingers, frowned, and began to count with a serious face. After counting for a long time, he didn't come up with anything. Yang Kai also didn't see anything. Yang Kai reached out and held his forehead. Forget it. You count slowly, think slowly, and tell me when I come next time. With that said, he stood up and looked in the direction of the astral plane and grinned. There's still a happy event waiting for me over there. It's not good to be late, so I'll go first. With that said, he strode towards the astral plane. World Tree. Suddenly, a muffled voice came from behind. Yang Kai's body suddenly paused, and he turned his head to look back. What did you say? However, as far as the eye could see, Ada was still frowning. He was counting his fingers one by one enthusiastically and did not look like he had spoken at all. Yang Kai almost thought that he was hallucinating. But the voice just now was clearly Ada's. There was no mistake about it. After looking at him seriously for a while, Yang Kai gave up the intention to get to the bottom of it. He silently memorized the words World Tree, turned around, waved, and continued to move forward. Southern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. Like the High Heaven Palace, the Azure Sun Temple was in ruins. It used to be a battlefield. The demon race army invaded, the spirit peaks collapsed, and the demonic will eroded. However, the situation here was much better than the High Heaven Palace. After all, near the High Heaven Palace was the site of the final battle. The terrifying power swept through, causing the void within 1,000,000 miles to become unstable, and there were countless cracks. This place was a little dilapidated, but the overall structure was preserved. After being repaired by the great emperors of the secular world personally, the Azure Sun Temple could be said to have almost recovered, but the heaven and earth spirit chi was not as rich as before. This was something that couldn't be helped. The heaven and earth spirit chi was greatly affected, and this effect could never be recovered before the heaven and earth spirit chi was replenished. At this moment, the entire Azure Sun Temple was decorated with lanterns and streamers everywhere, and the sound of gongs and drums was continuous. It was very lively, and the spirit peaks were decorated with red colors into a festive color. Today was the wedding day of the Azure Sun Temple's temple master, Wen Zishan. Yu Meng was exasperated. Can't you all be a little more mature and have some sense of your own position? Don't let him. Ugh, you bastard. A Dao seal was the condensation of a person's lifetime of cultivation. So if Yang Kai did not use his strength now, he would look no different from an ordinary person. Previously, when he urged his strength, his demonic qi was awe-inspiring, but now there was no such sign. All the demonic qi in his body, along with his divine sense, had been condensed by the Dao seal and turned into the purest power. The condensation of the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements was based on the Dao seal. Yang Kai originally had no clue about it, but Zhang Ruoxi's words enlightened him. Other powers aside, among the 5 elements, Yang Kai already had the wood element, and the source of this wood element was the immortal tree. In the 3,000 worlds, the immortal tree was a supreme treasure. In the final battle, great demon gods saw Yang Kai refining the immortal tree and almost went crazy with jealousy. One could imagine how precious the immortal tree was. According to Zhang Ruoxi, the immortal tree was one of the best choices for condensing the wood element in the 3,000 worlds. There was almost no better choice than the immortal tree. Moreover, Yang Kai had already refined it, saving him the process of refining it. When Yang Kai learned of this, he could not help but be ecstatic. Previously, he had no choice but to refine the immortal tree. At that time, he had been beaten to a pulp by great demon god and had no other choice but to try his best. He had inadvertently succeeded in refining the immortal tree, but who knew it would bring him such benefits? This time, Yang Kai entered secluded retreat to digest the gains from the previous battle and to condense the wood element. Yang Kai had experience refining the 5 elements. When he was living on Shadowed Star in Hung Luo Starfield, he had cultivated a secret technique called the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, which also required him to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. At that time, he had a small piece of Sun's true gold the size of a baby's fist, but in order to refine the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, it had basically been consumed. The power of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art was indeed extraordinary. As long as one had enough materials to refine it and improve one's control of the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art, the power of this secret technique was almost limitless. However, after coming to the star boundary and coming into contact with higher realms of the martial Tao, Yang Kai gradually abandoned the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. Now, it seemed that he had made the wrong decision. If he had accumulated enough 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art before, it might have been easier for him to break through to the heaven-opening realm. But on second thought, when he condensed his Dao seal, all his strength would be melted into it. So no matter how much he had accumulated before, it would be useless. However, now it seemed that when the opportunity was right, this secret technique might become one of his trump cards. But before that, he needed to accumulate the 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. It was all thanks to Zhang Ruoxi. Otherwise, Yang Kai would have been confused about his future path. But now, at least, he had a clear direction. There was no specific choice when it came to condensing the yin, yang, and 5 Elements Indestructible Sword Tempering Art. But once one of the 5 elements was chosen, the next step would be to follow. For example, Yang Kai had chosen to condense the wood element tempering art first, so the next step would be to condense the fire element tempering art. Do you want to find Master? Lu Yen walked in front of Yang Xiao and looked at him with her big clear eyes. No! The small phoenix suddenly flew in front of him. Its scorching aura seemed to be able to burn even his divine soul. He quickly changed his words. Yes, yes, yes. I'm going to find my adoptive father. I want to go outside the universe and see what's wrong with that. Why are you treating me like this? I want to go too, Lu Yen said. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up as if he had found a confidant. Since Big Auntie wants to go, why don't we go together? Adoptive father just left. He shouldn't have gone far. We can catch up with him. We can't go. Lu Yen shook her head and moved slowly. Why? Yang Xiao stared at her. We'll be a burden to him. Yang Xiao sneered and said, Big Auntie, you think too much. You and I are not weak now. How can we be a burden to adoptive father? I don't ask for anything else. I can at least serve tea and water to adoptive father. Right? Alas, adoptive father is suffering. He's going out alone this time. He doesn't even have someone to talk to. It's fine if he doesn't know, but now that he knows, how can I, as his son, turn a blind eye? I want to go. I want to be at adoptive father's beck and call. His face was full of righteousness and filial piety. The choice of materials for condensing the power of the 5 elements was crucial to the heaven-opening realm. Once a cultivator broke through to the heaven-opening realm, the grade would be determined according to the materials chosen during the condensing of the 5 elements. However, although the grade was basically fixed, it was not impossible for it to be improved. It was just that it was extremely difficult to improve one's heaven-opening realm grade. Although the Golden Antelope Blessed Land had opened its doors wide, it was not without a price to pay to enter. Only those who could afford it would be allowed in. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the time was up, it did not matter if you had successfully condensed your qi or not, you would be thrown out. Relying on the sharp metal Yuan Sha Golden Spirit Blessed Land made a lot of money. The only difference was the scale. Compared to the realm gate in the demon territory, the difference was simply like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Big. Incomparably huge. Yang Kai estimated that even the giant god spirit and the 10,000 jointed insect could easily pass through this realm gate. So one could imagine how huge this realm gate was. For such a realm gate to suddenly appear in the void, Yang Kai couldn't ignore it even if he didn't want to, especially when the faint call came from this realm gate. Although he didn't know what this realm gate was called in the world outside of the universe, it was just a different name, and its function was nothing more than to shuttle between 2 places. After a few more days, Yang Kai finally arrived at this realm gate. Standing at a place thousands of miles away from the realm gate, he felt the vastness of this thing, and realized how small he was. Yang Kai sighed. The world outside of the universe was really strange. He could feel that this realm gate was not artificially refined, but naturally formed. From it, there was a very clear fluctuation of the law of space, and there was not much danger. As long as one was strong enough, anyone could easily pass through this realm gate. Then the question was, where was the other end of this realm gate? What was on the other side calling out to him? Around this huge realm gate, Yang Kai flew for more than 10 hours before he barely circled around it. Standing in the same place, he scratched his head. To enter or not, Yang Kai was really a little difficult to decide. If he didn't enter, he would have already arrived here, and he had been wandering in the void for more than half a year. Other than encountering a few huge and terrifying monsters, he only found a world of the universe, and he had not come into contact with anything outside of the universe. If he went in, he didn't know if there was any danger on the other side, and if there was an ambush on the other side, he might encounter some unexpected disaster as soon as he went out. But he didn't hesitate for long, and Yang Kai made up his mind to enter. Along the way, there were many dangers, and he had escaped death several times. If he was afraid because he suspected that the road ahead was difficult, how could he travel outside of the universe? It was better to go back to the star boundary early to retire, and his strength was not low now. Even if he really encountered some danger, he might have the power to resist. Since he had made up his mind, he would no longer hesitate. His figure swayed, and he plunged into the realm gate in front of him. Like a stone thrown into the sea, the realm gate remained calm, and only a small ripple appeared at the place where Yang Kai entered, and then it returned to normal. Yang Kai, who had entered the realm gate, felt the world spinning, and a great pressure fell from all directions, as if there was an infinite force attacking at the same time. Yang Kai hurriedly used his qi to resist, and he was shocked. The pressure was something that only the great emperors could resist. In other words, this realm gate alone was something that only those who had condensed a Dao seal were qualified to pass through. As if thousands of years had passed, and as if in an instant the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was still in a void, and when he turned his head to look around, he was even more confused. What the hell? After being swallowed by the 1,000-segment worm, he inexplicably ran out like this, and after passing through a realm gate, it was still the same. If it weren't for the fact that there was no sign of the realm gate around him, Yang Kai would have thought that he was still in place. But after coming here, the call from the unseen world became clearer. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's figure swayed, and he rushed in that direction. Quietly opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that the other four were eagerly devouring the spirit energy, so he simply let go of his scruples and greedily absorbed it. However, he still divided a part of his mind to check his body. When the old man said those last words, he clearly felt that he was powerless to resist his words. In other words, at that time he was absolutely obedient to the old man, so he felt ashamed. But then the soul-warming lotus took effect and helped him recover.